Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Chapter 577. No one knew what kind of recipe Zhang Xiaobao could fish up. With the 7 little guys around, everyone's attention turned to them. Only Wang Wan was thinking about how fish could become a recipe. She sat down next to Zhang Xiaobao and watched Zhang Xiaobao fishing. She asked, "Fishing recipe? Do you want to make a good fishing rod or bait?" "No. Speaking of which, my grandfather is an expert. Besides, Grandpa Bai won't be satisfied with this recipe. It's just to make some money. Do you want the imperial court to open a business to make fishing rods? If Grandpa Bai wants a recipe, it must be beneficial to the country and the people. I'm going to raise fish." When Zhang Xiaobao saw the float move, he immediately raised the rod. He didn't catch a single fish and withdrew the hook. The bait on the hook had been eaten up. When he put the bait on the hook, he said to Wang Wan, "What kind of recipe is raising fish? Didn't you use it a long time ago? Even if you want to trick Grandpa Bai, you can't use this to trick him." Wang Wan also took a fishing rod and gestured a few times, denying Zhang Xiaobao's idea. With a whoosh, Zhang Xiaobao threw in again. He looked at the small fish in the basin next to him and said, "That depends on what kind of fish you raise. I'm going to ask Old Man Pai to organize people to raise pufferfish. No matter how many there are in the Yangtze River, it's easy to catch them all. Besides, transportation is not convenient. It's easy to raise them in other places. As long as it's possible to raise them successfully, let people try raising them. Pufferfish, good stuff. Let's try it next spring. I'm not eating it. I'm afraid of death. Can the current technology work? I've never eaten it before. It's not delicious if it's not poisonous. I don't dare to eat poisonous things. I doubt that the antidotes are 100% safe. You're not allowed to eat it, and neither is your family. What if you get poisoned?" Wang Wan thought that Zhang Xiaobao would come up with a good idea. She didn't expect that he was preparing to start with the pufferfish. If other people raised all of them, the more people who ate them, the higher the probability of poisoning would be. Eating the spring pufferfish? Wouldn't it be better to find a rope and solve it themselves? It would be faster than dying from poisoning. Just as Zhang Xiaobao was about to speak, the float moved again. He hurriedly lifted it up. This time, he caught more fish. There were 3 hooks in total. 2 of them bit the hook, and the other one was caught by the hook when he was lifting it up. When it was time to remove the hook, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, "Who said we have to let others eat it? The locals haven't seen many deaths from eating it. I used to eat it a lot, and I even know a lot of stories about blowfish. It's said that a long, long time ago, the locals had never heard of anyone dying from eating it. Even so, he still won't eat it. Perhaps he won't take revenge even if he dies. Unless you can find a way to remove the poison from the pufferfish, I don't think there's any hope." Wang Wan didn't compromise at all. Seeing that Wang Wan insisted, Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, "If you don't want to eat it, then don't eat it. The purpose of raising pufferfish is not to eat meat, but to make medicine. It can be used to make many kinds of medicine. You can tell this to the medical school and let them study it, try the dosage, and see what kind of diseases it can be used on. I know that it can be used to make anesthetics and to treat rheumatism. In fact, most of the time, the reason why pufferfish is delicious is because of this poison. It's very, very little, the kind that won't kill people, but after eating it, it will affect people's nervous system. Do you think it can be used as a seasoning? After it's diluted, it can be mixed with the MSG made from kelp. When it's time to cook, this can be tried. Use your 3 dogs as an experiment." Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. It's beneficial to the country and the people. The people who raise pufferfish will also make money because of this. All the pufferfish raised will be bought by Dai Hospital. Yes, that's what I plan to do. It's a long-term plan. I believe that there will be a day when it will succeed. Many poisonous things have been used to treat diseases. Give it to Grandpa Bai. I believe that Grandpa Bai will be willing to carry out the plan. Why do I feel that this matter is not reliable? You are not allowed to touch my dogs. If you want them, go find them yourself. But don't feed them poisoned food in front of me. Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao said it well, but she always thought that it was too simple. Since it was proposed, then just do it. Even if it failed, she was not afraid. If she didn't take the first step, then she would never expect to succeed. Zhang Xiaobao didn't intend to put the idea forward. Someone would study the results immediately. He put down the fishing rod and said, "Let others do the research. If it's successful, then his or her name will be left in history. Since we don't eat pufferfish, then eat mandarin fish. We can't poison people to death." With the method, Zhang Xiaobao didn't wait for Old Man Pai and others to come back and ask. He directly wrote it and sent it to the three old men. It was a complete exchange of interests. This is raising pufferfish? That's quite daring. Old Man Chang received the plan written by Zhang Xiaobao and said. They actually came up with a plan after asking their family to come up with a prescription. They are really thoughtful. But if the medical school can really figure out a way, it can really help a lot of people. The people who are raising pufferfish will benefit, and the medicine can also save people. But why do I feel that this matter is not so simple? Don't they have their own goals? Old Man Yao now knew a lot about the Zhang family. Every prescription made by the Zhang family was not as ordinary as it seemed. The Zhang family would definitely benefit from such a prescription. For example, the prescription for growing vegetables in winter did benefit the people in the north, but the restaurant also had fresh vegetables in winter. Old Man Pai took the paper and stared at it, as if he wanted to see some other purpose from the words. He looked at it and said, if they want to use pufferfish in the restaurant, I think they don't have to support other people to raise them. If they directly ship them from the Yangtze River, the price will be higher. Besides, the things that the Zhang family does are not something that can be easily guessed by others. Many times, they are puzzling, and when the results are out, they will understand. Since they can't figure it out, then don't think about it. Let's see if they can raise pufferfish in the north. Won't they freeze to death in cold weather? When someone raises pufferfish, let more people raise them. Didn't they say that they will buy them all? Then we will sell them. In short, the people won't lose money. Old Man Pai said this, but in fact, he hoped that the medical school could find a way to use pufferfish poisoning, especially since it was written on the paper that it might be able to treat joint pain. This was a disease that many people suffered from. When they were young, they didn't pay attention. As a result, when they were older, it was too late to regret. He was like this. In the past, when it rained on a cloudy day, his left leg hurt so much that he didn't dare to move. Fortunately, after he met Xiaobao and Cuckoo, he drank medicinal wine and soaked in it. As long as he was careful, he wouldn't be afraid of rain on cloudy days. However, too many medicines were used, especially ginseng. It was not something that ordinary people could afford. If pufferfish could really alleviate this disease, ordinary people could also use it. It was cheap. All of this depended on the medical school of Huaiyuan County, which represented the highest achievement of the Tang Dynasty's medical school. While the three old men were looking forward to it, Zhang Xiaobao really did what he said. He really did ask people to find pufferfish, even if the season was not right. Then, he would try to see if it could be used in seasoning. If it was successful, then there would be many pufferfish in the future that could be used to make more seasoning. If it failed, then it would be like this matter had never happened. There wouldn't be too much loss. When the weather gradually turned cold, the food in Suzhou was all sorted out. Although a large area was washed away, the crab and mandarin fish were selling very well. Especially after the crab 8 pieces, many people liked this set of tools. For a time, eating crabs was not just about eating meat, but also mixed with some kind of elegant thinking. Zhang Xiaobao did what he said. In addition to letting merchants come to taste the crab, the extra crabs were transported to other places to buy back food to make up for the lost rent. There was also a small success in the breeding. The pigs had not grown too big yet. Compared to the normal size of a pig to be slaughtered, it still took a few months to raise them. The poultry had not laid eggs, but this did not affect people's eating. For those who were bred in the breeding industry, some of them were killed to exchange for money or their own food. The money exchanged was used to pay back the loan. If they couldn't pay it back in 1 year, they would have to wait until the next year to pay it back. According to the practice of the local people, they would never be willing to eat it themselves. However, since Zhang Zhong and Li Sun came to Shuzhou, when the people gained benefits, they changed their minds. In the past, they were short of money and had no good way. Even if they raised a few chickens, they would not be willing to eat them casually. They would leave them for emergencies or exchange them for necessities. Now, it was different. With so many chickens, why not eat them? In the future, their lives would be better and better. There was no need to let their families suffer. When autumn passed and winter came, Shuzhou began to transport things to the imperial court. There was money and food. It was all used by the fleet of the Zhang family and Wang family. People went down the river and then entered the canal. When they reached a frozen place, they changed to land. This time, Zhang Zhong wrote and sent the memorial to the imperial court. The officials in the imperial court all knew why the emperor sent Zhang Zhong to Shuzhou. However, they were harmed there. They did not have any thoughts about the rent in Shuzhou this year. But when the memorial was delivered, all the officials couldn't help but admire the Zhang family from the bottom of their hearts. This year's rent and tax had actually reached 280,000 strings of coins, and this was not including the money given to Li Sun and the copper or shipped to the capital. Even Li Longji said, "That's really amazing." At the same time, he hated the previous officials in Shuzhou even more. They did not mention the copper mine and the marble mine. They did not even think about how to help the people live a good life. The officials stood in the cold wind in the hall. In their hearts, they were thinking about how to let their families find a place to plant cold melons next year. This year, cold melons accounted for a large part of the tax paid by Shuzhou. Chapter 578. When a rare snowfall fell in Shuzhou, the bridge connecting the two banks was finally completed. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not know if the cement they made could withstand the impact of the river for a long time, but the two of them still built the bridge. It was not beautiful at all. The bridge deck was made of iron chains and wood. When one walked on it, it would sway. If it were 2 people at that time, there was no point in building such a bridge. It would be a waste of money and would be scolded to death. However, at this time, no one scolded them. Everyone thought of ways to praise them, especially the people near the bridge on both sides of the Yangtze River. After the first batch of merchants and nobles who came to participate in various activities and spent a lot of money and experienced the sound of firecrackers, they rushed to the bridge one after another. All of them seemed very excited. Fortunately, there were iron chains blocking the way. Otherwise, a few of them would have squeezed down. It was as if standing on the bridge for a while was an infinite honor. This group of people did not want to go down after getting on the bridge, so they all blocked the bridge. Zhang Zhong immediately posted a notice and asked people to stand on both sides of the bridge to read to the illiterate people. This rule was set. As for Xian Zhou, who was connected to the other side, he did not say a word. He tacitly agreed that Zhang Zhong's rule was applicable to both sides. After all, the bridge was built by him. At the same time, he did not dare to provoke Zhang Zhong at this time. Many people were paying attention to this. The bridge was built, but if one wanted to go from Xianzhou to Shuzhou, they had to take a boat. The water had just been connected, and the bridge here had not been built yet. The diversion of the river would have to wait until next year to build a bridge. Even if it did not snow in winter, it was impossible to expect this bridge to be built before the new year. Taking advantage of this time, the people of Shuzhou began to block the diversion of the river. Unlike last time, they could get a wage this time. After all, they were not helping with disaster relief. Wangjiang building was also under construction. It was all made of wood, not cement or iron. It should be ready for use next summer. The furniture bought from Luzhou was also on the way. The building was too big. Wangjiang County issued a notice to recruit people from all over the country to work. They divided the work into sections and finally connected the sections. This way, the work speed would be faster. Lu Jiro, the minister of the Ministry of Works, also brought people over to see how the bridge was built. At the same time, she also wanted to see the electric lights. In addition to this matter, he also wanted to see his nephew. His nephew was now working for the Zhang family and was treated well. He was the only one who could enter the inner courtyard without signing a contract. Of course, the places he could enter were restricted. It was impossible for him to enter just any courtyard, especially Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's courtyard. There was no need to even think about it. That would expose the two of them. One order after another was issued from this courtyard. When Lu Jiro arrived with a large group of people, there were already a lot of people gathered in the largest courtyard of the Zhang family. In addition to the people from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family, there were also the three old men and old man Pai and old Yao's families. When Lu Jiro came, he didn't inform them in advance. Therefore, even if the people from the Zhang family who stayed in the capital to collect information sent the news, no one went to pick him up. When he entered the courtyard with his two followers, the first thing he smelled was the fragrance of the food. It smelled so good. He didn't eat anything at noon, so he was even hungrier now. After smelling the fragrance of the food, he couldn't wait to rush over and eat without caring about others. After swallowing a few mouthfuls of saliva, Lu Jiro finally found Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. The two old men greeted him with their eyes and ignored him. Instead, they set their eyes on the stove used to cook. Following the gaze of the two old men, Lu Jiro suddenly widened his eyes as if he couldn't believe what he saw. The stove didn't burn firewood. Instead, there was a copper pipe connected to the back. The fire wasn't small, and the smell came from the pot when a chef was cooking. At this time, the follower beside him also had an expression of disbelief. It was the first time he saw a fire that didn't need coal or firewood. At this time, the chef had already finished cooking the dish. He looked at another pot that was steaming something and another pot that was stewing something. He brushed the big spoon in his hand and continued to cook the next dish. There were already 11 dishes on the table, but no one ate them. They just let the dishes cool down. In addition to the 3 stoves that were burning, there were also 4 copper pipes with flames on top of them. Lu Jiro wasn't hungry this time. He was already attracted by the stove. It wasn't until someone coughed that he woke up. He put his mouth between Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao's heads and asked, "Old Minister Bai, Master Yao, what is this thing?" "Aha!" Old Man Pai deliberately coughed. Looking at Lu Jiro's anxious appearance, he slowly said, "You haven't seen it before, right? Don't you think it's very strange? Think about a swamp somewhere. Someone put a bamboo tube in it and then lit it up." When Old Man Pai said this, Lu Jiro understood. It was recorded in the book. So it was like this. But what was the gas used to store so much? Even if they took the biggest water tank and sealed it, it was impossible to store so little gas in 3 stoves and 4 burning pipes. Lu Jiro didn't understand, so she asked, "Old Minister Bai, what was used to store the gas in the swamp?" It had to be something as big as a house, right? Could it be that Minister Lu thought that the Zhang family had nothing better to do and spent a lot of money to make something to store gas and then come back to cook? This time, you didn't come in vain. You can see the bridge, you can see the light bulb, and you can also see this thing called marsh gas. You might not believe it, but the gas used to cook is made from feces, grass stalks, and other things. As long as the place is big enough and there are a few of them, the gas can be used continuously. At night, you don't need to light an oil lamp, and you don't need to use firewood to cook. Old Man Pai shook his head and said. Lu Jiro was stunned. She was afraid that Old Man Pai was lying to her, so she asked Old Man Yao, "Master Yao, is this true? Why would I lie to you? This thing is good, but it's a pity that the Zhang family still wants to make money. The cement can't be taken out casually, and there's no need to think about the recipe. This thing can be used to build city walls. What if other people know about it? After the Zhang family makes money with the cement for 2 years, they will lower the price and build this marsh gas pool for the slightly wealthier people." Old Man Yao was reasonable. Even if he wanted the Zhang family to immediately sell the cement to the people and teach them how to make it, he couldn't not let the Zhang family make money. Otherwise, they wouldn't make things in the future. Lu Jiro was also used to the Zhang family's way of doing things. If they should take out something, they would definitely take it out. If they shouldn't take it out, they would also not take it out. What a pity. Wouldn't it be better to let the people of Tang use it earlier? It doesn't matter if it's used for cooking, but the oil lamp is very good. It's actually feces. I thought feces have no other use except for farming. Good, good. Minister Lu may not know, but the feces can still be used to make fertilizer, and it's better than usual. If you raise dozens of pigs at home, you don't have to worry about not having enough feces. It's enough to support a big yard of more than 100 people. More importantly, the Zhang family is prepared to replace the fertilizer for free, saying that it can increase grain production. They want to sell this fertilizer around the rich families. It can also be used to raise fish, but it can only be used in nearby places. It's not convenient to transport it far away. Unless it's dried, it's not cost-effective and can't be bought at a high price. Later, I'll ask them to tell you how to do it, or I can go with you to your house and help you build a yard. I'll tell you, 50% discount. Old Man Bai told him everything that he knew. He also told him about the various twists and turns. Lu Jiro was depressed. Did she also have to spend money? 50% discount? You can just say it's half the price. It's not cheap. Her eyes were still fixed on the stove, and she said, "Don't worry, I'm not going back right away. It's not easy to come here." Who told the Zhang family to put on airs? If it were other people, they would just send an order directly to the capital. At this time, the 12th stir-fry dish was done. The steamed food was also finished, and there was still stewing. Lu Jiro knew it was time for her to show up. Just now, she didn't say anything, so they ignored her. Obviously, they knew each other, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to enter the yard. She took 2 steps forward and said to Zhang Zhong, who was standing in the yard, "Provincial Governor Zhang, congratulations, congratulations, you have another profitable business." "Oh, it's Minister Lu. I didn't know Minister Lu was here, so I didn't welcome you, and, okay, don't talk about it. Don't be so polite with me. Later, you must tell me how to build this methane pool. When I return to the capital, I'll help people build a few more, especially in the palace. There are so many. What's the previous one? It's a waste. I think this one can also be used for heating, right?" When Lu Jiro saw that Zhang Zhong was about to start a polite conversation with her, she waved her hand and interrupted him. Her words were also very casual. She didn't want to distance herself from the Zhang family. Anyone who had a good relationship with the Zhang family would be able to get benefits. The good furniture in her house was sent by Lu Zhou, and it was very comfortable to use. They were genuine goods, not fake. When Zhang Zhong saw that Lu Zhiro didn't speak in a bureaucratic tone, he also changed his tone and said, "There's no problem with heating. It's better than firewood and coal, and it doesn't emit smoke. If you really want to build it at home, you'll have to raise a few more pigs. It's better to dig a pond to raise fish, and build 3 ponds in rotation." Originally, it was said that there was no rotation, but I didn't figure it out, so I can only use the stupid method. Zhang Zhong was speaking the truth, but Lu Zhiro didn't listen to him. Turning feces and grass stalks into things that could be used for lamps and stoves was a stupid method. He was being too modest. Anyway, it was fine as long as it could be used in her house. It could save a lot of money for lamp oil and candles. If it could be used in the palace in the same way, it would save even more money. It would be a great merit. Thinking about it, Lu Zhiro suddenly thought of the most important thing and asked, "Is it difficult to make this copper pipe?" Zhang Zhong nodded and said, "Indeed. If it's not done well, it will leak. This is the most troublesome. After making dozens of pipes, you can only find 2 or 3 that are not a problem. As for the rest, you have to put them in water to see where they leak. You can also apply glue to the outside and paint them, but you have to be careful." Chapter 579. Zhang Zhong didn't hide anything. He told Lu Zhiro everything about the biogas pool, including what to pay attention to and the safety issues when using it. Even if he didn't tell him this now, he would still tell him when he built a biogas pool for other people in the future. He couldn't let other people be in danger. Lu Zhiro was very grateful. This was money, and it could be used to raise fish. Even if he didn't like to eat it, he could give it to the servants in the manor. Although he couldn't compare with the wealth and ability of the Zhang family and the Wang family, he could still treat the servants in the manor better. Zhang Zhong didn't accept Lu Zhiro's gratitude. He understood one of Lu Zhiro's ideas very clearly. Eating fish was good. It turned out that it was the southern fish and the northern sheep. One reason was that it was difficult to make, and the other was that the fishy smell of fish in the Yellow River was too strong. However, ever since his family began to teach others more ways to cook fish and spread the word that eating fish could make people smarter, the people in the north started to eat more fish. In addition, his son had specially given him a few recipes of seasonings and improved cooking wine. Thus, the fish was pretty good. Lu Zhiro came with a purpose. If he didn't let him see it, he wouldn't leave so quickly. It was almost the new year, but he still came here. It could be seen how anxious he was. After unexpectedly obtaining a biogas pool, Lu Zhiro was very happy. He went to see the light bulb and the generator at Zhang Zhong's invitation. It was one thing to see it, but it was another thing to see it. It was amazing, really amazing. It could light up. After Lu Zhiro touched the light bulb with her hand and was burned by it, she began to be interested in this thing. She looked at it again and again, but when she asked how to make it, no one told her. If she wanted to, she could take one of the generators back and disassemble it for research. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan promised Old Man Pai to write back, they had this idea. They wanted the Ministry of Works to help improve it. Wang Wan made it too simple. This light bulb is the most important part, right? Lu Zhiro looked at the generator and then looked at the light bulb. She knew that the light bulb was made of glass. There were mirrors and small handicrafts made of glass at home. If the Zhang family didn't tell her how to make a light bulb, she wouldn't be able to make one. Zhang Zhong agreed and said, "Actually, the light bulbs are not important. What's important is this generator. It has a wide range of uses, but it's too simple to make. Lord Lu, you can take 2 of them back and take a look at them slowly. In fact, there are only copper wires and magnets inside. The exposed wires need to be wrapped with glue, otherwise it will hurt people. The most convenient thing to do with this is to electrocute fish. Put it in the water and turn it here. The surrounding fish will be electrocuted. There is a pond at home, so you can use it too. Lu Jiro automatically erased Zhang Zhong's last sentence from her ears. After looking at the light bulb and the generator, it was time to eat. Lu Jiro was still hungry. She was in a hurry to get there, so she didn't want to waste too much time. The food was made with methane. Lu Jiro kept praising the food made with methane. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were sitting at another table, heard Lu Jiro's praise and tasted the food again. They found that it wasn't as good as the food made by Chaihua, especially the stew. It seemed that it was just a psychological effect. Lu Jiro ate quite a lot during this meal. She was so full that she ate 2 Dashan pills before she felt a bit better. She then dragged Old Man Bai and Old Man Yao to Old Man Bai's house to be guests. When the sky turned dark, the 3 people came back. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw the expression on the 3 people's faces and felt that something was wrong. Wang Wan whispered to Zhang Xiaobao, "Why do I feel like they came up with some bad idea again? They probably want us to take out other recipes. What do you think?" "I think so too. It's not that we can't give them the recipes, but we have to see how much benefits they can offer in exchange. Ever since Lu Jiro's news came, I've been preparing. Some recipes are not suitable to stay in my hands. I can take this opportunity to clean them up and make some money." Zhang Xiaobao looked at the 3 people who were pointing at the still-burning methane lamp, but their eyes were always looking at him. He already knew that the 3 people must have thought of something to exchange. "Then let's go. As soon as we leave, they will definitely be able to stop us." Wang Wan spent the afternoon with her family. Seeing the 3 people pretending to look at the lamp, she didn't want to waste time with them. She pulled Zhang Xiaobao and prepared to leave. As expected, the moment the 2 of them moved, Old Man Bai and the other 2 seemed to be strolling as they blocked the path that the 2 of them were about to take. Zhang Xiaobao first greeted, "Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Yao, and Grandpa Lu, look at this fire. Cuckoo and I are sleepy, so we'll go back to sleep first. We'll study with Grandpa Bai tomorrow." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao immediately became sleepy. Wang Wan also cooperated with him and yawned. Old Man Pai and the other 2 people were stunned. They didn't know what to do. Just now, they were pretending to look and didn't come over. Now that they wanted to go back to sleep, they couldn't stop them, right? If it was an adult, they could find an excuse, such as drinking tea or something. But in front of 2 children, they couldn't. While the 3 of them were still in a daze, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took a detour and left. "If I knew earlier, I would have directly come over." Lu Jiro didn't understand Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, so she regretfully said. Tonight, she had something on her mind, so she wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. Old Man Pai heard Lu Jiro's words and said, "We were tricked. The 2 brats weren't sleepy at all. They knew that we wanted to talk to them about something. This was intentional. Just now, we didn't directly look for them, so they were taking revenge. They went back to study. Then what do we do? Chase after them?" Old Man Yao was also depressed. When he came, he already thought of what to say, but in the end, he couldn't find an opportunity. "Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow." Old Man Pai looked at the direction the 2 people disappeared in and said helplessly. His mood suddenly became bad. He still had to wait for another night. Early the next morning, during breakfast, Old Man Pai found Old Man Chang, who gave up the time yesterday. They went to the Zhang family to have a meal together. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to leave, he opened his mouth and called out to them. "Xiaobao, I heard from Minister Lu that there are people in the capital who see that your family's business is too big, so they want to deal with your family. Old Man Pai said to Zhang Xiaobao with concern. He wanted to show off his strength and intimidate, a blatant threat. Zhang Xiaobao's face immediately showed an anxious expression. He looked at Old Man Pai and said, "Grandpa Bai, is what you said true?" "Aya, that's over. The business there is not only done by my family, but also by Commandery Prince Li and many other businessmen. If someone really takes care of it, then what will happen to the people in the capital? So many businessmen have been providing firewood, rice, oil, and salt for the people in the capital and the surrounding areas. There is also the cloth for the cloth and the transportation for the ships. If we all praise them, then how will the people live? Especially when they hire a large number of people to do things. If they suddenly have nothing to do, then they won't be able to support their families. Grandpa Bai, you must think of a way. If it really doesn't work, then my Zhang family and Wang family will withdraw all the business from the north of the Yellow River. I hope that when someone takes over, they will give the people benefits according to the rules of my family's business." Wang Wan also had a worried expression on her face. Yes, we can't afford to offend them. Let's hide. Grandpa Bai, thank you for telling us this in advance. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been prepared at all. I will go back and tell my family and see if we can bring the farmers with us. I hope that the people who take our position will treat the people of Sanshui County well. The people of Sanshui County are good. The four old men listened to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's grievances, but they didn't feel that they were afraid at all. This was a threat. No wonder the Zhang family found so many businessmen to participate in the business when it was done. They were working together. One move could affect the whole situation. Besides, Wang Wan's words meant that if the Zhang family and Wang family left Sanshui County, then no one else could have a foothold in Sanshui County. The people were all good people. The question was who was good to them. Old Man Bai did not make a sound. He had wanted to scare the other party, but in the end, he was scared by the other party. These two kids were very clever. Last night, they were tricked and did not sleep well the entire night. This morning, they did not manage to take advantage of the other party. They were at a disadvantage. Old Man Pai closed his eyes and started to reflect on himself. Old Man Yao came out. "Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, don't be afraid. No one has the ability to bully your family. There are many people who say such things and have such thoughts, but they have to think twice. Besides, your Grandpa Bai and I, Grandpa Zhang and Grandpa Lu will help you. We will help you sell the methane pool for more money. When your Grandpa Lu goes back, I will arrange this matter and let all the rich families in the capital buy it. You can't ask for money for the methane pool. You can ask for the rest of the money." "Oh. Thank you, Grandpa Lu. Cuckoo and I will make something for the four grandpas to eat at noon. Blowfish sashimi." Zhang Xiaobao covered his chest with his hand and said gratefully. "Xiaobao, the blowfish dish is not necessary. Mandarin fish is fine. Let your Grandpa Lu try it. Braised or steamed, you can do whatever you want." Old Man Chang quickly expressed his opinion. Lu Jiro suddenly understood why Baigo and Yao Chong liked the two children so much. It was indeed interesting. The three important ministers were suppressed in a single meeting. Not only did they not take advantage of them, but they also suffered a big loss. It was just like their own grandchildren. As a grandfather, he was happy to suffer a loss. "Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, the furniture your family sent to me is very good. It is very comfortable to use. But other people don't know and bought fake goods. When I go back, I will tell them to throw away the fake goods. Just tell me which one you want to buy. I will write to you. You can directly send the goods from Luzhou. Good things must be known to others." Lu Jiro said another condition. Just now, it was the biogas pool. The two transactions were settled. Wang Wan didn't say anything. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao. She meant to ask, do you want to trade or not? Zhang Xiaobao thought for a moment and said to Lu Jiro, Grandpa Lu, in fact, the biogas pool is not only suitable for people and pigs. It is also suitable for chickens, ducks, and geese. Grandpa Lu, let me tell you something. The thermometer made by our family can be used to hatch poultry. It can be used to hatch pigeons. It is very convenient to use. You just need to see the temperature of a chicken hatching an egg and then write it down. Then, you can accurately follow the temperature with the thermometer. It is a little hot or a little cold to see if it can hatch faster. It is also convenient to test. Also, the thermometer can be used not only on poultry, but also on livestock and people. If it is too hot in the mouth or under the armpit, it will be too much for a normal person. If it is too much for a normal person, it will be sick. You have to find a doctor. In a while, I will ask Cherries to write down the detailed method of hatching so that Grandpa Lu can use it at home. If other people want to use it, you can buy it. 10 strings of coins for one. If a village buys one, the whole village can use it. It can't be cheap. If it is cheap, the glass is worthless. Zhang Xiaobao took out the method of hatching poultry in exchange, and also sold a thermometer. The four old men looked at each other and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The method of hatching was indeed important. If it was coupled with the thermometer, as long as the people wanted to, they could hatch poultry at home. Hatching many at one time would save time, and it would not delay the hen from laying eggs. Lu Jiro was really convinced. Just like what Bai Chou said at the beginning, don't treat Xiao Bao and Cuckoo as ordinary children. Sure enough, this kind of hidden struggle, compromise, and exchange of interests was only used in the imperial court. Now, it was actually used in front of two children. Furthermore, it was at a disadvantage. After all, one could not treat children the same way one treated adults. One could be hostile to adults, but one could not treat children the same way, right? Chapter 580. Zhang Xiaobao really handed over the hatching technology. The four old men were very happy. They didn't care about the technology for fun, but they were serious about people's livelihood. Of course, it was the same for weapons. Although it was an exchange of interests, the Zhang family and Wang family didn't get more help in terms of economic income. The biogas pools, high-end furniture, and thermometers could be sold without others marketing. The reason why Zhang Xiaobao was willing to exchange was mainly because of the appearance of thermometers. Even if no one exchanged with him, he would take out the hatching technology for everyone to use. In this exchange, Zhang family and Wang family got a kind of hidden help, an opportunity for the upper class of Tang to help stabilize. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan settled the matter, but someone felt uncomfortable. After breakfast, when others were busy, Cherries moved a stool and put it beside the canal in the yard. She sat there, holding her chin with her hands, and looked at the fish swimming in the water motionlessly. Sister Cherries, what are you doing here? Xiaofan, who had also eaten breakfast, was preparing to lead the poultry army out for a walk. When she passed by, she saw Cherries' appearance and came to ask. No, nothing, just sitting. Your furry is getting smarter and smarter. In fact, it can bring the team back even if you don't release it. Cherries and Weiwei turned their heads and looked at Xiaofan with envy. Xiaofan smiled and said, that's not good. If furry does it, I will have nothing to do. I'm now thinking about how to summarize the breeding of poultry and then write it down. Xiaofan suddenly realized something and said, I know. Sister Cherries has nothing to do, right? Everyone can hatch. Sister Cherries, you have nothing to do, right? No, it's not bad to be idle. I'm not so tired. You go and do your work. I'll go back after sitting for a while. Cherries looked very wronged. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzzing. Aya, Sister Cherries, don't worry. Go find the young master and the young lady, and you'll have new things to do. I won't go first. Let Rongrong lead the team out. Wait for me. After Xiaohong finished speaking, she turned around and ran. She came to the shed specially built for her, ordered someone to open the door, and called out the big goose Furry. She squatted down, hugged Furry's neck and said, "Furry, you take them out today. Remember to listen to people and don't run around. Come back at noon. I have something to do." In the Zhang family and the Wang family, in addition to the magical young master and the young lady, the most magical thing was this goose. It could be said to be 1 in a million. It was very smart. Especially after following Xiaohong for several years, it could understand Xiaohong's meaning very well. After hearing Lil Red's words, it chirped twice to show that it understood. At least, that was how Lil Red understood it. You go out with Rongrong. Wherever it doesn't let the ducks and geese go, don't go to that place. It's easy to be dangerous. After instructing Rongrong, Xiaohong also told her subordinates to do the work. They didn't dare to oppose. After making a promise, Xiaohong ran back to Cherries. She pulled up Cherries, who was still staring at the fish in the water, and walked to the young master in the young lady's courtyard while saying, let's go to the young master and the young lady for work. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good. Cherries flinched. Even if she did feel that she had lost her job and fell from a high position, she still didn't dare to tell the young master. What's wrong? We are the first people to follow the young master and the young lady. Let's go. Xiaohong dragged Cherries away with all her strength. The kindergarten is built here. Find the children nearby and divide them into classes according to their age. Then arrange Xiaobei and the others in so that more people can play together. Zhang Xiaobao drew on a piece of paper and said to Wang Wan, who was sitting next to him. Wang Wan was sorting out the very messy way of educating children written by Zhang Xiaobao. She turned her head to look at the things that Zhang Xiaobao drew and said, "Are they all for fun? Don't let others teach them to read. You've already taught Xiaobei and the others. What about the other children? That's different. The other children need half a year to adapt before they can be taught how to read. Xiaobei and the others are raised from prenatal education. The nutrition is also different. The other children may not be able to keep up." As soon as Zhang Xiaobao mentioned the younger siblings, the image of the children appeared in his mind. All of them were healthy and healthy. This was the happiest thing. But didn't Xiaobei and Xiaobei also follow? You have to admit that there are geniuses, such as Xin Lu, and Weiwei. But didn't you say that all children are geniuses? But I don't have so much time to explore every child. I can only give them a popular education. When there are more kindergarten teachers, then I'll talk about it. Right now, I'm just letting them play. Playing is also a way to develop their intelligence. Help me think of other fun games. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he started drawing on the paper again. Wang Wan thought for a moment and said, "Make a set of chimes and hang them there for them to play with. The sound it makes is different. Perhaps it can develop their musical talent." "Okay, get someone to do this." Zhang Xiaobao agreed. While the two of them were discussing education, Xiaohong dragged Cherries over. Cherries didn't seem to dare to face Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. She hid behind Xiaohong, lowered her head, and didn't make a sound. Seeing the two of them come over, Zhang Xiaobao, who had stopped drawing, asked curiously, "Why are you here?" "It's nothing. Just walking around," Cherry hurriedly said. Xiaohong tugged at her and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Young master, you've handed over the incubation recipe and the thermometer. Sister Cherries has nothing to do. Huh? Ah. I see. How can she have nothing to do? Zhang Xiaobao was even more puzzled. Wasn't the incubation matter fine? Why was it fine? Young master, in the past, only Sister Cherries knew how to incubate. Others couldn't. Now that there's a thermometer, others can practice and be like Sister Cherries. Xiao Hong added. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both understood. It turned out that Cherries felt that her dominance in incubation was being threatened. Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao behind her. She came close to Xiao Hong and Cherries. She looked at Cherries' evasive gaze and said, "Masters in any field are not only because of their proficiency, but also because of their research spirit. Look at Pomegranate. No one can shake her position. Even if we teach everyone the method of growing fungus, no one dares to say that they are better than Pomegranate. Look at what she's growing now. She has tremella, and 3 kinds of mushrooms. She should be studying how to grow ginseng now. Any industry is actually a field, like the sea. What are chickens, ducks, and geese? They're just 3 kinds of ordinary poultry. Yes, only 3 kinds. There are more kinds. In the future, there will be disease prevention. Cherries, you'll give the poultry you hatch to Xiao Hong when they grow up. When all kinds of diseases appear, you'll find that it's not easy to raise them. Let me tell you a short story. There was a person who used his family's martial arts to attack people with his hair. He tied his hair together like a whip. It was very powerful. Others called him the magic whip. Later, long hair was not allowed in that place, so weapons like fireworks appeared. Zhang Xiaobao interrupted and began to tell them a story that was very old for him. After telling the story, he asked Xiao Hong and Cherries, "Now you understand, right?" Cherries, who was still confused just now, suddenly had her eyes lit up. She nodded and replied, "I understand. The whip is gone, but the god is still there. I know what I should do. There are more birds and more animals that hatch with eggs, such as snakes and crocodiles. I'll ask the doctors to prepare a soup for them to eat. I'll find all the hatched eggs I can find and study them. When the time comes, others will only know how to hatch eggs. I'll still have something to do." After hearing Cherries' words, Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and had to sigh. Zhang Xiaobao's grasp of psychology was really extraordinary. Cherries regained her confidence with a story. Then she said, "That's right. Cherries, in fact, in our hearts, you've always been the best at hatching. No one has ever been able to replace your position. As for disease prevention, you should discuss it more with Xiao Hong in the future. This is the domain of the 2 of you." Cherries, who regained her confidence, finally showed a smile on her face. She looked at Xiao Hong gratefully and said that she would go back to think about it immediately. Then, she pulled Xiao Hong and ran away. After the 2 of them left, Wang Wan turned her head and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "It seems that we have to worry about the people in the inner courtyard again. If there's a first, there will be a second one. What should we do? Publish a book. Let them write what they know. If they write more, print it and sell it. They'll get a part of the money from the sale, and they'll also have to sign their names. Use this to encourage them to continue working hard." Zhang Xiaobao thought of a way to encourage them, and things immediately went according to his plan. The Zhang family had their own printing equipment. When a book of chickens, ducks, and geese hatched and corrected appeared on the table in Cherries' room 20 days later, Cherries smelled the ink on it with all her might. In just a few days, the news that the young master and young lady had written a book for Yingtao had spread throughout the inner court. When they saw the words, "Author, Zhang Yingtao," on the book, the people in the inner court began to make a summary of what they had done as if they had gone crazy. They also hoped that one day, their names would be printed on a book. That would be a kind of glory. Those who did the same thing would communicate with each other and discuss how to print their names on the book when the time came. Old Man Pai and the other 3 people each had a book in their hands. When they opened it, they realized that hatching wasn't that simple. There were many details in the book, and if any of them were not taken care of, the eggs that could originally hatch chickens and ducks could be spoiled. This should be the first book written by a person who signed a death contract, right? Old Man Chang said as he touched the cover of the book with his hand. Chapter 581. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan published a book for cherries, which not only affected the people in the inner courtyard, but also shocked other people who knew that the Zhang family published a book for a maid. Some people were surprised that the Zhang family treated their servants so well. Most of the time, even if a maid did something wrong, the master would be responsible for it. However, the Zhang family didn't do that. The book was indeed signed under Cherries' name. While they were envious of Cherries, they also dreamed that one day they could also print their names on paper and let the world know about it like Cherries. This kind of person couldn't be said to be short-sighted. After all, the things they came into contact with were different. There were also people who were far-sighted, especially those who had many servants at home, who were amazed by the maids of the Zhang family. If a maid could do this, then what about the master? As soon as Cherries' book appeared, it caused a stir in Shuzhou. People who were preparing to hatch their own birds had to buy a thermometer and a book to learn. When they felt that the thermometer was convenient to use, they remembered that it was written in the book that in the beginning, people used their hands to feel the temperature. They couldn't help but admire the maid who wrote the book. That kind of life was the most difficult. Presumably, she had suffered a lot. How did the pair of hands that could accurately feel the temperature of the air grow? In an instant, Yingtao became a godlike figure in the hatching industry. When everyone hatched their own birds, the first person they thought of was Yingtao. They knew that there was such a servant girl. She created the precedent of artificial hatching and stood at the peak. Seeing that her sister Cherry succeeded, Xiaofan was happy and began to organize her experience on how to free and take care of the birds. She planned to let the young master and the young lady see if there were any omissions in a few days. Then, she would follow Cherries and publish the book. A book that Cherry had poured her heart and blood into was actually only 40 pages long, but this 40-page book was actually sold for 30 copper coins. The demand could not meet the demand. The Zhang family continued to print and sell this book and the thermometer to more places. When the rare second snow fell in Shuzhou, Old Man Pai once again found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Xiaobao, I want to discuss something with your family. If you publish a book in the future, you have to tell us first. Some books can be published, but some can't. I know. I will discuss it with Grandpa Bai in the future. You can read the content first. If you feel that it won't leak important secrets, then publish it. Zhang Xiaobao understood Old Man Pai's words. In fact, even if Old Man Pai didn't say anything, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't write anything that needed to be kept secret. He wasn't a fool. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao agreed without hesitation, Old Man Pai was relieved. He was really afraid that Zhang Xiaobao's family would write about the fireworks production. Selling books wouldn't make any money. He said, in fact, Cherries' books are restricted now. Anyone who buys them must keep it a secret. They are not allowed to spread it outside of Tang Dynasty. Everyone who buys them must leave a record of their place of origin. If the same hatching method appears in other places, then once we find out who it is, we will not let them go easily. This can't be controlled, right? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Still, we have to control it as much as possible. That's why we don't want you to casually publish books, Old Man Pai said firmly. Okay, in the future, we will only publish books with simple content. Grandpa Bai, how about this? We will build a big technical college in the coastal area. We can let people from Japan and other countries come to study. 100 people will form a class. If there are fewer people, we won't open a class. Every person will have to take out something equivalent to 100 strings of coins every month as a training fee. What do you think? Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of something and asked Old Man Pai. Old Man Pai was shocked. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao as if he was looking at a traitor. If he didn't see Zhang Xiaobao every day, he would have thought that Zhang Xiaobao was replaced. Xiaobao, are you sick? Quickly get your family's doctor to take a look. What are you talking about? Do you want others to learn all the good things? Old Man Pai was angry. Zhang Xiaobao knew that he couldn't not explain it clearly, so he said, Grandpa Bai, I'm not sick. Even if we find people to learn, we might not be able to teach them all the good things. That's what I think. Zhang Xiaobao explained his idea to Old Man Pai in detail. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Old Man Pai suddenly felt that Zhang Xiaobao wasn't as cute as he used to be. He wasn't as kind, at least when compared to other countries. Don't do it yet. Let me discuss it with the others first. Old Man Pai, who was frightened by Zhang Xiaobao's plan, didn't continue to talk about publishing books. He turned around and went to find the other 3 old men. This is Xiaobao's idea. Ruthless, really ruthless. After hearing Old Man Pai's words, Old Man Yao evaluated Zhang Xiaobao. Old Man Chang was also very surprised. How did Xiaobao come up with this idea? He actually used good technology as bait and then tricked people from other countries to come over and learn. That's not all, but he only has half an hour a day to teach others the technology. The rest of the lessons are all about ideological education. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the technology to be taught must be things from Tang. There are things from all over the country. If they want to save time and trouble, they have to buy them at a high price. After teaching the beginner part of the technology, which isn't so accurate, the intermediate and advanced parts will be taught depending on the situation. Then, if 100 people come over, the tuition fee will be 10,000 strings of coins. This doesn't include the cost of food and lodging. If you add the cost of buying materials, then it won't be just 10,000 strings of coins. They will have to spend at least 40,000 to 50,000 strings of coins. If they want to buy cheaper materials, they will have to look for materials. The time wasted will cost them a few months of tuition fees. Old Man Chang didn't expect that Zhang Xiaobao, who was usually so pleasant, would have such a ruthless side. This plan was too vicious. If they could really learn useful technology, then it would be fine. However, the technology was right at the beginning, but later on, it would lead them in the wrong direction. What kind of consequences would this have? What kind of consequences will this have? It will make them waste more money when they return to their country. If they can earn 40 to 50,000 strings of coins in one go, it won't just be a matter of 40 to 50,000 strings of coins. If the experiment is successful, we can use this strategy in more places. Old Man Lu also expressed his thoughts. He was very much in favor of this plan. There were so many countries in the surrounding area. If every country sent people to learn, how much money would they earn in a month? If this money was earned by others, it might take a long time to see the impact on the country. However, if it was earned by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, then it would have an effect in a short time. From what Xiaobao and Cuckoo said, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family used money, they used a quasi-cash flow method. The speed of making money with money was very fast, and then they immediately invested it in infrastructure. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know that when he casually thought of a trick, it was approved by the 4 old men. He didn't even know if it would succeed. Perhaps because of the influence of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the Tang Empire's approach to the outside world had changed. They no longer taught all the good things to others. After all, the Zhang family did a good job of keeping the prescription secret. After the people of the imperial court saw that technology could make a lot of money, they also became stingy in some aspects. After Wang Wan knew about this, she was also very happy. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "It seems that we really changed something. We should control the technology and try not to let it out. Otherwise, in the future, they will all say that our technology is theirs. Just thinking about it makes me angry. If they used it, then they used it. Why did they have to brag about it with great fanfare? Xiao Bao, think of another way to help me vent my anger. It's best if you can trick them into giving us all the good things. Today, I will allow you to use all your tricks to trick others." Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan in a daze. He didn't expect that Wang Wan, who usually didn't show off, would have such a strong desire for revenge. She took out the future to take revenge on others in advance. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to tell her that the future generations would have their own good fortune, but when he thought of her family's situation, he couldn't say it. She also had to take care of the future generations. "Do you really want to do this?" Zhang Xiaobao asked again. "Yes. Hurry up. Don't tell me you don't have a way." Wang Wan replied expectantly. "In fact, it's very simple. That is, use renewable resources to exchange for non-renewable resources. You just have to use the method that other countries used to deal with us 100 years ago. You should know how to do this without me saying it, right?" "Yes. You can play here. I'll go organize it." Wang Wan was happy. In fact, with her intelligence, there was no need to ask Zhang Xiaobao about this kind of thing. One reason was that she had developed a habit of leaving the scheming to Zhang Xiaobao. Another reason was that she wanted to obtain Zhang Xiaobao's support. Seeing Wang Wan run to the side to think of a way to harm people, Zhang Xiaobao also began to make plans for his father. Originally, he had planned to stay in this place for 2 years. Now that the bridge had been repaired and the local farming had started, it was likely that Li Longji would change his father's location. The best place was Luoyang. He would first familiarize himself with that place before moving to the capital. He just didn't know who would be able to snatch the position of provincial governor. Being a county magistrate and the provincial governor of 2 provinces was still not enough. Other people could be the provincial governor of 7 or 8 provinces. "Little young master, I'm back." When it was time for dinner, before Zhang Xiaobao could figure out what to do, Erniu ran in from outside. He had gone to Shandong to transport my fan stones. He had bought all the places that produced my fan stones. He had been running back and forth. Su Si was the one overseeing the situation there. He had transported a large amount of my fan stones to be used in Wangjiang restaurant. Wangjiang restaurant would integrate all kinds of services into one in the future to help Li Sun earn more money. Even Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't lack gambling and erotic services, which Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very disgusted with. Since gambling couldn't be banned, then it was better to earn the money of the rich. As for erotic services, there was no way to stop it, unless one could really abstain from sex. "Little young master, what should we fix this time? Is it still steam?" Erniu asked when he saw the little young master deep in thought. "There's no need for steam. Let's use a hot spring." Zhang Xiaobao raised his head and said. "But we didn't find any warm underground water here." Erniu was puzzled. "Can't we just boil the water and soak the Maifan stones? Go and find someone to do it. When it's done, let me know." Zhang Xiaobao instructed Erniu. Chapter 582. It was unknown what the old man Pai and the other 3 were thinking. 2 days after Zhang Xiaobao came up with the idea, the old man Pai and the others really worked together and sent the idea to the capital. It seemed that they were really going to do it. After Lu Jiro continuously obtained good things, she also wanted to take a look at the bridge. The four old men greeted each other and formed a group to go to Wangjiang County. With the departure of the four old men, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's lives returned to relative peace. They didn't have to worry about government affairs anymore. Li Sun did not come over to disturb him. He was busy cultivating. Cultivating near the hidden mountain was different from other cultivators who wanted to develop their cultivation towards luxury. Li Sun's cultivation only required that the place was big enough to poop. The commoners in the villages near the hidden mountain who had nothing to do were all gathered by Li Sun to help him work. They didn't get paid. The commoners weren't angry because Li Sun said that after the path was built, he wouldn't find people outside to maintain it. He would choose people in the surrounding villages who usually couldn't find work to maintain it. Li Cheng, who was in charge, didn't know what Li Sun wanted to do. While the commoners were busy, he found Li Sun and asked for advice. "Young master, if others came and saw this path you built, they would probably laugh at you. The place is not small, but the hidden mountain here is not as good as Lake Tai. Why don't you make the path more luxurious?" Li Sun had always been asking Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan what they wanted to do. The design of the path was also proposed by the two of them. Today, he was finally asked by someone else. He pretended to be profound and coughed and said, "You don't understand, right?" Li Cheng nodded his head vigorously, looking like he was waiting for guidance. However, he really didn't understand why the path was built in such a remote place, and it was so simple. If you don't understand, just ask. Don't keep it in your heart. Let me ask you, why do people live? Li Sun acted like an expert. Why? Li Cheng asked. It seemed like he was asking someone else, but it also seemed like he was asking himself. Too difficult, right? Then why are you alive? Li Sun asked again. Li Cheng did not answer immediately this time. Wei Wei lowered her head and thought. Li Sun was not in a hurry. He watched the people help him cultivate while waiting. Li Cheng thought for a while and replied, "Young master, I was sold into the manor when I was very young. I sold myself. At that time, I didn't want to starve to death. At that time, I lived to eat and fill my stomach. Later on, when I followed young master, it was different. I was able to make others look up to me. Sometimes, I relied on young master's identity to bully others. Later on, I ran to Sanshui County. When I saw that the restaurant was making money, I wanted to make more money. Now, I don't know why I still want to live. Young master is rich, and so am I. Maybe it's a habit for me to live. If you think about it this way, it seems that even if I die, it doesn't matter." After listening to Li Cheng's words, Li Sun nodded in agreement. "You're not bad. You don't want to continue to climb to a high position. But I can't. I also have to be responsible for living. I'm afraid that if the goal is too small, it will be achieved in a few days. So, I set a big goal for myself. I live to let the people of Tang live a good life." Li Sun's voice was not loud, but Li Cheng could hear Li Sun's determination. This goal was too big, but what did it have to do with cultivation? Without waiting for him to ask, Li Sun told him, other people's businesses are a waste of money and manpower. Fixing a good one is a waste of money. Even the luxurious decorations inside cost money. Most of the land occupied by a business is unused. The people who do the work in a business are also not working hard. It's a waste. Even if it's my own money that is wasted, I won't be such a person. As long as it's my thing, I will find a way to make it produce money and use the money on the people. Young master, isn't it faster to make money by Lake Tai? Even if I don't go there, I can still make money. How can I not come here? What I want is not the prosperity of a certain place, but the prosperity of the whole Shuzhou." Li Sun waved his hand hard, which meant that the whole Shuzhou was included. Li Cheng watched from the side and suddenly realized that the former little prince had really grown up. It was time for him to get married. Li Cheng, although the Zhang family and the Wang family are still in Shuzhou now, they won't care too much. They just gave me an idea and gave me the opportunity to build Shuzhou. It was also their idea to build Xingzai in Qianshan and make it simple. Then, that's why. It's because my business is not a decoration. It's going to be a zoo and a botanical garden. As long as there are animals and plants that can be raised here, I will find a way to raise them. Don't worry about the entrance fee. You know the entrance fee, right? Everyone can look around. There will be people who will introduce it to you. If it's too luxurious, the people won't dare to come and see it. It's good to be simple. The people nearby will come and see it. After seeing it, they will help me promote it. When there are more animals and more famous, more people will come. Naturally, there will be rich people. The animals in the zoo and botanical garden will be made into dishes for them. They are willing to eat even if it's expensive. The local people can also sell souvenirs here, especially local specialties. Then the people will have money in their hands. They want to live a good life. The economy will gradually develop. Then we can collect entrance fees, right? Raising animals also costs money. Li Cheng suddenly became smart. Before Li Sun finished his words, he had guessed it. After he interrupted, he realized that he had interrupted young master. Li Sun didn't care. Seeing that Li Cheng could think of this, he nodded happily and said, "Yes, that's the arrangement. The house of the business is simple. When the rich people come, we will rent it to them. They can tear it down and build their own houses. The rent is enough to maintain the zoo and botanical garden. My identity is obvious. Even if they want to curry favor with me, they will have to spend that money. With them, there will be a market here. This place will gradually become prosperous. We will also build a tourist attraction in Qianshan and let them invest. At that time. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes. At that time, young master can stay at home and collect money. Your identity as the commandery prince of Tang and will be more stable," Li Cheng replied. "Wrong. At that time, I will leave and continue to be the commandery prince in another place. If I exchange the prosperity of Tang, which is Shuzhou, for 2 or 3 large and poor places like this, Imperial Uncle will be willing. After all, I have collected too much rent here. The more prosperous it is, the more the court will lose." Li Sun was now addicted to building places. The poorer a place was, the more he wanted to go and develop it. "Young master, you are so devoted to the people. I admire you. I will ask people to do it quickly." Li Cheng had heard Li Sun's words and admired him. Compared to Qianshan, where Li Sun lived, the winter in Qianshan was not too cold, but the capital had already snowed 3 times. At this time, it was impossible to transport beef and mutton from Yenzhou and other places in the north. The price of meat in the capital would increase. However, today was different from previous years. Although ordinary people could not eat meat casually, the increase in price was relatively small. It did not double or more, but only increased by less than 50%. The high price of beef was not only because there was not enough of it, but also because it was not allowed to be casually killed. Usually, when it could be transported from other places, the restaurant owners would think of ways to kill a few, especially in winter. As for mutton, it was purely a matter of transportation. As a result, the price of pork also increased by 40%. Those who could not afford mutton changed to eating pork. Sauerkraut was now popular. As a result, the price of pork increased a little, but this was not a big deal. With a pigeon flying from Shuzhou, the savant's restaurant immediately launched a new dish, braised pork with red wine. After that, the price of pork increased again and again. This time, the imperial court finally realized that something was wrong. The price of pork actually caused the transportation industry to prosper. The price of the hay that the livestock ate also increased. If there was not enough hay, there were still soybeans to eat. Following that, the prices of other goods also rose. This was the effect of a single popular item on the market. The abnormal concentration of consumption made the areas around the capital seem prosperous, but it also gave people the feeling that a storm was about to come. Li Longji in the imperial court with a sullen face asked the ministers who were shivering in the cold outside what to do. At this time, Lv Yenzhua came out. He did not forget to scheme against Zhang Zhong. After explaining the cause and effect of the matter, he pointed the finger at the savant's restaurant. Not only did the savant's restaurant sell it, but they also taught the method of cooking. The savant's restaurant belonged to the Sanshui Zhang family, so why did they have this dish? It was because the Zhang family had wine. If others wanted to make it, they could only buy wine from the Zhang family. Other kinds of yellow wine were also fine, but yellow wine was not easy to preserve. If a large amount of yellow wine was produced locally, the food supply would not be able to keep up, and the consumption would be too large. It was different if it was diluted with a high degree of alcohol. The taste might not be as good, but it was still a delicious dish. No matter how expensive it was, it could not be compared to beef. Therefore, in this novel situation, more people ate it. Lv Yenzhua's intention was to arrest Zhang Zhong, and the two officials who followed in his footsteps were also impeached at the same time. In the end, very few people responded. The other officials did not cooperate. Some were already numb to it, some had businesses at home, and some had furniture and tea leaves that were given to them by others. Li Longji really wanted to use this opportunity to warn the Zhang family. This was too much. He already knew that the pigeon that flew over had given them a recipe. Even if they wanted to sell it, they could not do this. However, when he saw that the other officials were silent and only a few people were present, Li Longji did not dare to make a move on Zhang Zhong. This year's Shu province's rent and tax discount was 280,000 strings of cash, and this was after the dam burst. The Minister of Works, Lu Jiro, had also gone there to learn about the technology. Coupled with the bridge and the unfinished construction, it was impossible to transfer Zhang Zhong back, let alone arrest him. Without him, the Zhang family and the Wang family would not do anything. Li Longji sighed inwardly as he leaned back. He felt a warm sensation on his back. At this moment, he remembered the comfortable and warm chair he made was sent to him from Lu Zhou's place half a month ago. When he saw Lv Yenzhua's expectant gaze, Li Longji pretended that this did not happen and continued to talk about other things. Hence, the morning court passed in an atmosphere where Lv Yenzhua and the others were sullen and the other officials were relieved. After the court session, Li Longji wrote a letter to Bai Go, Yao Chong, and Lu Jiro. The meaning was for them to solve the problem and help the chair to sit on the leg of the pigeon that belonged to Shu province that was sent over a few days later. When Old Man Chang's family received the pigeon, they immediately sent it to Wangjiang County on a fast horse. When the letter arrived, Lu Jiro was leading the people from the Ministry of Works and her nephew to observe the bridge. It's back. The emperor has given the order. I don't know what the Zhang family wants to do, but why did they have to send a recipe at this time? They could have sent it in the summer. Isn't this a scam? Old Man Pai said to Lu Jiro after reading the letter. The four old men who wanted to stay had no choice but to take a carriage and rush back at the fastest speed. Their destination was the courtyard of the four little fellows from the Zhang family and the Wang family. 1, 2, 3 jump, 1, 2, 3 jump. Old Man Pai's group of four really didn't come to the wrong place. When they arrived, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were playing with a group of little fellows. They were just jumping with their legs together. After jumping and jumping, they jumped to the entrance of the courtyard. Zhang Xiaobao looked up and saw the 4 old men coming. He smiled and greeted them. "For grandpas, have you seen the bridge? I thought it would take another 2 days to come back. I wanted to see more, but I can't. I'm slandering that meat made with wine. If I don't come back soon, I'll be slandering to death." Old Man Pai looked helplessly at Zhang Xiaobao's face that seemed to really know nothing. So Grandpa Bai wants to eat red braised pork made with wine? Isn't that simple? I'll get someone to make it right away. Zhang Xiaobao was very happy. "No, I can't eat it. Pork is too expensive, and so are other things." "Xiaobao, shouldn't you say something? The emperor is unhappy. Look, the letter is here." Old Man Yao shook the paper in his hand and asked. Zhang Xiaobao secretly laughed and turned to look at Wang Wan. Wang Wan gave him a look, which meant that he should deal with the trouble he caused himself. "Now turn around, it's time to jump back. Turn. Okay, 1, 2, 3 jump, 1, 2, 3 jump." Zhang Xiaobao let the little fellows continue to play. He gave the maid a look, and the maid continued to shout. Only then did he take Wang Wan and the 4 old men to a courtyard specially used for resting. Zhang Xiaobao and the 4 old men found a table and sat down. Wang Wan went to make tea. Under the gazes of the 4 old men, Zhang Xiaobao spoke. "Actually, you can't blame my family for this. Can't my family make a new dish? You have to be reasonable. The main thing is that many people around the capital are not cooperating. It's just a little tiring and lazy, especially those who have zhuangzi. They think that it's too messy to raise zhuangzi. Otherwise, why would the price of pork go up?" The meaning of Zhang Xiaobao's words couldn't be clearer. This was such a good technique, but it was actually resisted. The people in the north were lazy in winter, mainly because it was cold. But wasn't the coal and firewood very cheap in Huayuan County? Cotton cloth was introduced, and the price of linen in and around the capital dropped again and again. What's there to be afraid of wearing more? Can laziness lead a good life? The most infuriating thing was that those who have zhuangzi wanted to avoid such a good opportunity to increase their income. Raising pigs was dirty, so the price was raised a few times. See if they still dislike it. Your family is forcing the cow to drink water. No one said that we want to punish you. We just want to ask if there's any way to make up for it. Lu Jiro was a little embarrassed when she said this. Her family also didn't raise zhuangzi. It was cold in winter, so they didn't want to touch it. If they raised pigs in summer, the smell was too strong. Now they knew that the smell would be reduced by using the biogas pool. Zhang Xiaobao saw that the 4 old men didn't come to punish them, so his tone softened. "Grandpa Lu, actually, my family didn't expect that one dish would be like this. We actually sent more than 10 dishes. I'll make braised pork ribs for you to eat later and boil crab meatballs with marrow. Grandpa Lu, quickly contact someone and tell them about the biogas pool. I don't believe that they don't raise pigs. Even if they raise pigs, they can only do it tomorrow. Now that the price of pork in and around the capital is too high, the price of pork must be reduced. What can your family do?" Old Man Yao was most concerned about the present. "What else can we do? Just take out the pork from Sanshui County." Chapter 583. Another pigeon flew to the capital from Suzhou. This time, Savant's restaurant presented a new dish of chicken and duck, with a few simple herbs. The recipe was written very well. Compared to pork, it seemed to be more beneficial to the body. It slightly diverted some people's attention from pork. Immediately after, Sanshui County and Huayuan County sent a large amount of pork to the capital. Most of it was frozen, and a small portion was live pigs. On the first morning of the pork, the city gates had just opened when people saw large carts. Some of them were carrying pigs with their legs tied up, while others were carrying half-frozen pork. As for how much there was, no one knew. Anyway, from the entrance to the end of the road, there were still carts transporting pork. The commoners and the soldiers guarding the city looked at the carts in a daze. They all knew how much pork was worth now. Who was this? Who transported so much pork? They probably made a lot of money this time. They were smart enough to keep the pork until now. After a while, the soldiers guarding the gate remembered to check. As soon as they walked in front of the first cart, they immediately raised a flag. The pattern on the flag was very cute. It was a rice seedling with big eyes. It was holding a bowl of feed in its arms. It held the edge with one hand and took out the feed with the other. Seeing this pattern, the soldiers guarding the gate sighed in relief. If it was real, then they didn't have to check each cart. It saved them a lot of trouble. The commoners in the capital also recognized this flag. It was the unique flag of the Zhang family of Sanshui County. When the wind blew, there was a golden border around the flag. If one looked carefully, they could see that the background of the rice seedling was actually a flood dragon. The Zhang family didn't do anything wrong. Others wouldn't dare to use such a thing. The leader of the guard said to the soldier beside him. The soldier nodded. Yes, yes. Only the Zhang family can suddenly take out so much pork. Go and see if there is anyone you know. If there is, don't check. The other guards nodded in agreement. Otherwise, how long would it take to check? With the arrival of a batch of pork in the capital, the price of pork immediately plummeted. All of the officials in the royal court, including Li Longji, knew just how capable the Zhang family and Wang family were. With just the strength of one family, they were able to affect the price of an entire capital. If not for the fact that Old Man Pai, Old Yao, and Old Lu had also written a letter to the capital, Li Longji would have already made a move on the Zhang clan and Wang clan. How could he allow a single party to control the prices of goods in the capital? There were 3 points written clearly in the letter. The first was to let the officials understand the importance of the economy. Whether it was to keep an eye on the merchants or to raise the status of the merchants, it was up to them to decide. They could not look down on the merchants like before. The second reason was the importance of breeding, especially set breeding. The consumption of food would be much lower, and at the same time, the methane pool could be used to reduce unpleasant smells and increase food production. The third reason was to let the people in Yenzhou and other places in the north use more sleighs when it snowed in winter. There were cows and sheep that froze to death there. Taking advantage of the rising prices of goods in the capital, they could be transported over and become a habit. The last point was the least important but also the most important. It was that the Zhang family and Wang clan could choose a good place to help the imperial clan set up a large-scale breeding farm to control the prices of goods. Li Longji was relieved when he saw the last point. He understood that rather than using it to control the prices of goods, it was more like using it to help him earn more money. This money was not controlled by the officials of the royal court, and the Ministry of Revenue could not control it. In the future, if he wanted to build a house or go out to hunt, he would no longer need to argue with the officials. At the same time, the Zhang family and Wang clan were showing that they were not ambitious. If they could affect the prices of goods in the capital, then they could naturally affect the prices of goods in Shuzhou. It was almost the new year. In order to make the people of Shuzhou more relaxed during the new year, the Zhang family's restaurant launched a series of new dishes. The pigs that had not yet grown up were also taken out to be slaughtered for meat. The price was also much higher, and it was no different from slaughtering the pigs that had grown up. Old Man Bai and the others had been eating for 10 consecutive days. There were 3 meals a day, and every meal had at least 10 dishes with pork in it. Surprisingly, they didn't get to eat the same dish. By the time they were satisfied with 300 dishes, they were already sick of it. When the four old men found the newly built kindergarten, a group of children were being watched and played in the yard. From the oldest to the youngest, the children of the rich families in Shuzhou were all in the kindergarten. The oldest was 5 years old, and the youngest was a baby who had just turned 1 month old. However, there were no children younger than 1 year old here. Their families were reluctant to send children younger than 1 year old here. This was not only because the education environment of the Zhang family and Wang clan was good, but also because many families wanted to curry favor with Zhang Zhong. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were watching the children play in the courtyard at this time. The marble floor was covered with a carpet, and there were curtains around to block the wind. All kinds of toys were piled up there. Whoever wanted to play with them could grab them by themselves. However, most of the time, the children snatched the toys from others. It was unknown whether it was a good idea to snatch others' toys, or if they wanted to play with others and make a seductive action. Xiao Bao. Old Man Pai did not go in. He waved and shouted to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Grandpa Bai, what's the matter?" Zhang Xiaobao came out and asked in confusion. "Change the dishes. We can't always eat like this. It's not us. We have a special recipe. If we don't want to eat the food sent by your family, we won't eat it. It's the servants who eat it every day. No one can stand it." Old Man Pai discussed. "After all, they gave good food every day. Then what do we eat?" Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was not bad. They ate meat every meal, and they even changed the dishes. Why did they not want to eat anymore? Don't we still have chicken, duck, and fish? Change it. There's something I want to ask. Where is your father going next? When your father first came here, he planned to stay for 2 years, which means that he would pay the rent twice. However, it seems that he can't do that. The bridge has been repaired, and Wangjiang restaurant has been built. There's also the housing of the commoners, and Li Sun wants to use his own money to build methane ponds for the commoners. I reckon that after the new year, your father's position will be changed. At most, he will stay until the beginning of summer. That's because he hasn't arrived yet. Once your family leaves, there will be a lot of positions left. When the time comes, it will be around the beginning of summer. Old Man Pai blushed a little as he spoke. It was really too much of a bully. He went to a place to build first, and when it was done, he was chased away before he could reap more benefits. However, there was no other way. Who asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family to build faster? When they arrived at a place, the place would be developed. There was no need to worry about anything at all. Therefore, they could not waste it. Of course, they had to use it as a knife. Zhang Xiaobao originally wanted to wait for a year, but he did not expect the imperial court to be so anxious. There were many good things in Shuzhou that had not been developed yet. If the new officials left, how could they continue to develop? Grandpa Bai, is it time to encourage the local officials to make as few political achievements as possible so that they can stay in the place longer? Zhang Xiaobao asked with sarcasm in his words. Old Man Pai did not know how to answer Zhang Xiaobao's question for a moment. At this moment, Old Man Yao spoke up. It is the imperial court that encourages the officials to continue to be promoted. Your father's next rank will definitely be higher than this. If he goes any higher, he will enter the capital. Grandpa Yao, you also know how dangerous that place is, right? My father is going in to play with others now. Every time he is promoted, my family has to take out the prescription. If he is promoted once a month, then he will only be a scattered official and an idle position. When there is no promotion, will he be conferred the title of king? This time, Zhang Xiaobao was really distressed. He could not always do this. The prescription had to be researched before he could give it to others. The beginning was simple, but the later it was, the more difficult it was. He could not let too many people know. Lu Jiro actually really wanted to get more prescriptions, but he also could not say it out loud. He could only use a negotiating tone and said, "Then let's wait until Xiaozhong. I will give your family more time to take up a portion of the business in Shuzhou." "Thank you, Grandpa Lu, but can you guarantee that the new batch of officials will still act according to my father's plan? Next time when you go to Luoyang, don't promote your rank. Give them honorary positions. If they are of the same rank, don't give them any real power. Go there and mingle." Although Zhang Xiaobao said thank you, the expression on his face didn't show any gratitude at all. The four old men did not know what to say for a moment. Luoyang was a place for retirement. If they really arranged for Zhang Zhong to go there, then they could not let him go elsewhere to do things. Old man Yao thought for a moment, then said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Why don't you arrange for your father to be a provincial governor in another province, one closer to the capital?" Zhang Xiaobao was also very happy. He immediately nodded and agreed. "Yes, okay. It's good to hear Grandpa Yao's words. Then arrange for my father to go to Yaozhou. My father is familiar with that place." Clearly knowing that this was impossible, Zhang Xiaobao deliberately asked. Indeed, the four old men shook their heads without any thought. "Xiaobao, your father can't go to that place. Although it's also an upper province, there's the distant Huayuan County there. It's so close to your family's Sanshui County. How can we arrange for your father to go there? Even if we agree, the capital's imperial court will not agree. Change locations." When old man Lu heard that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to arrange for his father to go to Yaozhou, he shook his head vigorously. He definitely could not let Zhang Zhong return to that place. The Zhang family's roots were there. If he connected them, and it was so close to the capital in the future, things would not be easy. Then go to Luoyang. Definitely don't arrange for any actual position. Zhang Xiaobao continued to bargain. Old man Pai saw that this could not go on, so he could only say, "We'll discuss this matter again. Xiaobao, it's cold. Can you arrange a few more activities, especially the one at Lake Tai like last time?" When the four old men came over, they had actually thought of this problem. It was mainly to learn. After Zhang Zhong left, the next provincial governor could do the same. Zhang Xiaobao really did not think of any activities. It was neither hot nor cold here. It was not like the capital, where he could properly organize. When he heard old man Pai's question, he pondered for a moment before saying, "Well, let's see what Prince Li does." Chapter 584. When the ice lanterns in the capital were lit up one by one, it also meant that the new year was approaching. There was no need to wait until the night of the 30th, let alone the 15th of the first lunar month. The merchants in the capital took advantage of the cold weather to fish enough ice from the river and found skilled craftsmen to start advertising their shops. The weather in Shuzhou was also cold enough to make people feel gloomy and cold. This kind of cold made the people north of the Yellow River uncomfortable. It was not so cold, but it was always cold. In addition, the warmth was not as good as the north. It seemed that whether it was inside or outside the house, it was very cold. Lu Jiro, who came to Shuzhou to study and couldn't go back before the new year, suddenly fell ill. She didn't know whether it was because of her age or because of the air pressure and blood pressure in this kind of weather. Anyway, she still couldn't hold on under the condition that the Zhang family specially provided her with food. When the accompanying imperial doctor who came with his team to Shuzhou shook his head and sighed after checking the pulse, old man Lu was pushed to a room that the Zhang family had just built for medical experiments. Use the best ginseng to save her life. She has been working hard for many days. The imperial doctor didn't have any hope of saving Lu Jiro. He could only remind old man Pai and the other two old men who were also anxious outside and ask them to find the Zhang family to use 100-year-old ginseng. He believed that the Zhang family could definitely find a lot of precious medicinal materials, and 100-year-old ginseng was nothing. Old man Yao really hadn't seen the medical team of the Zhang family, and he didn't know how powerful this team, which had always been regarded as the highest medical team in the Tang Empire, was. Lu Jiro fell down in front of the three old men, and he was so anxious that he really wanted to find the Zhang family to get the ginseng. Yuanji, don't worry. Let's wait and see. Old Man Pai was also very worried. Lu Jiro was not like them. She had already left the court. Even if something really happened to her, it wouldn't have a big impact on the court. If Lu Jiro suddenly died in Shuzhou, it would be chaotic. But he didn't agree with the words of the imperial physician who came with them. If they really needed 100-year-old ginseng to keep them alive, the Zhang family would naturally take it out without anyone saying anything. As long as they had medicinal herbs, they would never be stingy. Seeing that Lu Jiro was pushed into the room, she pulled old Yao's sleeve and walked to the side, saying, Yuanji, follow me. From here, you can see the methods of the Zhang family's medical team. The three old men and a few people who were related to Lu Jiro came to a place outside the emergency room. There were 2 glass windows here, and they could see the situation inside from the outside. The 3 old men, including the imperial physician who had just given Lu Jiro a death sentence, were squeezing together and looking inside. At this moment, Lu Jiro was lying on the bed. A doctor was giving her acupuncture treatment. One needle after another, he continuously pierced more than 20 places, but Lu Jiro still didn't wake up. Moreover, her face was ashen. It's useless, it's completely useless. If it could be done with a needle, I would have done it earlier. The imperial physician shook his head and sighed. Don't make a sound. Old Man Pai glared at the imperial physician with dissatisfaction, then turned back to watch by himself. At this time, the doctor found another doctor, who was also a doctor, and after the 2 of them whispered a few words, the other doctor immediately ran to a nearby room. When he came out, there were a few people following behind him. When they saw the things in their hands, the 3 old men were stunned. Generator, why did they bring the generator here at this time? Old Man Chang knew the use of generators, but he never thought that they could be used in a situation like this. Old Man Pai also didn't understand what the Zhang family's medical team wanted to do, so he watched them fiddle with the generator for a while. Then, someone began to energetically kick the generator. The generator's wires extended out and were placed in a sink. At the top of the sink, there was something like a cover that was connected to a pipe. At the other end of the pipe, there was also a small cover that directly covered Lu Jiro's mouth. After a few breaths, the doctor seemed to be dissatisfied. Immediately, someone brought another set of generators and connected the pipe to the cover above Lu Jiro's mouth. Looking at how skilled they were in doing this, even they didn't know if it would succeed. This was also an experimental project. Right now, it hadn't been systematized, and they didn't have any experience. The nurse on the side kept wiping the sweat of the doctor who was checking her pulse. The atmosphere was very tense. There was even someone there who was pressing on Lu Jiro's chest according to a certain rhythm. When the doctor who came with the team was about to speak, a miracle finally happened. Lu Jiro, who had already fainted, opened her eyes, and her face was not as ugly as before. Impossible, this is impossible. If a person can be saved by wearing a cover, then what do we need doctors for? The doctor rubbed his eyes in disbelief and said in a very loud voice. Shut up, I didn't ask you to come with the team to care about this and that, I asked you to come and learn from the Zhang family's medical team. What nonsense are you talking about? How can you know the Zhang family's methods? At this time, the one who spoke wasn't Old Man Pai or any of the 3 old men, but the bodyguard in charge of protecting Lu Jiro. After arriving in Shuzhou, he seemed to be very free and didn't need his protection at all. At this time, when he heard the doctor shouting, he didn't want to disturb the people in the house, so he bluntly scolded him. The doctor shivered, and only then did he remember the purpose of the Imperial Hospital sending him out. One was to help treat the people in the team on the road, and the other was to learn from the Zhang family's medical team after arriving in Suzhou. After arriving in Suzhou, he didn't need to personally treat patients. After being scolded by Lu Jiro's bodyguard, he didn't dare to shout as loudly as before, but he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. He opened his eyes wide and stared unblinkingly at Lu Jiro, who was gasping for breath under the doctor's instructions, but his mouth was muttering in a low voice. How is this possible? Is this a new kind of curse? He regarded this as a curse used to treat diseases. Usually, when treating diseases, some kind of corresponding curse would be used at the same time as acupuncture and medicine. In the eyes of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, this curse actually played a psychological role for the patient to be able to strengthen the patient's confidence. The Zhang family's medical team would also learn and use it. The doctor's murmur wasn't loud, but the three old men still heard it. They didn't believe that the Zhang family's medical team would use a curse. When they turned their heads, they saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had just received the news and hurried over, so Old Man Pai hurriedly ran over and pulled the two people over. He pointed at the situation inside and asked, "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, what is that?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan leaned in front of the glass window and understood. This was the theory that had just been proposed, but they didn't expect it to be used now. However, the effect wasn't so ideal. It actually required 2 generators to support it, which was far worse than oxygen tanks. Grandpa Bai, this actually doesn't have to be used when saving people. Even if it's used during normal times, it's more comfortable to breathe with this thing, but the technology is still not good enough. We have to continue experimenting, and when it's further improved, it'll be more useful. Chapter 585. Lu Jiro successfully came back to life. After seeing Old Man Pai and the other 2 people, she began to say that she had gone to another place. Time passed very slowly, as if she was recalling her entire life. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also heard these words, but the 2 of them absolutely did not believe that they had gone to another place. The 2 of them came from another place, and at that time, they directly lost all of their senses in an instant. The moment they opened their eyes, they were already in another world. It was very magical. The 2 of them also discussed whether this was in line with science or not. The final conclusion was that it was not in line with science in a narrow sense, but in line with science in a broad sense. The 2 of them defined science in a narrow sense as science based on existing scientific theories, and defined science in a broad sense as science that required research and exploration. The unknown did not mean that it was not scientific, but that the research had not reached that point. As for what Old Man Lu said about time passing slowly, it was because the mind was too fast. Under the situation of lack of oxygen, the human body's oxygen supply would try to supply oxygen to the brain, and for a certain period of time, the mind would be more agile. Yuanji, guess what I saw at that time? Lu Jiro laid on the bed and asked Old Man Yao. How would Old Man Yao know? He shook his head in confusion, wanting to hear more information from Lu Jiro's mouth. Not only him, Old Man Pai, Old Man Chang, and Zhang Xiaobao's 2 people were all in front of the bed listening, hoping to understand what was going on in the underworld. Without waiting for Lu Jiro to speak, Zhang Xiaobao said from the side, "Grandpa Lu, at that time, did you feel that time passed very slowly, and then it seemed that the surrounding things were very close to you, but also very far away, and then there were stars in front of you, as if you were in a vast starry sky? When you woke up, you felt that your whole body was numb, even your neck was numb, your hand was still trembling in Weiwei's hand, and the distant scenery and sounds came back to you?" Yes, that's right. Xiaobao, how did you know? Lu Jiro was stunned, then nodded fiercely. Zhang Xiaobao smiled a little and didn't explain. Wang Wan continued, Grandpa Lu, did you find that after you felt numb for a while, you found that your breathing was very comfortable, as if it had just rained in summer and there was a gentle breeze? Yes, that's right. Don't tell me you know what hell is like. Lu Jiro was even more surprised. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't say anything else. They turned around and left together, leaving the four old men puzzled. They were the only ones who were puzzled, but the others were not. The members of the Zhang family and the Wang family, as well as the people in the inner yard, understood what was going on. The more they understood, the more they couldn't say. After greeting the members of the Zhang family and Wang family, they left in a hurry. Aya, Lu Jiro's life is too good. She was already at the gates of hell, but she was pulled back by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. It seems that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo went to the gates of hell every now and then. Otherwise, how could they know so clearly? Pulling someone and going there yourself, isn't it different? Use the immortal power that you don't need, right? Zhang Zhong said to Jiang Wang clan as he walked. Jiang Wang clan agreed and said, no wonder Xiao Bao and Cuckoo made a generator. It's because of this. There's one in our room and we're waiting to use it. Let's go back and try it later and see how it feels to breathe in that place. Don't. That's a life-saving thing. Maybe the more you use it, the more harm it will do to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Lu Jiro is going to benefit from it. Zhang Zhong looked back at Lu Jiro's ward and said with jealousy. Not only Zhang Zhong and Jiang Wang clan, but the people in the inner yard who served Lu Jiro also felt that it was not worth saving such a person. Why should they save such a person? Therefore, they were even more humble. In fact, they were looking down on Lu Jiro. So what if she was a minister? Didn't she still need the help of an immortal? Some people even whispered in private, the king of hell wants people to die at midnight. Little young master and little young lady said to stay at midnight. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also whispering. Xiaobao, what do you think is the cause of this illness? Is it because the food is not good enough? I don't think it has much to do with the food. It's mainly a problem with the occupation. It's an occupational disease. How many people don't have cardiovascular diseases? Zhang Xiaobao knew more about this. Although the officials usually looked good, in fact, their bodies were very overdrawn. The two people slowly walked back to the younger brother and sister's courtyard. Along the way, they talked about the same thing. As for the various reactions, it was very normal. Those who suffered from this illness were basically like this. When they saw the house and the little guys in it, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly said, since many people can suffer from this illness, it's better to sell them special recipes and prepared medicine. You want to make money from this? But I think the possibility of you making money is very small. I don't think that so many officials will listen to you and buy it. Do you dare not to give it to them? Wang Wan was also a little tempted, but when she considered the various matters in reality, she had no choice but to remind him. Zhang Xiaobao was still thinking about how much the recipes and medicine could be sold for. When he heard Wang Wan's words, he felt very helpless. Indeed, even if he could produce the medicine to control this illness, he might not be able to sell it for a good price. However, he was unwilling to give up such a huge profit. After some thought, he said, how about this? Let's not directly ask the officials if they want to buy the medicine. Instead, we'll specially buy a place in the capital and Luoyang to let others know what this place is selling. Then, we'll tell them the benefits. Finally, we'll post a notice in front of the shop. On it, some officials can receive a month's worth of medicine for free. Furthermore, we'll deliberately raise the price and let the officials try it first. Then, the officials will be able to buy it. Wang Wan did not believe that the officials would be willing to buy it just by raising the price. Of course, they won't buy it if we let them spend their own money. However, we can use other methods. For example, we can give them vouchers of the same value. Using such vouchers to buy medicine worth 10 strings of coins only requires 1 string of coins. Furthermore, they can receive a gift worth 2 strings of coins for free. The cost of this gift is 10 strings of coins. It's best if it's something they need in their daily lives, such as vegetable oil or cloth. It allows them to buy the medicine without actually having to pay anything. It can be used to attract other rich people. Now, we can't earn the officials' money, nor can we earn the government's money like we did in the past. We can only use them to earn the money of others. There are plenty of rich people. Regardless of whether the medicine is really for the illness or not, I believe that rich people will be willing to buy it and use it. The officials will serve as role models. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao happened to see his sister, Little Bei, wearing a thick down coat, running out of the yard while giggling. As she ran, she looked back and immediately said, "Look, Little Bei and the rest are constantly changing their clothes as their bodies rapidly grow. How can they not save more money? TSK, don't drag Little Bei into this. How much money can a few children spend? Little Bei, come to elder sister. Io, whose clothes did you steal and put on another layer? Be careful not to get hot." Wang Wan clapped her hands at Little Bei who had just run out. Little Bei was running in a daze when she heard the sound and turned her head to see Wang Wan. She opened her small arms and looked back nervously while running over with her little legs. When she got closer, Wang Wan discovered that Little Bei actually had an extra layer of clothes on her body. It was bulging like a ball. Following Lu Jiro's illness, the restaurant Between the Clouds and Clouds here immediately made a special recipe for her. The news was also sent to Beijing. Between the Clouds and the Water also jointly launched a variety of new dishes specifically for cardiovascular diseases. Not to mention other aspects, at the very least, the consumption of aged vinegar increased. In a short period of time, several vinegar factories with poor results ushered in spring. The sales of pomegranates wood ears also increased greatly. At the same time, the demand for meat decreased, making the price of meat more stable in Beijing and the surrounding areas. The people who planted greenhouses were now benefiting. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's operation once again made people feel the power of the tide. Before the arrival of the new year, some people were happy, while others were worried. The happy ones were naturally the people who wanted to buy meat and sell vegetables, while the worried ones were the people in the imperial court. Twice, it had already been twice. The prices were actually affected by the Zhang family who was still in Shuzhou. In fact, the officials also understood that it was them who pushed this matter. If they continued to buy meat in large quantities, the price of meat would not fall. But who told them to be afraid of death? After knowing that Minister Lu almost passed out because he ate too much meat, they all adjusted their diet according to the method of Dai Hospital. It's not that they ate too much meat, but that they usually have too many thoughts. Why didn't they mention this matter? Hypocritical, it's really too hypocritical. After Wang Wan received the news 5 days before the arrival of the new year, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "This is not hypocritical. This is not hypocrisy, this is the truth. Human nature is like this. Not to mention adults, even children will often use crying methods to achieve their goals. It's almost the new year, and in the next year, the peaches will appear. That will be the moment when the imperial court is truly hypocritical. Let's see where they will arrange for my father." Zhang Xiaobao seemed a little helpless. Shuzhou was originally an upper province. Except for Beijing and Luoyang, no matter where he was transferred, the best he could do was to be transferred to the same level. His family did not want to go to Beijing, and Old Man Pai and the others in Luoyang were not willing to go either. According to a good way to put it, it was called experience. They wanted his father to keep changing places. A bad way to put it was to use his father as a tool and arrange for him to do construction in other places. It was a scheme against each other. Arranging his father to other places that needed him was because the imperial court wanted to use their power to increase the rent tax. However, wasn't he using his official position to open a business? However, this time, he had to carefully study it. Going to Luoyang was an exchange. If they did not agree, then he had to take out the corresponding compensation. He could not just casually arrange it. Just as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were preparing for the greatest benefits in Zhang San's career, Lu Jiro, Old Man Pai, and the others, who had already recovered, came looking for him again. Lu Jiro, who could no longer rush back for the new year, decided to spend the new year in Shuzhou. He had received news from Beijing, so he had no choice but to do it. Xiao Bao, are you still playing with Xiao Bei and the others? Old Man Pai really did not want to be the vanguard, but he had no other choice. Who told him to be familiar with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? When Zhang Xiaobao heard Old Man Pai's words, he thought of a very old story, the story of Grandmother Wolf. He reached out to touch his head and felt that he did not look like Xiao Hong. Only then did he relax and reply, "So Grandpa Bai is here." "No, I'm not playing. It's cold, so I'm going back to rest. Cuckoo and I will also go to bed early and take an afternoon nap. Grandpa Bai, are you and the others strolling around? Then make sure to keep warm." After replying very politely and explaining that he and Wang Wan were going back to sleep, Zhang Xiaobao prepared to immediately go back to his courtyard. At this time, Old Man Pai sighed and his body trembled twice. After attracting Zhang Xiaobao's gaze, he said, "It's really cold. It's really cold. This is still Shuzhou, and it's already so cold. Xiaobao, how cold do you think the capital can be?" Zhang Xiaobao knew that he could not avoid it. He also realized that as long as he spoke, Old Man Pai would definitely find an excuse. However, he really did not understand. What did the cold in Beijing have to do with this place? Which year was not cold? So what if Beijing was cold? There were even colder places. Did they think that Siberia's cold current was just a decoration? This time, there was no need for him to speak. Old Man Pai spoke again. "Xiao Bao, news came from Beijing. It said that suddenly, Yenzhou became frighteningly cold. Originally, they could still rely on sleighs to transport goods and buy food back. However, this year, all the cows and sheep will probably freeze to death. It is estimated that that place will not recover for a few years. If it was just the cows and sheep, it would not be a big deal. However, the people there may not be able to survive. Who knows how many people will lose their relatives? Older brothers and sisters will lose younger brothers and sisters, and fathers will lose their children. Pitiful, really pitiful. Grandpa Bai is right. It is indeed pitiful." Zhang Xiaobao could imagine the situation when he heard Old Man Pai's words, so he echoed. "Xiao Bao, do you think there is any way to make that place warmer?" Old Man Pai asked hopefully. "No, my family doesn't have that ability." Zhang Xiaobao shook his head vigorously. He might be able to think of a solution to other problems, but when it came to resisting the weather on a large scale, even if he worked together, it would be useless. Who could stop the cold current? What a joke. Wang Wan looked at Old Man Pai in a daze. She did not know what Old Man Pai was thinking. Why would he ask about such a thing? The difficulty of climbing to the moon 100 times was not even 1/10,000th of the difficulty of stopping the cold current. That was not something a human could do. At least, in the world she knew, it was impossible to do so. If they wanted to stop the cold current, perhaps there was a way. That was to destroy the ozone layer. When that time came, the ice at the two poles would melt. First, all the people living on the island would be submerged. Then, the coast of the Tang Empire would become an ocean, and the ice and snow on the Himalayas would become a flood. Then, everyone would not have to worry about the cold current when facing the end of the world. Is there really no way? What should the people there do? Xiao Bao, why don't you go back and ask? Isn't your father going to Luoyang next time? If my father isn't going anywhere. He has resigned. Our families will find a small island to live on and live out the rest of our lives in peace. Now, hand over all the prescriptions that you know. Whoever has the ability can stop the cold current. My family is very obedient now. You don't have to think about my family. Zhang Xiaobao's answer was very straightforward. Other things could be discussed, but this was not something that people should be involved in. If they could not afford to offend it, could they not avoid it? Old Man Pai did not expect Zhang Xiaobao's reaction to be so intense. In the past, everything could be discussed. What was going on today? Whether it was possible or not, he should go back and ask first. At this moment, Wang Wan said, "Grandpa Bai, the matter there is not something that can be done by humans. You should change the matter. How about this? My family can come up with something and fly directly from the capital to Luzhou. What do you think? Compared to the cold in Yan province, it's easier to fly. Is it really that difficult? Is there no way? What should the people there do?" Old Man Pai saw that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were no longer as calm as before. In the face of such a situation, it seemed like there was no room for discussion. He asked again in disappointment. "Since we can't hide, let them come out and hide in the capital. Grandpa Bai, you know about the thermometer, right? If we really encounter a cold climate, the thermometer won't be able to detect anything. There are two ways. One is to let the people there come out and don't wait to freeze to death. The other is to transport coal there. It would be even better if we can find coal there. Burn it as much as we can and don't stop. People will be fine as long as they hide in the house. Just stay in the house." Zhang Xiaobao frowned as he thought about the heating. How could he prevent the people there from freezing to death? He could not count on the heating. Perhaps the best way was to use fireplaces and walls. Chapter 586. When the New Year's bell rang, the transport team from Sanshui County was already on their way. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were unable to eliminate the cold current. The only thing they could do was to send the cotton that was planted early and harvested early this year to Sanshui County to be made into clothes to the northernmost area of the Tang Empire. Originally, this batch of clothes and quilts was prepared to be sold in the capital for a good sum of money. In addition to the quilts and coats, Wang Wan also took a military map of the area and circled a few places on it with a pen. She asked the local people to think of a way to dig in those places. Those were the approximate locations where coal mines could be found. Zhang Xiaobao had thought more than once that it would be great if there was heating. If there was no heating, he could hide in the house and try not to go out as much as possible. Unfortunately, this wish was too difficult to realize. It might be possible to make a small boiler with his family's resources, but if he wanted to provide heating in a certain province or several provinces at the same time, not to mention whether he had the money to support it, even the materials were not available. The only place that could use heating now was probably the marble house in the imperial palace. He hoped that Li Longji would not forget that there were still people who were freezing to death when he was warm. When the steaming hot dumplings were placed on the table, the sound of New Year's greetings rang out among the families celebrating the New Year together. There were still people performing on the built stage. In the midst of the bustle, a group of children ignored the people singing and dancing on the stage. They were led by the maids and servants to play with the flowers. Winter in Suzhou was not warm. At least this year, it was dry and cold. Unfortunately, there was no snow or ice. Without the snow and ice lanterns, many people who lived in the north were not used to it. Old Man Pai and the other three people always had a trace of worry in their eyes amidst the bustling atmosphere. They did not want to mention it during such a happy time, but they had to find Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were leading the fireworks. Xiaobao, do you think someone will freeze to death in the north? Old Man Pai frowned as he listened to the sound of fireworks exploding one after another. He shouted at Zhang Xiaobao. When Zhang Xiaobao heard the commotion, he opened his mouth and directly pulled Old Man Pai and the other 3 people into a nearby room. It was better to talk here than outside. When the crackling sounds of firecrackers rang in their ears, they also shouted to the 4 old men. My family doesn't have a choice either. Didn't they start building a large number of Kong beds a few years ago? I don't think there's anything wrong. When he said this, Zhang Xiaobao felt that he was going against his conscience. No matter how many Kong beds were built, there would still be people who would freeze to death. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Not to mention now, even when he and Wang Wan were still together, when the cold winds of winter came, not everyone could be safe. There were even people who died of heatstroke in summer. Then can you send some cold resistance items over? For example, the things in the shells that your family sells? If you apply it on your hands and face, at least your skin won't crack from the cold. Old Man Pai shouted again. He also knew that there were people who died of heat and cold every year. In the past, he couldn't think of a way, but now that he had Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's things, he felt that he could do a better job. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think that antifreeze ointment could save people's lives, but since Old Man Pai suggested it, he could only agree. He nodded and shouted, then send a few more carts of things over. After the new year, my family will make a special heating product. I hope that the people in the north will have the money to make it. Next year, oh, it's this year's winter, if we encounter such a situation again, it will be better. Zhang Xiaobao thought of an earthen boiler. It was a very simple thing. It was built inside the stove, installed a water circulation system, and connected to the outside with a pipe. It could be heated. It was better than a Kong. A Kang's heat dissipation was too poor, so it wasn't cold standing on it. If the house was bigger, it would still be cold standing far away from the Kong. Zhang Xiaobao had experienced this kind of cold before. When he was sleeping at night, his back was uncomfortably hot and his nose was red from the cold. People in the countryside all used earthen boilers. As long as there was a fire in the stove, it was much more comfortable. Old Man Pai was satisfied. I knew your family would have a way. Can the methane pool be used there? Zhang Xiaobao felt that Old Man Pai was really whimsical. When it was cold in the north, the methane pool's efficiency was too low. Wei Wei shook her head. This time, she didn't say anything, but her meaning was very clear. Forget it. Let's go out and watch the fun. Old Man Pai said regretfully. His voice was directly covered by the sound of firecrackers and fireworks outside. This year's New Year, the people of Shuzhou were much better off than before. Every family had spare money and didn't have to worry about dumplings. Even people who lacked labor at home also had white flour and meat. According to tradition, Zhang Zhong still sent things to the poor this year. He personally sent things to the people next to the state capital. He also sent people to send things to the people further away in hopes that everyone would have a good New Year. At this time, the capital was also very lively. Ever since there was such a good advertising method like ice lanterns, the merchants spared no effort to decorate the capital. As the emperor, Li Longji was also enjoying the happiness of the new year. He had a very beautiful house made of white marble. Even if the outside could freeze people into ice, the inside of the house was still very warm. Fireworks bloomed in the night sky one after another. Li Longji had to come out of the warm house to celebrate with the people. He looked at the ice lanterns on the street in the distance with his clairvoyant eyes and then looked at the bright fireworks in the sky. The cool and lively atmosphere of the night made people feel like they were in a dream. A cold wind blew, making people shiver involuntarily. Li Longji took the stove that was handed to him. He finally remembered that there was a place in Great Tang where even news could not be sent. Who knew how many people there would freeze to death? He turned his head and asked the person next to him, Official Gao, what do you think will happen in the north at this time? Don't worry, Your Majesty. I've received news that the Zhang family of Sanshui County sent a large number of carriages a few days ago to transport all the cotton-padded clothes and blankets that Lu Zhou just sent over to the north. Counting the days, it won't be long before they arrive. Your Majesty, please look over there. The light there is different from other places. It's the light bulb that the Zhang family sent over here. Gao Lisha replied and immediately pointed at a place not far away. There were colorful lights there, which looked very beautiful in the night sky. It was good to use this to divert Li Longji's attention. Chapter 587. When the sound of firecrackers gradually stopped, the little guys who couldn't bear it went back to their houses to sleep with regret. The performance on the stage was still the same. The people who came to watch the performance were enjoying it against the cold. The servants of the Zhang family and the Wang family went to sleep and busy themselves. The adults set up the table and started to play mahjong. Since Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan proposed this kind of entertainment to their families, it had become popular in the Tang Empire. In the process of entertainment, it naturally became a new gambling tool. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's restaurant became popular under such circumstances. Adhering to the convention of the casino, there were several mahjong masters among the people brought by Lu Zhiro. They began to earn money from the Zhang family and the Wang family according to Lu Zhiro's instructions. The rules of the 13-card pour who game were simple. There was no need to count the cards and only the slots. Zhang Zhong only used a short hour to lose 2,000 strings of coins to the people sent by the Ministry of Works. Experts. Zhang Zhong had finally met an expert. 3 people against 1. The Zhang family didn't care about this little money. Zhang Xiaobao knew that his father was usually busy and didn't have time to spend energy on this kind of thing. As long as he was happy, it was okay to lose some money. But Lu Zhiro seemed to feel that she won too little. She didn't know how much money she was going to win from the Zhang family at the mahjong table. She actually raised her base money again and again, and it became 100 strings of coins. The 3 of them looked at each other and won more than 1,000 strings of coins from Zhang Zhong in 2 games. Zhang Zhong's forehead was sweating. The 3 masters from the Ministry of Works didn't seem to be satisfied. Under Lu Zhiro's signal, Zhang Zhong's opponent suddenly changed 10 strings of coins. It seemed that he wanted to continue to win a lot of money. This had become a gambling game. In the beginning, Zhang Xiaobao was still helping to pour the water. But as he watched, his expression became unhappy. Why did the taste change when they were just playing? Old Man Pai also noticed Zhang Xiaobao's expression. He moved his mouth close to Lu Zhiro's ear and said, "Enough is enough. This is called a scheme. While we're happy, we'll win a few tens of thousands of strings of cash from Zhang Zhong so that we can bargain with the Zhang family." Lu Zhiro didn't know what she was thinking. She actually wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. Old Man Pai Weiwei shook her head and said, "That's still better than 3 people bullying 1 person. Don't be afraid. There's no such thing as big or small in the casino. Isn't there a master in the Zhang family? Once we've lost enough, we might be able to force the expert to show up and meet him. Now, even if you ask Zhang Zhong to stop playing, he won't do it. Losers are all like that." Lu Zhiro was still proud of her plan. "Then I hope your Ministry of Works has enough money to lose," Old Man Pai said meaningfully. He didn't think that the Zhang family would let things develop according to Lu Zhiro's plan. How could there be no masters in a mahjong game made by others? Sure enough, Zhang Xiaobao was angry when he saw the 3 of them bullying his father. Entertainment was entertainment, everyone had to rely on their own ability. If the three of them colluded to beat him, what was the point? If you want money, just say it. Why use this kind of method? When his father finished another 2,000 strings of cash, Zhang Xiaobao smiled and moved closer to his nervous father and said, "Dad, I'm itching to play. Why don't you let me play with the three uncles for a while?" Zhang Zhong was also anxious about losing. He knew that the three of them were helping each other. He really wanted to stop playing, but he didn't have a chance to leave. He couldn't get angry, so he could only lose the family's money again and again. Although the family had a lot of money, they couldn't give it to others for free. Seeing that his son wanted to play, he immediately gave up his seat with a smile. This move surprised Lu Jiro. She understood the thoughts of people who lost a bet. Usually, the more they lost, the more they gambled. It was really difficult to make them leave the gambling table. She didn't expect Zhang Zhong to give up so easily. He didn't care at all. This could be said to be free and easy. It could also be said to be knowing when to advance and when to retreat. Zhang Xiaobao admired his father the most. It was like this in the past. He didn't fight with his children, didn't fight with his wife, and put his position in the right place. This was the most rare thing. Taking a step back required more courage and magnanimity than taking a step forward. When Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao sit in Zhang Zhong's seat, she began to feel sad for the three people from the Ministry of Works who bullied others just now. She knew very well what kind of person Zhang Xiaobao was. What kind of people were locked in prison? How many times had Zhang Xiaobao been in and out? Sure enough, Zhang Xiaobao had a smile on his face when he sat down and shuffled the cards. He seemed to be very relaxed. His small hands were rubbing the cards, making it seem like he didn't know how to play cards. When the others finished arranging the 34 cards, Zhang Xiaobao slowly arranged his own side. He pushed it forward and waited for the others to play the dice. His opponent was still in the 10th position. As long as they could win, the three people from the Ministry of Works were even prepared to bully a child. One person grabbed 13 cards. Zhang Xiaobao's opponent had just one, so he grabbed an extra card. After the three people from the Ministry of Works set up their cards and were moving back and forth, Zhang Xiaobao's card was not set up at all. He only used his hand to quickly touch the cards from left to right and smiled as he waited for his opponent to play. This action stunned the people watching the game and the three people at the table. What was the meaning of this? He didn't look at his cards? Then how were they going to play later? He grabbed a card and casually played another card? East Wind. Zhang Xiaobao's opponent first played the cards in his hand. Zhang Xiaobao's opponent was about to draw a card when Zhang Xiaobao suddenly said, "Don't move. I won. Peacock flies southeast." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao had already taken his opponent's tile while the others were still in shock. With a whoosh, his tile was erected. Before the others even knew what a peacock flying southeast meant, he had already added the east wind tile into the mix. When the others saw the face of the cards, they were speechless. He won as expected. Zhang Xiaobao's opponent was stunned for a moment. He seemed to be in disbelief. He had just played a card, and his 2,000 strings of cards were gone just like that. It's a pity that there are no such rules. Otherwise, I could have won more. Let's continue. Come, three uncles, please let me win. Zhang Xiaobao took the chips that represented money over and said with an innocent smile. Hiss. The three people from the Ministry of Works sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. Their hearts skipped a beat. An expert. They had met an expert today. Not only them, but the spectators also realized that if Zhang Xiaobao had set up his cards at the beginning and his opponent played, it would have been fine if he won. However, he didn't set up his cards at all and just touched them. Could it be that he knew that his opponent could play this card? Doubts were doubts, but the game still had to continue. Lu Jiro called someone to her side and gave him a few instructions. This person came to the side of the three people from the Ministry of Works and whispered something to each of them. The three people nodded one after another to show that they understood. When they shuffled the cards this time, the three people deliberately shuffled the cards a few more times. Their 6 big hands couldn't block the cards and shuffle them so that Zhang Xiaobao's small hands wouldn't move randomly like before and push the shuffled cards into their hands. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care. His small hands were still so unhurried, and the smile on his face didn't decrease. He did do it on purpose just now. He wanted to show off his strength to the three people first. That kind of trick could only be used once. It was unexpected. If he used it again, it would be discovered. Just like the previous game, Zhang Xiaobao didn't even look at the cards that were caught. He touched them with his small hands, and when he was done, he picked out a card from the pile. When he opened it, he said, 5 pikes, bang. The opponent happily took the 5 pikes and casually threw out another card. Zhang Xiaobao went up and grabbed a card. Zhang Xiaobao also grabbed a card. Just like the first card, when he threw it out, he said, 3 pikes, bang. The opponent happily took the card again. Several times in a row, Zhang Xiaobao's opponent only grabbed a card once. The rest was up to Zhang Xiaobao's opponent and opponent. Seeing that the opponent and opponent's cards were getting fewer and fewer, Zhang Xiaobao once again grabbed a card. He showed the card and said softly, word touch, all of the same color. Unfortunately, I still can't win. This time, he changed to 10 gears. The opponent lost 2,000 pikes, and the opponent lost 1,000 pikes. Now, it was the three people from the Ministry of Works' turn to sweat. What's going on? Does Zhang Xiaobao know what other people will play? Lu Jiro thought she saw a ghost and muttered in disbelief. Old Man Yao was also puzzled. It was strange. Zhang Xiaobao didn't look at the cards at all. Even if he wanted to send someone to stand behind and report to others, it was useless. While they were still trying to figure it out, the third round started. Zhang Xiaobao was still using the highest 10 cards, which was the limit. Once he had 14 cards in his hand, he played a round of cards. In the second round, when he was drawing cards, he played a hidden bar, which struck a chord in the hearts of the 3 Ministry of Works members. It was over. Each of them lost 2,000 pikes. This was already agreed upon. The hidden bar counted as the pikes. If they followed other rules, they would lose even more. Now, they could only follow the same rules as before and try their best to lose all the cards this time. That way, it wouldn't count as a bar, and a yellow card would be a yellow bar. But how could this idea be realized? After a few more rounds, after Zhang Xiaobao threw out an open bar, he picked up a card and pushed it. He said with a smile, I won. Flowers on the bar. Thank you, thank you. According to the rules, flowers on the bar wouldn't be doubled. But even so, the 3 parties lost 4,000 pikes each. Not only did Zhang Zhong win back what he had lost, but he also made a lot of money at the same time. Before the 4 old men could think of a good idea, they played a few more rounds in a row. In the end, the 3 people from the Ministry of Works lost every round. No matter how they signaled, it was useless. After Zhang Xiaobao won another round with 2 open bars, a hidden bar, and a self-draw, he asked with a smile, Uncles, do you still want to play? Your chips have already been exchanged with money. Why don't you pay the money first, or write a written agreement before playing? Otherwise, what if you don't admit to it? Xiaobao, we're just playing for fun. What's with money? Taking the chips is actually just a start. Don't really count the money. Old Man Lu wiped his sweat and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Don't count? Then it seems like someone has already gone to exchange the money my father lost. Those few pikes were all exchanged for chips. Zhang Xiaobao blinked his big eyes and said with a puzzled expression. Exchange it back. We'll exchange it back immediately. Hurry up and exchange it. Old man Lu blushed. After saying that to Zhang Xiaobao, he glared at the people beside him. Just now, he was afraid that Zhang Zhong wouldn't admit to it after losing, so he immediately exchanged the chips he won for pikes. Now, he was shooting himself in the foot. However, he really had no other choice. Zhang Xiaobao won at least 30,000 strings of pikes in a short while. His opponent lost the most, more than 40,000 strings of pikes. Where was he going to get this money? Zhang Xiaobao nodded helplessly and said, Grandpa Lu is the most reasonable one. Xiaobao has learned a lot again. Forget it, there's no need to put so much thought into it. How about this, let's play poker, a smaller one. This time, you're not allowed to go back on your word. It's not like playing mahjong where you have to spend a lot of time counting the tiles. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, old man Lu wished that there was a hole in the ground for him to crawl into. The expert didn't appear, and only Xiaobao was able to beat up the three people who worked together. What a mistake, what a mistake. Now that they saw that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to change to another game, the three people from the Ministry of Works who had already lost shook their heads vigorously like rattles. They didn't realize that they spent a lot of time playing mahjong. Most of the time, after a few rounds, Zhang Xiaobao would win. They didn't know how it happened. Xiaobao, don't bully others. Come over here and eat. Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao had scared the others, so she could only come over and pull Zhang Xiaobao to another place. Otherwise, with him around, the others wouldn't be able to continue playing. Zhang Xiaobao also felt that it was meaningless. The opponents were too one-sided. They didn't even know how to remember their cards, and they definitely wouldn't mess up their cards through the back and forth. Otherwise, with three people working together, even if you clearly knew what the next card was, you wouldn't be able to stop them from winning. If you messed up the rhythm by touching a card, they would immediately adjust by eating. After waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to leave the table, Old Man Pai moved closer to Old Man Lu's ear and said, How was it? You still haven't used your money to buy the chips. Otherwise, you would have lost all your money. An expert. I didn't expect Xiaobao to be an expert in this field. With this ability, the Zhang family doesn't need to do business anymore. If we let Xiaobao out to gamble with others, the money will continue to flow in. Old Man Lu looked at the cards on the table and said softly. He still didn't understand what was going on. It seemed that the experts under him were not good enough. They still had to train. Otherwise, if they encountered someone like Zhang Xiaobao, wouldn't they be beaten to death? The bustle of the 30th day gradually faded away. By the 5th day of the new year, Zhangzhong didn't care about other places. Shuzhou began to resume its normal work. The people also began to work hard for the new year. It wasn't just Shuzhou. It was the same for Luzhou. After the new year, those who were supposed to go out to sea still went out to sea. Those who were supposed to transport goods also began to organize people to transport goods to various places. The fishermen on Xiongzhou Island formed teams of a few people to go fishing further away. The trading fleet that was going to Luzon also set sail. This year, they were going to hire the local people to grow enough white fold cloth and bring it back to Tang to sell. This was all because of the cold weather this year. At the same time, it was also the reason why the white fold cloth was widely promoted in various places. Lighthouses were still being built in further places. Whenever they encountered an island or a bigger reef, they would have to build a lighthouse on it. One was to guide the ships, and the other was to show the ownership of that place. On the farthest lighthouse, there were still people guarding it during the new year. The patrol ships also patrolled back and forth on the 30th day of the new year. Occasionally, they would stop and send blessings to the lighthouse keeper. When the 15th day of the new year was approaching, the lighthouse keeper on the farthest lighthouse was waiting for the lantern festival to eat. The people who were taking turns to look at the sea with their clairvoyance came to watch. Just when they thought that nothing would happen today, they suddenly saw a few ships in the distance. The ships in front of them carried the flag of Tang. The ships behind them didn't have any flags. It seemed that the ships of Tang were running, and the ships behind were chasing. Not only were there more ships chasing, but they were also bigger than the ships that were running. Quick, send a signal. Someone is bullying our Tang fishing ships. Who's tired of living? Quickly inform the patrol. Chapter 589. The waves lapped against the shore, reflecting the light of spring. People came and went on the bridges. There were thousands of shadows of sails, one in Zhejiang, Hangzhou, and one in Hunan. The fish in Tang and river were getting warmer, but Luzhou's coastal defense lighthouse was not cold yet. The blue sky was clear, and the clouds were floating. The sound of Zhongxing's gunships rang out. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy with the spring construction, Luzhou's lighthouse finally played its role. On the farthest lighthouse, the person in charge of guarding the lighthouse saw 3 boats fleeing. Through his 1,000-mile eye, he could see the Tang flag on the fleeing boats while the ones behind did not have any insignia. He sent signals to the patrol boats while he guided the 3 fleeing boats. The fleeing boats were much smaller than the pursuing boats. He wondered where the 3 boats learned to sail with triangular sails. When they sailed against the wind, they would draw the word Z on their sails. The pursuing boats had straight sails. At this moment, the sails were lowered. The 2 groups of boats were able to maintain a certain distance from each other under such circumstances. The small boats could not run fast, and the pursuing boats could not catch up to them. However, they did not seem to have any intention of giving up. Perhaps, the lighthouse was too small a target during the day and could not be seen from afar. The fleeing boats were initially heading in the right direction, but they started to deviate as they ran. The pursuing boats did not notice the lighthouse as well. They were still trying to close the distance between them. As fireworks rose from the lighthouse, the 3 boats hastily adjusted their direction. Stay here and watch. I'll fight it out with them. If I die, detonate the explosives left behind in the lighthouse for the patrol boats. Luzhou's trading company will avenge us. The person who woke up from his sleep hastily put on his clothes and ran down the stairs after he finished speaking. He kicked out the ballista with wheels in the storeroom below. The ballista had 12 arrow slots. Each arrow was 4 feet and 3 inches long and was forged from fine iron. It was considered a weapon of the highest grade. However, nobody would come so far to investigate. One by one, the arrows were placed on the string, and the string was loosened by cranking the handle. By the time the 3 people on the leading boats could be seen with the naked eye, all 12 arrows were in place. Let's see if I can kill someone today. Let's run. We're about to catch up to them. No, I have to block the crossbow so that they'll be on guard. Damn it. Luzhou's trading company is really awesome. They actually gave the lighthouse a crossbow. The lighthouse was in a daze. While muttering to herself, she shouted at the approaching ships. She didn't care whether they could hear her or not. She timidly found a piece of canvas and blocked the cold arrowheads of the crossbow. It seemed that she had made up her mind to ambush someone. The people on the 3 boats did not hear her, but they saw the lighthouse. It was also their first time here. They had always heard that the lighthouse here was good. When they were tired from fishing, they could rest in the lighthouse. Anyone who sold the shellfish to Luzhou's trading company would be given free drinks and meals. However, they had to show the proof of the transaction. The people on the boats did not know how strong the support from the lighthouse was. However, this was a place where they could rest. Moreover, it belonged to Luzhou's trading company. It was better than running on the sea alone. They could go in and block the door for a while. The people on the 3 small boats did not have the time to adjust their landing positions. They were directly stranded on the reefs or the beach. The people also ran down one after another. They did not care about the boats and did not have time to care about the things on the boats. There was no situation where they had to bear the burden for a little bit of harvest. A total of 10 people jumped down from the 3 boats. They thought they were saved. When they saw a person leaning on the reef on the shore, they were disappointed again. Go in and block the door. They'll be here soon, a young man among the 10 people shouted anxiously at the person on the plateau. The 5 ships chasing after them were indeed not far away. It was estimated that they would be able to reach the shore in less than half an hour. It was still not too late to block the door under the lighthouse. However, the person standing there was completely unmoved. He turned his head to look at the 10 people and shouted, "Everyone, let's go. Don't worry about me. I'll show them my power. I'll climb up later. There's a bow at the top. You can use it. Run." The 10 people looked up at the lighthouse. Sure enough, there was a rope hanging down from the top. They turned to look at the boats chasing after them. They did not want to wait with this simple-minded person. One by one, they ran into the lighthouse and piled the things on the bottom floor at the entrance. To their regret, the lighthouse only had an entrance and no door. The 5 boats chasing after them had slowed down at this time. They looked at the lighthouse and made a choice. Should they go up or not? This was the problem. While they were hesitating, the boats were getting closer and closer to the shore. The people on the boats picked up the javelins and prepared to shoot the person standing on the plateau down when they were close enough. The javelins were almost within range, let alone the ballista. In order not to miss, Xian Guai waited and waited. Although he had never killed anyone before, he had a lot of practice. However, at that time, he used a wooden shaft and an iron head. He shot into the sea and then fished it up after he was done. Now that he was using an iron arrow, he estimated that the front part of the arrow would be similar to the wooden one, and the back part would be further away. He lifted the canvas blocking the way and stood behind the arrow on the far left. He was ready to shoot a single shot. After aiming slightly, he moved the bayonet and the arrow flew out with a buzz. Before the people on the boat who were preparing to use the javelins could react, they felt a cold wind blow over their heads. A puff sound came from behind them. While they were still in a daze, a second arrow flew over. This time, it did not hit the water, but the boat. With a crack, the bottom board of the boat was shot through, leaving a large hole. The area around the hole also cracked, and seawater gurgled out of the hole. A third arrow followed. This arrow was not very accurate, and it was a little too far. It hit a reef on the side of the boat. Half of the arrow went in, and the other half buzzed and trembled. At this time, the people on the boat finally knew what was flying over one after another. If this thing hit them. Run! Plug the leak, quick! The people on the boat who were shot reacted and shouted at the top of their lungs. In fact, there was no need for him to shout. The others were turning around, and the people who wanted to throw the javelins stopped thinking about it. The consequences of the javelins in their hands going against that thing were very serious. The 5 boats began to turn around as fast as they could. At this time, they regretted that they should not have rushed so close. It was also the first time they realized that the boat, which usually turned around very quickly, was too slow today. They wanted to run, but Xian Gutless did not intend to let them go so easily. The 3 arrows did not hit a single person. If he could not stop 2 people, others would laugh at him again. He put his hand on the 4th arrow and carefully aimed at it, ready to shoot. He was not afraid that the other party would run away. The 12 arrows were not finished. This was a crossbow, and they wanted to run out of the range at such a close distance. It was too late. The 10 people who were rescued had already climbed to the top and were looking down from the windowless window. They were prepared to fight, but they didn't expect that the 5 ships would be scared away. They had never seen this kind of ballista that was specially used to attack and defend a city. They looked at the big thing in puzzlement. This is good. After they leave, we don't have to worry about being caught by them, said one of the 10 people who was holding a package tightly in his arms. Run? They can't run away. Gutless, stop shooting. Save the arrows. 1 arrow costs a lot. Remember to get it back. I won't accompany you in fishing. If you get a magnet and tie it to a rope, you might not be able to find it even after a day. The patrol boat is already here. If you continue to shoot, I will report you. The person who stayed to guard the tower first looked to the east, where the patrol boat was coming from. After seeing the shadow of a boat, he shouted to Xin Gutless. Xin Gutless resentfully took down the rest of the arrows. He put down the string and muttered unhappily, "Am I gutless? I am ready to sacrifice myself. There are only 9 arrows left. Not all of them can hit. There are so many people on the 5 boats. What is there to be afraid of? They can chop me into minced meat if they rush up." While the 2 people guarding the tower were waiting and the 10 people who had dodged the attack felt exhausted, the patrol ship rushed over with full sail. From its speed, it could be seen that not only was the ship at full sail, but the human propeller behind it was also operating at full capacity. The people guarding the tower signaled twice. Without stopping, the patrol boat rushed toward the 5 boats that had just escaped the crossbow's range and were trying to think of a way to get back up. Don't worry. They can't run away. Do you think you can run away after causing trouble? Now, tell me where you live. Tell me your birthplace. The person standing on the tower patted the oldest of the 10 people on the shoulder and asked. Do we have to pay for it? If I had known, I would have thought of a way to do business with the people of Lu Zhou's trading company. The person who was patted said, but in his heart, he began to think about how much money he would have to pay this time. The other party had specially sent a big boat here. How much would it cost? No receipt? Then you have to pay for food. Fish is the cheapest. Pork or vegetables are expensive. If you want to eat fruits, the price is even higher. The person guarding the tower took out a list from the side. It was full of the price of food. He did not care if the people could read or not. He just introduced the list to them. The 10 people did not care about what they ate. It was a great favor to be able to survive. The person holding the package in his arms asked nervously, "How much does it cost to send a boat here? And that big thing that scared the others away just now? We can't afford it if there are too many." As he spoke, he hugged the package in his arms tighter. "First, we have to see if the flag you hang is fake. If it's fake, you have to work hard because you don't have money. It's not fake. We are all from the same dynasty. Can't we get a bargain?" "Yes, it's a bargain. Are you really from Tang? Tell them your birthplace and put your fingerprint after checking. It's easy to reimburse. Don't hide it. No one will rob you. No matter how precious your things are, how much can they be sold for? The Lu Zhou's trading company might not take a fancy to you," the person guarding the tower said unhappily when he saw that the person was still on guard. However, the person refused to relax. "You haven't said how much it costs to be from Tang. It doesn't cost money. You're so narrow-minded. Remember to thank the imperial court first, and then thank the Lu Zhou's trading company. The boat came so quickly today. I thought it would take an hour for it to arrive. Take a good look at the menu. What do you want to eat?" The timid one below is a chef. He has been trained by the Sea Cloud Inn. You're in for a treat. The person guarding the tower began to write down today's events. When the shift was over, he would bring it back to the trading company to record it. The 10 of them were relieved. They did not expect that the transfer of the ship would be free, but they definitely did not believe that the person below was a coward. When they looked at him just now, he seemed to be awe-inspiring. Especially when his slightly messy hair was blown by the wind, it gave people the impression that he was standing proudly in the wind and no one could stop him. However, they still could not figure out why they did not need to pay. That. Is it really free? There has to be a reason, right? The person holding the package still wanted to confirm. Why are you so stupid? The people of Tang don't need money. Do you usually pay fishing tax? The right thing to do is to pay the tax. The trading company will settle the bill with the imperial court after paying the tax. The person guarding the tower had to explain. In fact, he knew that the imperial court would not pay the tax. The trading company would pay the tax themselves, and they still had to ask the imperial court for help. But the tax we pay is not enough to transfer a big boat even once every 10 years. That's two different things. You are the people of Tang. If you pay the tax, you will be protected. Those who can pay the tax are protected. Those who can't pay the tax are protected. You don't understand. You know that you don't need to pay the tax. It's tiring. What do you want to eat? Hurry up, if you don't want to eat, I'm going up. The timid one is going to sleep. The person guarding the tower was slightly dissatisfied when he saw that the other party was not done with his questions. The 10 people did not dare to offend the other party. He should be the most authoritative person. He pointed to a line of words on the menu and asked, "What is this?" "Sauerkraut and seafood pot. It's cheap. If you have something from the sea on your boat, just bring it up. The sauerkraut, oil, and seasonings here will be 20 copper coins." The person guarding the tower looked at the words and said, 20 copper coins? Obviously, some people could not afford this price. I'll give you 100 copper coins now. Go and find sauerkraut for me. I'll take as many as you have. It's only 2 copper coins for each of the 10 people. While they were talking, the patrol boat had caught up with the 5 boats that had escaped again. Although it was called a patrol boat, it was actually a gunboat that had just been launched. It was preparing to come here for an experiment. It happened that something happened, so it intervened. There were 16 large bronze cannons on the boat, 8 on each side. The back of the cannons was filled with rollers, and the front of the cannons were filled with gunpowder and iron balls. It was not very accurate. After firing one shot, the cannons had to be reloaded again. It was not bad to be able to fire 2 shots in a quarter of an hour. But even so, many people were full of hope for this new weapon. The iron balls could fly as far as 2 miles. After firing 8 shots, they could change direction and fire another 8 shots. At such a long distance, the other boats did not have any means to fight back. If they were hit twice, it would be easy to sink. If they fired a few more shots and were lucky enough to break the mast, then the boat would be waiting for death. At this time, it was normal to chase and attack each other for a few days in a sea battle. It was not like the time when Xiaofan and Cuckoo were shooting torpedoes and missiles were flying everywhere. The 5 boats that had escaped were not because they knew that the enemy had cannons, but because they compared the size of the enemy's boats. If they hit the big boat, the small boats would be smashed. If there were some crossbowmen on the boat, they would be shot a few times. Run and see where you can go. The boat is a little small, so it's not easy to hit it. Try to run. Turn left and reload. With the command of the commander, the gunboat slowly adjusted its position. With the command to fire, 8 cannons fired 8 shots in the smoke and loud noise. Chapter 590. When the commander of the Zhongxing gunboat regretfully withdrew the order, turned the rudder to the left and prepared to ignite, coward Xian had already made a special strange cry. As a cook, he was assigned to 3 boats to get the seafood needed for the sauerkraut and seafood pot. When he was rummaging in one of the boats and muttering which seafood was the best, the guard above the tower heard an inhuman sound and found that he, who was no longer timid when facing 5 boats alone, began to tremble all over. Something was wrong. The guard vigilantly looked at the 10 people around him and took out a short gun from his waist. He pulled the trigger with his right thumb and took off the cover in front of it with his left hand. This was not an automatic pistol and could only shoot once. The inside was a scatter bullet. When the trigger was pulled, the trigger would be installed on a small piece of flint and the short powder would be twisted to ignite the powder. The reaction time was not too long and the accuracy was low. In short range, the killing radius was large and the shooting range was short. What do you have on your boats? The guard slightly steadied himself with the gun in hand and asked bluntly. It seemed that he would attack as long as there was something wrong. The 10 people did not know what this thing was, but when they saw it in the guard's hand, they could guess that it would cause a lot of damage to their bodies. No, nothing. Maybe. One of the 10 people seemed to think of something. While speaking, he looked at the person who was still holding the package tightly in his arms. The person holding the package also thought of something, and his face suddenly turned ugly. There was regret, helplessness, and a trace of relief in his expression. The guard was also nervous. He aimed the gun at the 10 people. Every time he aimed at a person, that person would make a dodging gesture like Weiwei. Did you kill the people of Tang and rob his money? The guard finally fixed his eyes on the person holding the package. Brother Feng, come and have a look. There is a big shell here. Judging from the traces, there should be pearls dug down. There are 2, one big and one small. Ask them if they are in the hands of the 10 people. We are going to be rich. Just when the 10 people were being interrogated by the guard, coward Xian dragged a big shell from the boat to the shore and shouted to the guard while dragging. Call me Brother Tian, not Brother Feng. Just bring something up. Well, it's good that you didn't kill anyone. I see. No wonder someone is chasing you. The guard above the tower now understood everything. He carefully put the gun back, looked at the person guarding the package and went to the corner and sat down. His actions made the 10 people stunned. Money and silk moved people's hearts. They did not expect that when he heard that there was a big pearl, he was not in a hurry to get it. He even put away the weapon that should be very powerful. You're not going to rob it and make a fortune? A big pearl that can scare people to death. The most prestigious person among the 10 swallowed his saliva and asked nervously. I want to make a fortune, but I know that if I rob it, I won't be alive to spend it. Let me see how big it is. The guard tried to calm his excitement. He saw the big shell, and he knew that the pearl was not small. If he was not a native of Luzhou and did not know the ability of the Zhang family, he would not be able to control himself and rob it. Then, he would hide in the mountain and wait for a few years when no one could find him. Then, he would find a way to run far away and sell the pearls. As a hunter, he was not worried about starving to death in the mountain. However, he did not dare to do that because he knew the good official too well. If it were someone else, they might not be able to defeat him in Luzhou's mountain. However, once the good official sent out the 56 people 0 team, how could he hide? He was good at saving people, so he must be good at killing people. Hearing his words, the guard carefully opened the package in his arms, revealing 2 pearls, one big and one small. So big? Is it fake? What are you doing with it? Are you afraid that you won't die fast enough? The guard jumped when he saw the 2 pearls. He stared at the pearls with his eyes wide open and kept swallowing his saliva. Since he was young, he had never seen or heard of such a big pearl. The small pearl was actually the size of an egg, and the big one was the size of a goose egg. 70% was a pearl, and 80% was a treasure. Such a pearl should not appear in the world. When he looked at the reflection of the pearls, he saw the reflection moving like light. Anyone with a little knowledge would know how much the 2 pearls were worth. Basically, it was priceless. It was not worth 10,000 strings of coins, but it was not worth 1,000,000 strings of coins. It depended on how much the rich were willing to pay. Ordinary people would not even think about it. Scourge, what are you going to do with these 2 pearls? Where are you going to sell them? No one is willing to use them as medicine. An innocent man will get into trouble because of his wealth. Put them away. I don't want to look at them. The more I look at them, the more scared I am. The guard shook his head and sighed for the 10 people. What could they do if they could not protect it? The 10 people also showed a difficult expression. If the pearls in the big shell could be smaller and more, then it would be good. But there were 2 big pearls. Could it be that they did not want them when they encountered them? If the pearls were so big that ordinary people did not dare to be greedy, then they were not treasures. They were life-threatening things. If the color was a little dimmer and a little flatter, then it would be good. How about grinding them into powder and selling them? The person holding the pearls asked in a low voice. What's the difference between them and ordinary pearls? How much do you want to sell them for? I'll ask a good official for you. Perhaps only he has the ability to buy these things and protect them. You don't have to count on anyone else. Or you can directly send them to the capital and give them to the emperor. The guard had already lost interest in the 2 big pearls. When he first saw them, he still wanted to have them. But after thinking about it carefully, that idea could not be born again. The most prestigious of the 10 people heard his words and shook his head, saying, Is the emperor someone you can see just because you want to? If you ask someone else for help, I guess the 10 of us and you will all die. Don't drag me into this. If you want to die, just die. I won't die. As long as I am still the lighthouse of the Luzhou Chamber of Commerce, no one will dare to do anything to me. When the patrol ship comes back, I'll ask them to bring a letter back and see if the good official is willing to buy them. You can name a price. The guard of the tower was not worried about his personal safety. The whole Luzhou was an iron bucket, and outsiders could not interfere at all. Even the new officials were very honest. Won't the patrol ship be greedy? No, they are more timid than me because they know the good official better. The guard of the tower was not worried that the patrol ship had designs on the pearls because there were still people from the Zhang family and the Wang family on the ship. Before the patrol ship came back, the timid Xiaofan ran up in a hurry. When he saw the 2 big pearls, he swallowed the words he was about to say. Just now, he had found traces on the shell and knew there were big pearls, but that speculation and seeing it with his own eyes were 2 different things. Brother Feng, it's so big. Ah. Wait, I'm going to strangle the crossbow. It's killing people. After a while, the timid Xiaofan said in a trembling voice and turned to leave. Stop, the patrol ship will be back soon. Don't strangle the crossbow. Go and cook sauerkraut, seafood pot, and cook ribs. Since you saw such big pearls, let's celebrate. Remember, call me Brother Tian in the future. The guard of the tower stopped him and gave him an order. Okay, Brother Feng, I'll go and let them taste the dishes. The timid Xiaofan left happily to cook, leaving the 11 people waiting in silence. Before the meal was ready, the patrol boats escorted the people on the 5 boats back. Without the need for the people on the tower to explain, they already knew what was going on. The people on the 5 boats were not from other countries. They were from Jiao province. They were carrying goods and were about to come here to trade. However, on the way, they saw a big shell being fished up by people on 3 small boats. They came closer to have a chat. Everyone knew that there would be big pearls in the shell. When they saw the big pearls, the people on the 5 ships were tempted. The people on the 3 ships also realized that something was wrong. They immediately found a reason to leave and stopped talking to the people on the 5 ships. In the beginning, the people on the 5 ships were still in a daze, waiting for the 3 small boats to leave. Finally, they could not resist the impulse in their hearts and chased after them. Because there were many goods on the ships, they could not speed up for a while. They had no choice but to throw the goods into the sea and gradually shorten the distance. It was the first time they came here, and they did not expect there to be a lighthouse here. The people on the lighthouse were so responsible and equipped with powerful weapons. After they tried to kill people to get ashore, they were thinking of a way when they were caught by the patrol ship. Originally, the 2 ships were not on the same level. With the 8 water columns, the only choice was to surrender. The patrol ship could not directly approach the shore. They could only stop on the sea and send a small boat to the lighthouse to ask about the matter. A total of 3 people came down. 2 of them were from the inner courtyard left by the Zhang family. They were in charge of the new weapon experiment. When the 3 of them saw the 2 big pearls, the people who were not from the inner courtyard opened their mouths wide in shock. They muttered that they had not lived in vain and had learned something new. Although the people from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family were also surprised, they recovered very quickly. The 2 of them looked at each other and said at the same time, "This time, the little ancestors have something fun to play with." They really did not care about such big pearls. They were usually in contact with immortals, so it was not a big deal to look at a pearl. If these 2 pearls were given to the 4 little ancestors to play with, they would definitely be very happy. The pearls were beautiful. "How much?" "Name a price," one of the inner courtyard people asked directly. The 10 owners of the pearls did not expect the other party to be so straightforward. For a moment, they were stunned and did not say anything. When they did not say anything, the other inner courtyard person said, "How about this? You all go with Lu Zhou first. When the pearls are delivered to the main family, we'll tell you the price or use other benefits to exchange with you. Don't worry, the main family won't scheme against you for these 2 pearls. If you want to snatch them, you can do it now." After the 2 of them finished speaking, they returned to the ship and waited. They let the 10 people choose for themselves. The 2 of them had more important things to do, which was to collect data and study the use of cannons in naval battles. The 10 of them ate an unknown meal and drank some wine. In their daze, they finally decided to trust the Zhang family. Apart from the Zhang family, it seemed like no one else would treat them this way. When the spring plowing in Shuzhou began in advance, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally received the 2 big pearls and a document about cannons sent by Lu Zhou on a fast horse. The 2 of them sent the small pearl to Old Man Pai and the other 3 for them to see. They threw the big pearl to their younger siblings' room and let the little ones play with it. The big pearls were good. The magnetism in such a big pearl was greater. It was said that it was good for the body and had a calming effect. Seeing the little ones holding the big pearls in their arms and drooling so much on them, one could tell how much the little ones liked them. It would be even better if they were ground into powder and eaten. You can also use it on your face. What should we do with the 10 of them? Wang Wan touched her tender face and asked Zhang Xiaobao. First, give them a few hundred strings of coins to settle down and bring them to Shuzhou. Ask them what they want. 2 pearls. 1 for your family to eat, and the other one for Xiaobei and the others to play with. It's translucent and pretty. Zhang Xiaobao really did not care. The big pearls now were like the diamonds in his past life. A diamond that was too big was not as valuable as divided into smaller pieces. Its social value was not based on its size. If it was not cut, there was no difference between a 2-ton diamond and a 1-ton diamond. It was the same for pearls. Moreover, pearls could not be cut and polished like diamonds for decoration. One was for collection, and the other was to be made into medicinal materials. Giving 10 people a long-term way to make money was better than giving them a large sum of money directly. Wang Wan was satisfied with Zhang Xiaobao's arrangement. In this way, she would have good pearl powder cosmetics. Even if she did not use it now, she could wipe her hands and feel it. Thinking about it was one thing, but things could not be done like this. Xiaobao, you want to keep all the pearls. Don't you plan to give one to Li Longji? If he knows there are such pearls, he will definitely get sick. It happens that the kind of illness that needs pearls to treat. The effect of looking for big pearls when he is sick is not the same as giving it to him now. Yes, it's understandable. Who would expect such a big pearl to be uneasy? If you want to use it to suppress the shock, then give the small one to him. We can't snatch Xiaobei and the others' toys. Later, we will ask Grandpa Bai and the others if it's okay. Let's go and see how Xiaobei and the others are playing. Zhang Xiaobao sighed with emotion about the benefits of being an emperor. As he spoke, he walked with Wang Wan to the courtyard of his younger brother and sister. On the way, he said, artificial pearl cultivation is to pick up the shells, choose the ones that can grow big in the future, and then put sand in them, right? Let their secretions be wrapped layer by layer. It should also depend on which one secretes more. Do you want to cultivate pearls? Wang Wan was not sure. She only knew that the pearls at that time would not be very good. They would be very cheap. They were not round and small. You could buy a pile of them with 10 yuan. How could I? I'm just letting others try. In case they succeed, there is Lake Tai here. Zhang Xiaobao thought of using pearls as medicine. Pearls were too expensive now. They could not afford to eat medicine. If they could be cultivated, then it would not be as difficult as it was now. As the two of them talked, they arrived outside the courtyard of the little guys. Before they entered, they saw 4 old men standing there with helpless expressions. Grandpa Bai, what's wrong with you guys? You don't look good. Get someone to take a look. Zhang Xiaobao asked with concern. It's nothing. It's just that seeing the little guys having fun there made me happy. Old Man Pai said with a pained expression. Chapter 591. The matter of the 2 pearls was just a small matter. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wouldn't spend their energy on such luxurious things. It didn't have much meaning to their philosophy of life. They believed that Old Man Pai and the other 3 wouldn't care about how much the pearls were worth. The quality of the large pearl was good, and Xiaobei hadn't broken it yet. After a few words, the younger one decided to send it to Li Longji. It would probably be used as medicine in the capital. It was said that old pearls had sufficient medicinal power. They picked up the pearl that Xiaobei had thrown and spun it on the marble floor. The brilliance of the 2 reflected each other for a long time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw that the children were having a good time, so they looked for the 4 old men to discuss the Yangtze River Bridge. Grandpa Bai, do you think we can collect tolls from people at the bridge? Usually, it costs money to take the ferry. Since it's convenient to take the bridge, it's not too much to pay less. The first thing that Zhang Xiaobao raised was money. The bridge needed to be repaired, and the account that was going through now was Wangjiang Building. It was part of the local government's functions and was incorporated into the finances of Wangjiang County. Old Man Pai and the other 3 were no longer people who didn't know much about economics like when they first met Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. When they heard Zhang Xiaobao mention money, they hesitated and said, Xiaobao, there are so many people coming and going on the bridge. It will definitely promote the local economic development and increase the tax revenue. It seems reasonable to take a portion of it for maintenance. Why should we collect more money? In that case, we won't collect it. I hope that the officials of Wangjiang County won't embezzle this money in the future. They will pay for it every year. The second thing is the people who ferry the Yangtze River. With the bridge, the people in the distance will still take the ferry, while the people nearby will cross the bridge. It won't be easy for the people who ferry. Zhang Xiaobao raised another matter. When a new industry developed, it would definitely have an impact on the related old models. People who had been ferrying for many years should find other things to do. This was not something that the people in power should do to the people. An official who sacrificed the interests of a portion of the people to obtain a certain economic development was an incompetent official. Don't treat the people as data on paper. They are living people. The four old men frowned at the same time. If the bridge could be repaired, then it must be repaired. A bridge was much more convenient than ferrying goods and people back and forth. They couldn't tear down the bridge just because of the ferrymen. Directly giving money to the ferrymen didn't seem right, so what should they arrange for them to do? Zhang Xiaobao didn't need the four old men to figure it out themselves. He naturally had a solution for the problem that he proposed. Grandpa Bai, my family's idea is to divide this group of people into 3 parts to solve the problem. On the one hand, we'll pull iron chains along the bridge piers. 2 iron chains will allow the ferry to hang on them, eliminating the danger of the ferry being washed over. On the bridge piers in the middle of the river, we'll use wood to build a view of the river. If there are people who like to enjoy the scenery there, they'll pay people to ferry them there. The second part is to make pleasure boats on the distributary river. We'll let the ferrymen work together and buy or rent large boats to them first. The distributary river isn't so turbulent, and we can solve a group of people. The third part is to cooperate with Wangjiang Restaurant. Every day, we'll catch fish in the river and sell them to Wangjiang Restaurant. Or, we'll directly take orders from Wangjiang Restaurant. With the 3-pronged approach, the people who originally lived on this section of the Yangtze River will have a new way to survive. Zhang Xiaobao explained the arrangement for the people who had lost their jobs and waited for the 4 old men to figure it out. Old Man Lu and the others weren't stupid. When they heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, they understood that there was no need to tell them this kind of thing. The Zhang family could do it themselves. Since it was solemnly proposed, it could only mean one thing. They had to remember this kind of method. In the future, if they wanted to develop elsewhere, they couldn't forget the people who lived on the original way. Old Man Yao nodded and said, "We already know what Xiaobao said. This year's spring plowing is early. There are a few bad places in the area that don't seem to have white fold seed. Could it be that it can't be planted here? Last winter's cotton-padded clothes and quilts played a big role. This year, it was said that many places that originally planted hemp had changed to white fold seed. Compared to the delicate food crops, white fold seed was very adaptable to the soil. The oil extracted from it could also be used to light lamps. It was a very good economic crop. Other than Old Man Lu, the other 3 old men were already used to the way the Zhang family did things. At the beginning of every year, Zhang Zhong would make a plan. There were detailed descriptions and clear diagrams. They had seen the plan for Shuzhou this year. Every place was specifically divided into what should be done. There was no white fold seed in the plan. This was what they couldn't understand, so they asked. Zhang Xiaobao's planning was the clearest. His planning was not done blindly. It was done by the local officials who first sent over a plan based on the specific form of the place. They also sent over detailed data at the same time. Through modification, approval, and denial, it was perfected. After hearing the question, Zhang Xiaobao replied, "Grandpa Yao, my family also knows that white fold seed is more profitable and can increase the income of the people. However, Shuzhou definitely can't be planted now. Shuzhou is a food production area, and it has the water transportation from the Yangtze River and the canal. The food in the capital is estimated to still not be enough this year, so we need to transfer it from this route. White fold seed is good, but it's a waste to plant it in such a place. Suzhou not only pursues economic development, but also needs to ensure the emergency supply of food in the capital. It's fine to plant it in the cold and saline land. If the land here isn't good, then plant soybeans. Wang Wan also added, the output of white fold seed is low. It can't be compared to hemp. Suzhou doesn't need to use cotton-padded clothes and quilts. It's enough to make paper and weave fishing nets with hemp. If we unilaterally pursue the profit of a certain economic crop, there won't be any changes to the income and expenditure. If we don't have enough hemp, we still have to buy it from other places. The four old men paid attention to the Zhang family. At the same time, the three old men were often with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Otherwise, ordinary people really wouldn't understand what the two of them said. Now the two of them were using a planned economy. When transportation and productivity couldn't increase, a market economy couldn't be used. Besides, Zhang Xiaobao didn't like the market economy model. The reason why a planned economy became a market economy wasn't that the planned economy wasn't good, but that with the increase of business activities, people couldn't perfect the plan. Now, business activities were still relatively simple. If they used a market economy, it would be over. Old Man Bai and Old Man Yao were actually learning non-stop. Those who were closely involved could not see clearly. They did not have the experience of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, so they were moving forward by themselves. No one knew if it was right or wrong. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao and Old Man Pai's words, Old Man Pai thought and asked, should we learn this method in other places? There should be a model, right? How about this? You can summarize it and print it in a book and send it to the officials of the dynasty. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan shook their heads at the same time. There was a model, but the model was always changing. Not to mention now, even in their time, no one dared to say which model was the best. The so-called best was to adapt to the economic and political environment of the time. Grandpa Bai, if we really write a book, there are several models. Just like the art of war, soldiers are unpredictable, and water is unpredictable. Grandpa Bai, you know how to ride the two-wheeled carriage that we made. It's not a straight line, it's a wandering between left and right to seek stability. It's not left, right, and not in the middle. It's the same for economics. It wasn't that Zhang Xiaobao couldn't write, as long as he turned his own experience and other people's experience into words. However, he was afraid that people would take what he wrote as a doctrine. If they did well, they should, but if they didn't, they would push all the blame to him. Then is there no other way? Old Man Yao felt very regretful when he heard this. He felt that the Zhang family's development model was the same, which was to take out money to build the infrastructure. It was reasonable to match the local environment and crops. It wasn't too difficult. Wang Wan saw Old Man Yao's expression and knew what he was thinking. He had thought too simply of the matter. She explained, Grandpa Yao, when other people take out the things that they have done, it's actually the same. The general situation is about the same. It's just like marching to war. It's nothing more than gathering the superior forces to annihilate a small number of enemies. Think of a way to prevent the enemy from hitting you, and you can hit the enemy. However, when it comes to the use of strategy and tactics in a real war, it's not the same at all. The grasp of the general situation, the understanding of the local area, the time difference, the environment, the terrain, and so on are all indispensable. The details determine success or failure. Oh, I'm anxious. Isn't it because your family can make the place develop faster? I hope to find a good way to make the entire Tang Empire stronger. Is there no other way? Old Man Yao was a person who had been Prime Minister several times. He reacted very quickly and did a self-examination. He didn't want to give up. Looking at the eyes of the four old men, Zhang Xiaobao sighed. It's difficult. Since it's to rule people by people, it depends on the ability of the officials. But the most difficult thing to grasp is the human heart. I'll write it and let the officials learn. Come, bring me the plan of Shuzhou from my yard. After saying this, Zhang Xiaobao began to wait. He took the opportunity to play with the little guys for a while. In fact, the little guys didn't care about what to play. What they cared about was who played with them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were their biggest attachments. As long as there were big brothers and big sisters by their side, they would be happy. After the big pearl was turned around again and again, the plan was finally brought over. Compared with the dozens of sheets of paper that the four old men saw before, this plan was much thicker. There were hundreds of sheets of paper. Since the new year, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had been busy with this matter. Spreading out the plan, Zhang Xiaobao took out a copy and said, "This is what the four grandpas saw." He put down this copy and took out another one. Then he said, "This is the supplementary plan." Then he took out another one. "This is the emergency plan. This is the side plan that can be used when something happens." It's not easy to make a development plan. All the risks must be taken into consideration and then improved and supplemented. When learning officials are making plans, they are not allowed to have only one plan, but a set. Otherwise, it will be a dereliction of duty. This was the first time the four old men had seen a detailed plan. They finally understood why Zhang Zhong could handle local affairs so smoothly. It had nothing to do with luck. It was actually paved with painstaking effort. It was no wonder that the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families were not afraid of encountering difficulties. That was because they had written down all the possible difficulties that could arise. Furthermore, they had the corresponding methods. An expert. He's indeed an expert. Old Man Chang was the worst in this aspect compared to the other three. If he were to write such a plan, he felt that he would die of exhaustion. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not say anything. They only smiled in gratification. However, they sought merit, not publicity. Old Man Pai touched the plans one by one. He looked up and said, "Xiaobao, your father shouldn't go to Luoyang next time." Chapter 592. The matter of Zhang Zhong's next official position was indeed not easy to handle. According to Zhang Xiaobao's idea, he wanted to go to a slightly more leisurely place and spend more energy on political struggles, thus helping his father practice. Old Man Pai and the other three planned to send Zhang Zhong and Wang family to a poor place to continue to do construction. Zhang Xiaobao had already paid the due price for this matter, so he was very insistent and did not agree to send his father to a poor place to be an official. Old Man Pai wanted to use an empty position to make up for the lack of rank. After arguing for a long time, Zhang Xiaobao could only temporarily put this matter on hold, saying that this matter needed to be discussed with his family first. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found an excuse to leave, Old Man Pai was still persuading the two to discuss it with their families. In order to divert the attention of the four old men, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to use other methods to attract their attention. First of all, the kindergarten reopened. After the new year, everyone would gather together to live and study again. Just like last year, ordinary people would not be able to enjoy this kind of treatment. Those who could enter the kindergarten were either from a rich family or a powerful family. Unfortunately, this was very different from the original intention of setting up the kindergarten. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were also very helpless about this matter. It was not that the two of them did not want to give all the children of other families a chance, but it was really that the teachers were too lacking. Kindergarten was different from school. School only needed people with similar knowledge to be qualified. Kindergarten teachers did not need to be too knowledgeable, but they must know how to take care of children. It seemed simple, but it was difficult to actually do. Children were unable to directly understand the intentions of adults, and were usually self-centered. Zhang Xiaobao's method was to nurture them, one by one. He would try his best to find talents who were suitable for educating children. The way to divert the attention of the four old men was to have the children from kindergarten last year compete with other children who had not received such education when school reopened. For many people, this was a very boring thing to do. What could the children compete? Singing and dancing, as well as drawing and reciting. However, this kind of boring thing was to the liking of the four old men. Old Man Lu even specially left half a month to organize activities with the other three old men in order to see the educational effects of the kindergarten. Zhang Xiaobao came up with a plan that was full of loopholes. For example, the age of the children in the competition would start from 1 year old and continue until they were 6 years old. This was simply impossible. How could a 1-year-old child learn so many things? The four old men thought the same, so they had one more job, which was to perfect the plan and further develop the kindergarten's education. They hoped that more children would be able to participate in the future. Of course, they couldn't let the four old men spend too much time and energy on this kind of thing. After a few adjustments, they were almost done. Just when they felt that they had perfected the plan, Zhang Xiaobao changed the location of the competition to Hidden Mountain. Qianshan was where Li Sun's business was located. It had been under construction since last year, and some animals had been transported from other places. Together with the animals that were collected locally, although it could not be compared to the National Zoo, it was more lively. With Ernie's large amount of wheat rice stones, a large bathing pool, or rather a bathing center, was about to be built there. A few doctors were specially sent to know. Old Man Pai and the other three also followed. As for whether the bathing effect could reach the level of strengthening the body or even bringing the dead back to life, further research was needed. Finally, it's quiet. It seems that it's not a good thing to be watched by others. Without the four old men, Wang Wan felt a little uncomfortable, but she also felt more relaxed. Otherwise, every time they met, she would have to ask where Zhang Zhong was going to be an official. It was really torturous. Zhang Xiaobao also did not have to continue to be entangled with the four old men. As long as he took advantage of the spring plowing this year to come up with one or several useful new plans that could improve the local people's living standards, he believed that the imperial court would not be in a hurry to transfer his father away. I really hope that someone comes to make trouble now. That way, I will have an excuse to deal with them and let my father stay in Shuzhou until next year. No matter what, I have to expand my family's business first. I can't just build it up and not get any benefits. Zhang Xiaobao tried hard to think of a way to make the imperial court give up on the idea of transferring his father away this year. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Wang Wan looked to the north, which was the direction of the capital, and asked, "The river embankment incident last year has not been settled yet. Who was it? Why didn't the imperial court say anything?" According to Li Longji's character, no matter which member of the imperial family it was, he would not let it go easily. Why is it like a stone sinking into the sea? Indeed, there has been no movement until now. No member of the imperial family in the capital has been dealt with. This matter is not handled by us, so it will probably be a little difficult. Do you think that a neighboring country is involved? They don't want to act rashly and alert the enemy. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and said. Wang Wan nodded. It's also possible. If I had the chance, I would also do the same. Use the local resources to carry out the operation, and it won't have much impact on the country. If it can be done in every region, the damage to the target country will be very great. This kind of thing is not something we can manage. Even if it is true, there will be people who will help. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's consideration was indeed good. In order to stay in Shuzhou for one more year, they set aside some people during the spring plowing to build a large research base by the Wanshui River. The main research direction was on the lathe. The two people were not ready to succeed in the research of the lathe. The technology was far from there. This was just a reason to boast about the lathe to make people pay more attention to it, so that Zhang Zhong could stay in Suzhou to take charge of this work. In order to make people believe, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan invested 50,000 strings of coins to start the industrial construction. The scale was not small. The old man Pai and the other three people who were still busy in Qianshan were indeed fooled. They were already very busy, so they had to set aside some energy again. Lu Jiro was the most concerned about this industrial base. She arranged the people she brought to the industrial park to provide help, and at the same time, to learn. At the same time, she also informed the imperial court of the situation here, so that the imperial court would consider more. Zhang Xiaobao's scam finally achieved its goal. He was afraid that the imperial court would transfer his father away, so another plan followed closely, and that was the medicinal herb plantation in Suzhou. No matter what kind of medicinal herbs could be planted, and no matter how successful it was in the end, it had a reputation. He asked his father to write a memorial to the imperial court to transfer people from the Si-Nong temple in the capital to follow the research, and the Zhang family would send people to lead. This was also a big project. It seemed that without Zhang Zhong, it would not succeed. Sure enough, this had an effect. For a while, the imperial court did not mention the matter of Zhang Zhong leaving, and the four people of Old Man Pai also put their energy in other places. Zhang Xiaobao did not feel that this matter was a waste of money and manpower. The money was not from the government. His family paid others to do the research. If the research was not successful in 1 year, then they would research for 2 years. If 2 years were not enough, then they would research for 10 years. He did not expect to get good results in a short time, as long as he could delay it. By the time the imperial court found out that this was a long and arduous task, his family's arrangements would be almost done. This situation was not considered a scam when he and Wang Wan were in the same situation. The technology was indeed enough, and someone had already done it. Now, it was not a scam. The money was from his family, and there was not much negative impact on the people and the government. The plan was indeed going well. The spring plowing was over, and no one mentioned the matter of Zhang Zhong leaving, even though many people wanted to take advantage of Suzhou. Li Sun was also very happy. He was also busy looking for talents who could help with the construction and organization of the affairs of the prince's mansion after he left. He wanted to leave as well. Firstly, he wanted to continue learning from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Secondly, he wanted to run away from the marriage. Yes, he wanted to run away from the marriage. Other members of the imperial family had several children at his age. He was not married yet, but his father had already started looking for a wife for him. However, due to the influence of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he was not going to let his father make the arrangements. He wanted to find a woman he was satisfied with and marry her. She might not be as good as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were almost inhuman, but she should at least be as good as Xin Er's ability to earn money or Lu Er's knowledge. In fact, Xin Er and Lu Er were not bad, especially Xin Er. Their family conditions were compatible, but because they had been in contact with each other too much, Li Sun always felt that there was not that kind of a passion. Moreover, Xin Er was still young. According to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's theory, it was not good for a woman at her age to get married and have children. Li Sun planned to look for one elsewhere. At the very least, he had to have a good impression of her. She had to be dignified and have time to study. Her family background could be different, but at the very least, she had to have the same hobbies and thoughts as him. She could not be so rigid. This was the goal he set. He thought it was easy to achieve, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan thought it was very difficult, especially in terms of thinking. It was like a person who came back from studying abroad and a person who grew up in a closed environment had to have the same thoughts. Not to mention which one was better, there would definitely be a gap between the two people. In order not to hurt Li Sun, the two of them specially made a plan for Li Sun, including the training of his wife. Li Sun was very grateful. He thought that training his wife was very interesting, especially after hearing the various stories that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan specially told for his family. In the stories, there was a certain noble prince who deliberately hid his identity and went elsewhere to find the princess in his heart. The various plans in Shuzhou were carried out, making the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family much more stable. Just as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan believed that things would develop according to their plans, a new piece of news suddenly came from the imperial court. The human heart was hard to fathom, and Li Longji's thoughts were even harder for the average person to fathom. In addition, several important ministers in the imperial court added fuel to the fire. Zhang Zhong was finally unable to continue staying in Shuzhou. Even Zhang Xiaobao's early efforts had gone to waste. "Xiaobao, it looks like your father won't be able to go to Luoyang." This was the first thing Old Man Pai, who had rushed back from Qianshan, said when he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Facing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's puzzled gazes, Old Man Pai continued, "The new place has been decided. Your father will be going to Yizhou to be the provincial governor." "Where?" "Sichuan?" Zhang Xiaobao said in surprise. Chapter 593. Receiving the news in advance made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan very passive. They hurried back to the courtyard and found the military map. It's a good place. The whole prefecture has a population of about 4,000. There are mountains and rivers. Zhang Xiaobao found the location on the map and looked at the notes beside it. He gritted his teeth and praised. Wang Wan was also a little confused. She drew on the map and said, "The most important thing is that we don't have to worry about cold drinks in summer. We can get them when we go up the mountain. Min Mountain is to the north. Do you remember this place? I like the snow on Min Mountain even more. Also, it's close to Juzhegu. We don't need to spend money to go there now." In that case, Li Longji is not bad. He knows that the land route is difficult, so he chose a water route for us. We can go up the Yangtze River and directly reach the place. We don't have to pay rent and taxes to the capital. We have to eat 300 pounds of food on the way to the place. But I'm puzzled. Is Li Longji stupid? Why did he transfer us to Yingzhou at this time? We can get a prefecture where the rent and taxes are doubled in a year. There are about 4,000 people there, and it's a plateau climate. Does he want to see if our medical team is qualified? Zhang Xiaobao couldn't figure out what Li Longji wanted to do. Even if he wanted to use people as tools, he should put them in a more suitable place. Now that they were sent to Yingzhou, they couldn't play the full role of the Zhang family. Could it be that he wanted to lead the 4,000 people to become rich? Wang Wan was also worried. She was worried about the climate there. From morning to night, there was a big temperature difference and there were many mountains. It was very normal for it to be humid. In addition, it was easy to experience altitude sickness. Thinking of this, Wang Wan asked nervously, "Xiaobao, is it possible that Li Longji is going to kill people? He sent us there so that we can't adapt to altitude sickness and directly die in Yingzhou. This way, he won't have to worry about us making more things in the future. He's not that muddle-headed. It's easy to kill people. He arranged for my father to be an official in Yaozhou, which is close to the capital. He could just send troops to kill him. Why would he arrange for him to be sent to Yingzhou? He probably had some difficulties as well. Why don't we go over and take a look? We don't have any medicine for altitude sickness. If you don't know how to make Tibetan roseroot, don't even think about making the rest of the herbs. you still have to make a pressure cooker. Otherwise, you'll have to eat fried and barbecued food. Think about it. Since we're going there, we have to go there and take a look. We can't die from altitude sickness. Zhang Xiaobao thought of his family. Fortunately, they were still in Ezhou. If they were sent to Tibet, it would be even worse. The only thing he could comfort himself with was that the place where his family used to live was also a plateau. Although it was relatively low, he was afraid that the little ones would not be able to adapt. So we have to go. There was still butter tea and salvia miltiariza pills to use. Should he make a sealed jar, put the person in it, and then suck the air out bit by bit, just like sucking the air out of a light bulb? Let a low pressure form inside? Let's train in advance, Wang Wan asked. Go. Isn't it just a small population? Don't be afraid. That place is where the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. We have prepared enough medicine, but we don't need to train. The equipment is not easy to make. Zhang Xiaobao really did not believe in this. Wasn't it just a place that was a little remote, with poor conditions and a small population? When Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao had made up his mind, she put away the map and suddenly thought of a very important matter. Xiaobao, the people there don't seem to be easy to deal with. It's okay. Ethnic issues are not a problem. As long as they eat, as long as they wear clothes, as long as they are not sick, we can communicate with them. In the beginning, there were no ethnic groups. They were just ape people who lived in various places. If we were to calculate based on regions, then where was the Central Plains? It's just a small place. Zhang Xiaobao was not concerned about a certain ethnic group. Instead, he was concerned about how to develop when he arrived at the place. It seemed that it was not so easy. After the two of them finished their discussion, they looked for Old Man Pai and gave him a reply. It seemed likely Longji had the same idea. Otherwise, he would not have released the news. Grandpa Bai, my family agrees. Let's go to Wing Province. However, Wing Province is a lower province. My father's grade. Zhang Xiaobao began to make his request when he saw the four old men. Old Man Pai and the others thought that the Zhang family and the Wang family would think of a way to refuse. They did not expect them to agree so quickly. After calculating the situation there, he said, Xiaobao, don't worry. When you're there, your father will still be in charge of the military and political affairs. Moreover, there will be a higher rank. He can only be promoted and won't be demoted. Zhang Xiaobao pursed his lips. There were only about 4,000 people in total, and they might not be able to control them. Were they not going to integrate the military and political affairs? Were they going to send another registrar to the army? Were they going to give him all the other positions? He reckoned that when he arrived, he would only see a few officials who were sent away. That place was even more dangerous than Luzhou. The officials who were sent away had a slim chance of survival. Zhang Xiaobao was depressed that he did not get the benefits he deserved in exchange for the recipe. He had to mention this. If he did not mention it, he would be worried. Grandpa Bai, let me make this clear. That place is different from other places. My family will need to bring a lot of refined iron this time. Otherwise, we won't even be able to make farming tools. Also, if the price of salt in the local wells is too high in the future, my family will have to choose a salt pool near the estuary of the Yangtze River. We won't be stopped when we transport salt to Wing Province. Sure. As long as your family can fix the road there and build a 4-lane road to the capital, it'll be a great contribution. This time, Old Man Yao was the one who made the promise. He was still looking forward to fixing the road. Don't. My family doesn't want this great contribution. We can't afford it. Grandpa Yao, you don't know what's going on there, right? I really want to fix that road. I'll invest all the money my family earns every year. After 30 to 50 years, I might be able to build a road that can take 2 carriages from there to the capital. But what's the use of that? The purpose of road repair is to facilitate transportation and make the place rich. If my family earns 30 years of profit, it's better to give the money directly to the locals. It won't be used much every year. When the day comes that the road needs to be repaired, someone will naturally find a way. Zhang Xiaobao was shocked by old man Yao's words. He was very clear about the situation there. If they used stones to repair it, it would be damaged after a few heavy rains. If they used cement, it was not suitable. There was no asphalt. Wasn't it cheating people? Why not build a 4-lane road from Sichuan to Tibet? The contribution was greater. If they crossed the Himalayas and built a 4-lane road, they could directly connect to Nepal. Maybe it would be convenient for international exchanges. Nonsense. Zhang Xiaobao's straightforward answer made the 4 old men feel inconceivable. Didn't the Zhang family and Wang family like to build roads very much? Wherever the Zhang family and Wang family were, they would help to build the road first. Why were they so timid when it came to Wing Province? Xiaobao, does your family have any plans for Wing Province? Ever since Lu Jiro saw the construction plan for Shuzhou, she was interested in this matter. Yes. My family's first plan is how to get there alive. For grandpas, this is not becoming an honorable official. It's no different from being banished. How difficult would it be to go upstream along the Yangtze River? We can't give up on the waterway and take the land route. That would be even worse. Zhang Xiaobao expressed the dissatisfaction in his heart. If it made people feel relaxed, perhaps they could send him to Mo next time. It would be more convenient to make ice lanterns there. Zhang Xiaobao expressed his intentions clearly and hurried back to the courtyard with Wang Wan to make arrangements. The 4 old men stood in place, not knowing what to say. Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao had previously agreed to arrange for Zhang Zhong to go to Luoyang and even took his prescription. Now that the situation had changed, they felt guilty when facing Xiaobao and Cuckoo. After returning to the courtyard, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't stay idle. They were about to leave. Li Longji probably couldn't wait until tomorrow, or else he wouldn't have sent the news now. It was very likely that the appointment would come in the summer. The business here hadn't been set up yet. They had to recoup their investment first. Even if they had to leave, they had to first stabilize the business in Shuzhou. When they reached Wing Province, they would need to build roads, but not roads to the capital. They would need to build roads to Chengdu, which would cost a lot of money. Zhang Xiaobao was hoping to take out the profits from Shuzhou. Taking out a business map of Shuzhou, Zhang Xiaobao pointed to a place. Here, build a leather processing plant. When the local people raise pigs, they will gather the pig hides here for processing. In the counties, build processing plants for sausages, ham, and bacon. The sausages will be sent to nearby places, and the ham and bacon will be sold further away. The pig's hair will also be left behind to be used to make brushes. The poultry's hair will also be left behind. When the time comes, it will be sent to Sanshui County to be processed into down jackets and duvets. What else haven't you thought of? Help me think about it. It's too urgent. There are also fish and crabs raised in sets. Although it's to increase rice production, we can't waste it. The meat will be dried and the corresponding processing plant will be built. The shells and bones will be ground into powder and mixed with other crops to be fodder. We can send it to the Yangtze River, which is the south bank. I believe that they will be willing to cooperate with us. In addition to the local business activities, should we send a few boats to go up the river and make arrangements in advance? There are 2 big families, not to mention Grandpa Bai and the others. Wang Wan followed suit. At the same time, she also acted as a secretary and wrote down what they thought of. Yes, we have to send people out first. It's not easy to travel on the waterway, so we don't have to use them off if we can. Send 20 people out from Team 0 to get used to the weather first. It's best to find more people before we leave. We can't just have Team 0. Since it's far away from Beijing and this place is special, we should expand the protection team. Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to suffer losses. If there was an opportunity to make up for the losses, he would use it. Chapter 594. The fleet of the Zhang family and Wang family went up against the mighty river. Li Sun's fleet followed closely behind. Li Sun ran to the main ship of the Zhang family and Wang family to stay. Old Man Yao, Old Man Pai, and Old Man Chang were also there. Old Man Lu took the collected information and left some people from the Ministry of Works to continue the research before returning. It wasn't that the main ship of the Zhang family had a good view, but that it was the safest place, especially Li Sun. Even after being told that he might fall ill, he still insisted on traveling. Usually, when he could see Zhang Xiaobao, he would stay beside him. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy, they would bring along 2 doctors. After the fleet traveled for 3 days, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally realized that something was wrong. Along the way, there were other ships joining Old Man Bai and Old Man Yao's fleet. None of the ships were small, and from the looks of it, they were very deep in the water. The fleet of the Zhang family and Wang family was large to begin with. It wasn't because they wanted to make a scene, but because they had a lot of people. In addition, they also carried a lot of goods. Along the way, they had already attracted the attention of others. The ships upstream didn't need to be reminded and automatically made way for them, afraid of conflict. The sun was shining brightly and the river breeze was whistling. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were flying kites with their younger brother and sister, another 4 ships that were waiting by the side joined the fleet. What do you mean? Have they been influenced by our personality and are preparing to follow us? Wang Wan raised her clairvoyance and stared at the 4 ships that didn't have any flags or symbols. In the past few days, 22 ships had joined, and they were all large ships. They were deep in the water, but no one came to greet them. Zhang Xiaobao tied a small kite rope to his younger brother's waist and signaled the servant girl to take him to play. He also looked at the ships in puzzlement. There's no unspoken rule that ships must travel in groups on the Yangtze River, right? The ship also looks awkward. It doesn't look like a military ship, and it doesn't look like a cargo ship. It seems to be a dual-purpose ship. Let's go and find someone to ask. The 2 of them went to look for Li Sun with confusion in their hearts. Li Sun was playing mahjong with Lu, Xin, and Wei Wei. He was not as skilled as Zhang Xiaobao, and his opponents were not the so-called experts from the Ministry of Works. The 3 girls kept Li Sun at bay, and he could not even touch a single tile. Li Sun's luck was not bad. After the start of the new round, he had already heard his tiles after 5 rounds. Hu Yao had 4 and 7, but he did not touch a single tile after 3 rounds. Lu, his opponent, had already dismantled his table, but she still did not touch a single tile. Li Sun did not know, but the most infuriating one was Wei Wei. A 4 and a 7 were both useless tiles. She put them on the side for Li Sun to see. Then, she played 3 consecutive tiles. Her meaning was very clear. If you want to win, change it. Don't expect me to play. Xin's opponent had 13 tiles on the table. She grabbed a tile and touched it with her small hands. Then, she glanced at Li Sun and gently flipped it to the middle. Li Sun felt a lot of pressure. He grabbed a tile and looked at the tiles that had been played in the middle. There was only one that was the same as the one in his hand. He hesitated and did not know whether to play or not. Young Master Li, why don't you sleep first and see if you should play in your dreams? I'm sleepy. Let me remind you that I'm playing 5 and 800,000. If so, don't play. Xin Er yawned and said to Li Sun. You said that last round, but the result was not at all. This round. I'll say it first. My heart is not good. If I play something else, you can't win, or else you can stop playing. As the saying goes, all is fair in war. No one is forcing you to play. Being sick is not an excuse. Being weak is not an excuse. What are you afraid of? A single tile is only 400. It's not a big deal. Xin Er looked like she was going to win, which made Li Sun even more worried. His hand holding the tiles trembled. 400 was not a big deal. The main thing was that he had already lost more than 3,000. If he continued to lose, he would become a poor man when he arrived at the destination. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally appeared. Li Sun did not wait for the two to speak and said directly, I thought you two forgot about that big thing. Come back to the cabin with me. I'll give it to you. That's all for today. We'll play another day. After saying that, Li Sun prepared to leave. At the same time, she threw out the card in her hand. 50,000. I win. You can't be like this. You cheated. We won't play with you next time. 400. Even if you don't give it today, you have to give it tomorrow. Xin Er took out the tiles and shouted at Li Sun, who was leaving behind a shadow. Young Master Li's tiles are getting better. You dare to play with the three of them. Even I can't deal with them. Young Master Li, look at the ship behind them. Do you know it? Zhang Xiaobao did not know what the three of them were busy with all day. It seemed that they were short of money recently. It was not the first time that people from the inner courtyard had come to say that they were cheated of money. This kind of thing was up to them. What he had to figure out was the meaning of the ships that kept coming along the way. Li Sun took the clairvoyance and looked behind. For a moment, he could not figure it out. The ships were not of the same size, and they were also of different ages. The only thing they had in common was that they were very honest. They could also be used for military purposes as cargo ships. Putting down the clairvoyance, Li Sun shook his head. I'm not sure. Since they are mixed in with Master Bai and Master Yao's fleet, why don't we ask the two of you why you haven't seen them in the past 2 days? Who knows? Maybe they are in the wrong. Wang Wan mumbled. As soon as Wang Wan finished speaking, 3 old men walked out from the cabin onto the deck. Their eyes were all red. The first impression they gave was that they were suffering from a contagious disease. Their eyes were red, but they were in good spirits. When the old man Pai saw Zhang Xiaobao and the others, he quickly walked over. He also looked behind and asked, Xiaobao, Cuckoo, and His Royal Highness, are you enjoying the breeze here? It's almost time to eat. I haven't tasted Xiaobao and Cuckoo's cooking for many days. I'm really missing them. Yes, they are. They keep blowing and blowing and blowing, and a few ships will appear. I reckon that by the time they reach Izhou, there will be more than 100 ships behind them. Grandpa Bai, are those ships your relatives? I wonder what kind of goods they are carrying. They draw quite a lot of water. Zhang Xiaobao handed over the clairvoyance in his hand. Old man Pai took it and looked at it carefully. He looked like he was thinking. After a while, he said, maybe they see that your fleet is big, so they are following behind you. If they run into trouble, they can ask for help. If they eat the water, it means that they have a lot of goods. Merchants don't have it easy, so why bother with them? That's true. Since they are going the same way, how about this? Grandpa Bai, I'll get someone to bring their ships in. It'll be safer to protect them on the side. I'll be a good person until the end. Every time it's time to eat, I'll call them over to eat something hot. I've seen them a few times, but they are only eating dry rations. How pitiful. Zhang Xiaobao kept looking into Old Man Pai's eyes as he spoke. That fleeting gaze of his was really admirable. He was so old, but he could still look back and forth. Old Man Yao stood up and said, "I don't think there's a need. Some people don't like to be helped. They are probably like that. Come, let's eat." "Okay, let's eat." "What a pity." "That's right, Grandpa Yao. My family often makes machines. Recently, we have figured out a kind of oil that can be smeared on metal. It can better protect the metal. For example, as long as we use that oil, not only will it not smell bad, but it will also shine brighter after we wipe it with a cotton cloth. Do you want to take out a few buckets of it and maintain the weapons on the ships behind us?" Zhang Xiaobao suddenly said when he was about to turn around and head back to eat. "No need. Wrap them up in oil paper." Old Man Yao followed Zhang Xiaobao's words and replied. "Oh. That's good." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said at the same time. This time, the three old men were stunned. Old Man Yao had a helpless expression. How could he make such a mistake normally? The comfortable life made him less vigilant. Old Man Pai asked helplessly, "Xiaobao, how do you know that the ships behind us are loaded with weapons?" "I also know that the ships are not only loaded with weapons, but also with food and medicine," Zhang Xiaobao replied. "How do you know?" Old Man Pai wondered. "I knew as soon as you asked. The more certain you asked, the more certain I was. You asked me first to let me know that my family was used as a cover. Everyone knows that my family's fleet is big. It's so big that no matter how many ships there are, no one will suspect it. So my father became a sacrifice. He had to stay in Izhou for at least a year. If he fell sick there, who would make up for it? I guess that as soon as my family set out, someone in the capital would impeach my father. Then my father was sent away. The time difference was controlled well. My family's pigeons couldn't have flown with the ships." Zhang Xiaobao didn't know the situation at first, but after probing a little, he understood everything. "Who will go if not your family? Don't your family want to seek justice for the people in Shuzhou who were washed away by the flood? Other than your family, no one else can take out such a big fleet. Other than your family, no one else can do the follow-up work. Other people are more likely to fall sick. When we get there, I'll tell you why. There are too many people, and if the news is leaked, then all our previous efforts will be wasted. As long as everything goes well, your father can go to another place in at most a year." Old Man Pai didn't have a choice. He could only try to make his voice louder to sound reasonable. Zhang Xiaobao nodded as if he had accepted his fate. He sighed and said, "It's really dangerous if you're not a local. Poor thing. My grandfather has lived for so long, but he still doesn't know what it's like to be a rank 1 official. My grandmother doesn't even know what the clothes of a noble lady look like. And Xiao Bei, before we left, told me that he wanted to open a toy store in Shuzhou. He heard that there are skilled craftsmen in the Military Weapons Bureau. Unfortunately, this wish can't be realized. As a brother, I'm useless." "Useless. Me, my family too. As a sister, sigh." Wang Wan also said at this time. Old Man Pai and the other two looked at each other. Old Man Yao nodded helplessly and said, "There are arrangements, there are arrangements. Now, we'll go to Izhou safely." When he said this, he knew that he had to do something. It was his fault for not keeping his mouth shut. However, a rank 1 official was definitely not allowed. Even a rank 1 official was not allowed. Chapter 595. The drizzle fell on the Yangtze River, and the hazy scenery changed. Against the current, the weeping willows swayed gently, and the sunset could not be seen. After lunch, it started to drizzle, and it was already dark before it was evening. There was no sound of apes crying on both sides of the river, and the speed of a light boat passing through thousands of mountains. Similarly, there was no feeling of being blown by the wind. Li Sun covered his chest and found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Xiaobao, I'm sick. I think I won't be able to hold on until we reach the place. I'll leave the rest to you, but I still have a wish." As soon as he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Li Sun gasped for breath and said. Zhang Xiaobao moved closer to Li Sun, rolled his eyes, and asked doubtfully, "What's wrong with you? Didn't you see a doctor?" "It's no use. My heart can't take it anymore. Xiaobao, we have to live a grand life. I feel that I don't have anything else except that I'm missing a chance to do something big. Xiaobao, look at our relationship over the past few years. You have to let me shine like a meteor in the sky." Li Sun and Wei Wei closed their eyes, and their breathing gradually weakened. Wang Wan stood aside and watched for a while, then turned back to continue with her work. Zhang Xiaobao still looked nervous, but the corners of his mouth were curled up. When Li Sun slightly opened his left eye, Zhang Xiaobao quickly closed his mouth again. He asked sadly, "Young Master Li, if you have something to say, just say it. I'll help you if I can. Rest assured, with our relationship, I won't let you die so easily." Li Sun heard and opened his right eye, but his breathing was still not so smooth. He said weakly, "I hope that when we reach Yingzhou, your family will provide me with more sleeve arrows. I want to be loyal to the country." "Well, do you want to kill yourself with sleeve arrows?" Zhang Xiaobao asked doubtfully. "No, I want to kill the enemy." "Oh. You want to kill Tubo, right? Will you recover after killing them?" "I'm sorry, but don't think about it. It's not up to you. Tell me, what did you get from them?" Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while. If he wanted to kill the enemy in Wing Prefecture, he could only go to Tubo. It seemed that this had something to do with the transfer this time. However, Old Man Pai and the other two didn't want to tell him and insisted on waiting until they arrived. He had no choice but to ask Li Sun in a roundabout way. Li Sun was stunned, and his breathing stopped. He stared at Zhang Xiaobao for a while and asked, "How did you know? Do you think I'm stupid?" "I don't know anything. I've decided. Because the boat is on the river and my family is not feeling well, we'll postpone the trip. We'll stop at the shore and enjoy the delicacies of the river to recuperate." Zhang Xiaobao thought of a way to get the news as soon as possible, and that was to delay. When the others were running out of time, they would naturally discuss with him. "Then what about my aspiration to be like a shooting star?" Li Sun was still thinking about his matter. "With your IQ, you can't be a shooting star. How about the moon? Wait for the sun to set before you appear." Zhang Xiaobao expressed his thoughts tactfully. Li Sun still fought for it and said, "Then there's still the time when the sun and moon rise. Then I can leave the finishing work to you." Zhang Xiaobao compromised. Zhang Xiaobao did what he said. When night fell, the speed of the fleet slowed down and began to look for a place to dock. Just as he thought, Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao couldn't stay still. They pulled Old Man Chong along and each of them held a small teapot in their hands. From time to time, they would sip and shake the tea in their mouths. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were playing games with a group of little guys. Some of the adults were seasick, but the little guys were still so active. It seemed that they were not affected by the ups and downs of the ship at all. The group stood in a circle. In the middle was a big ball sewn with a float. They kicked it back and forth. If they kicked it, they would wait for others to kick it again. If they missed, they would chase with all their strength. Many times, two little guys would try to grab it at the same time, each wanting to kick it themselves. "Xiaobao, why is the ship so slow?" Old Man Pai asked Zhang Xiaobao after kicking the ball back to him. The little guys are not in good health, so they can't walk too fast. Also, my grandfather has to find a place to rest. If we don't do well, it will be many days late when we reach Izhou. I don't know if the imperial court will blame me. But there's no other way. I can't get into trouble just to get there. At worst, I'll quit being an official and find a few acres of land to live a good life. Zhang Xiaobao pointed at his younger brothers and sisters and replied. The three old men couldn't tell which one of them was not in good health. They looked at each other. Old man Yao sighed and finally spoke. Xiaobao, there's something that I should tell you. Even if it's against the imperial favor, come with me. Grandpa Yao, please don't. How can I harm you? There's no hurry. But Commandery Prince Li seems to want to be a shooting star. It's difficult for him to charge and break through the enemy lines. He's not satisfied with being a moon. What's going on? Zhang Xiaobao didn't give him any face at all. He hated to fight battles that he wasn't sure about. Since it was a secret, then he would keep it. I won't leave. I'll see when you can transport the things to the destination. Otherwise, don't use Zhang Xiaobao's and Wang's fleets as a cover. Li Sun already knew, but he still kept it a secret. This was unreasonable. As he said this, Zhang Xiaobao followed Old Man Yao to a place where there was no one. Old Man Pai and Zhang Xiaobao also came over. Wang Wan gathered the little guys and servants together and went to a place further away to play. She didn't want to disturb the four people's conversation. Zhang Xiaobao and Old Man Pai sat down. Old Man Pai looked around and said, actually, the main reason for going to Izhou this time is to deal with Tubo. We're going to use force against Tubo, but we're afraid that they will find out. So, we're going to use our family's fleet as a cover and catch them off guard. My family has to take the risk and cooperate. Why didn't you tell us? Without waiting for Old Man Pai to finish his words, Zhang Xiaobao continued with a dissatisfied look. Old Man Pai shut up. Old Man Chong then said, then do you know why we're going to use force against Tubo? It's mainly because they have something to do with the dam breach at Shuzhou's Wangjiang. The imperial court investigated and finally discovered that someone or a few people from the imperial court had been deceived by a spy. They didn't deal with the people from the imperial court because they wanted to numb Tubo. Once they started fighting, the imperial court would come back and deal with them. But what does this have to do with my family? My father is going to Luoyang, not Izhou. We've already exchanged benefits. When doing business, even people know how to be honest, let alone the imperial court. Zhang Xiaobao continued the conversation once again. What he meant was, don't think that my family doesn't know anything. Anyway, we have to continue the exchange. Just as Old Man Yao was about to say something, Old Man Pai said angrily, why didn't you exchange with your family? Aren't your grandfather and Cuckoo's grandfather going to have official positions? When your family left, they gave you the salt pan you wanted. After the war, you had to return to Luoyang and delay things. If not your family, who would go? How would you cover up such a big team? If you don't go by water, people will notice you on land. It's not like your family doesn't know the local people. Ordinary people won't be able to control them at all. If the logistics are not stable, how are you going to fight? Moreover, this time, we have to borrow your family's power to allocate the provisions. If your family goes, no matter how big of a commotion you make, others will think that it's a business move. If someone else tries to mobilize there, Tubo will immediately realize it. The most important thing is your family's organizational ability. The imperial court didn't send any other officials. When the war starts, it will all depend on your family's ability to transfer and transport. This is the result of the emperor and a few ministers' research. Lu Zhou, when your family was fighting against disasters, running businesses, and taking care of the people, there was no mistake at all. If you want to blame someone, blame it on your family's ability. The emperor rarely praises others, but he praised your family once. He said that in terms of logistics, the Zhang family is the best. With your family there, it will save the imperial court a lot of trouble. At this time, old man Yao also spoke. He had to say it. The Zhang family's ship was about to dock. However, Zhang Xiaobao was still not satisfied with this answer. Then why didn't you say it in advance? If I say it in advance, what if your family members can't control their emotions? If others see it, won't all your previous efforts be wasted? Originally, it's not suitable for war now. The country has just stabilized, and it will take some time to recover. I'm the one who is most against war, but your family has helped the imperial court obtain a lot of taxes. Also, your family and Li Sun have a lot of money. Even if the imperial court can't gather it in time, we can use your money to deal with it first. When old man Yao said this, he seemed very embarrassed. He was not wrong. Back then, when Prime Minister Ren was still alive, he said that they should not go to war. However, he supported war now. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a while and said, in that case, when the time comes and the imperial court can't transfer the provisions, my family will have to think of a way. If we can't support it financially, my family will have to fork out some money. If we lose, whose responsibility is it? Old man Chang finally found an opportunity to say, if we lose, it's naturally the responsibility of the general in front. He'll be the one fighting. As long as your family supplies the logistics, it'll be fine. What if we win? Doesn't the credit also count as the general's? My family is in the logistics. If we lose money, we'll have nothing. Also, let me say this first. Logistics is a regular supply. If he needs a lot of oil to attack with fire, then my family won't care. My family is responsible for transporting the provisions and military equipment to the first city to attack. Now, let's talk about how the delay will be calculated. Zhang Xiaobao asked again. This time, the three old men were in a dilemma. They looked at each other and didn't know what to say. When they were stared at by Zhang Xiaobao, Old Man Pai said, if you win, you'll have to win. However, you can't give any reward in the imperial court. You can secretly compensate your father when he changes positions. In this year's imperial examination, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's villagers in Zhuangzi will do well. As long as they are of age and have indeed studied in the academy, it's fine. We need to write a letter to discuss this. Basically, there's no problem. Yes, there's no problem. Chapter 596. Zhang Xiaobao's words at first made the three old men happy, but when they heard that they were going to dock, they didn't know what to do. They all looked at Zhang Xiaobao, waiting for his answer. The three old men knew that Zhang Xiaobao had just gone back to ask the expert, so now they were waiting for an answer. Why did they have to stop the ship? The fleet of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family had been floating on the water for 2 months without any supplies. They had just come out for a few days, so there must be a reason. Could it be that there were more conditions? It's all your fault. You only told me now. If you had told me earlier, I would have prepared earlier. The preparation for taking office is definitely different from the preparation for logistics. It will be too late to gather supplies when we arrive. We'll stop for 1 night and 1 morning tomorrow, and then we'll speed up. Zhang Xiaobao was much more relaxed this time. The new exchange conditions were good, better than the previous ones. The main thing was that they could help the people of Shuzhou to avenge. If his family didn't go to Shuzhou, maybe the 2 mines would continue to be secretly mined, and no one would destroy the river embankment. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't help but admire the 2 judges who had lurked and waited for an opportunity. After so many years of ambush, their families were established, and they even became officials, but they were still willing to sacrifice everything for the interests of the country. After all, they were not people of the Tang Empire. They had to be prepared for revenge. If you drown my people, I'll slaughter your people. There was nothing to say. As for the praise from the imperial court, Zhang Xiaobao didn't take it to heart at all. Something practical was more attractive than words. What was the use of 10,000 words of praise? After discussing with the three old men, Zhang Xiaobao happily found Wang Wan, who was playing with the little ones, and hurried back to his cabin. Taking out the map, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, "Good news. Now we can make a lot of money from the war. We've also gained a lot of benefits. We're going to war. You're good at this. Help me figure out how to deal with logistics." While Wang Wan was puzzled, Zhang Xiaobao told her about his conversation with the three old men. The map in front of him was very precious. Even the imperial court didn't have it. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a few copies. It was a military map of Tubo. It included mountain ranges, rivers, fields, roads, as well as various villages and shops. There was even a map of the layout of Tubo's Jinchuan city. This was all thanks to Sunrini, who had been doing business with him all this time. He had also told him about the new game and even gave him the map of the entire Tang Empire. In exchange, he had added a few more people to his team that Song Jinggong had sent to draw the map. Song Jinggong said that he would help him come up with a set of rules and let him operate the game in Tubo. In the end, after the map was done, the military map was given to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After some changes, it became a map of the game and was sent back to him. It was said that the effect was not as good as that in the capital. Many people didn't follow the rules and mostly carved the characters and goods themselves. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care about how much money he earned. With this map, it was enough. Wang Wan looked at the contour lines on the map and the marked roads. She whispered, "The road is too difficult to walk on. They arranged for your father to go to Izhou. It must be to find gold. It's a little far. It would be more convenient if your father went to Zhezhou to be the provincial governor. It's close to Tubo." Yes, Li Longji was also afraid that something would go wrong, so he moved back dozens of miles. There's a province in front of him in case the expert died and there was no one to help him. From the date, this war was prepared in a hurry, especially in terms of logistics. According to the information you received, in order to numb the enemy and give them a warning and revenge, they didn't even gather the local food in Chengdu. The emperor who can mutiny is indeed daring. He's betting that we can organize a complete logistics system under such circumstances. Unfortunately, this matter is only known to the two of us now. We can't tell anyone else, including our family, in case the secret is leaked. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. He also knew how difficult it was, but since he had accepted it, he had to do it well. Basically, everyone knew that before the troops and horses moved, the provisions had to be prepared first, let alone him and Wang Wan. Looking at the roads on the map that shouldn't be used by humans, he held his chin and thought hard. When Wang Wan started to make military deductions, he said, "When we get to Jiangxia tomorrow night, think of a way to pass the news to the fleet in front through the land route. Send 5 members of Team 0. There are many places where there are no roads, only mountains. We need them to block the ships in front of us on the river section where we need to pull the cable. Don't sleep tonight. You make your deductions, and I'll do mine. Li Longji really thinks highly of us." No wonder Grandpa Bai and the others were busy building roads. They were planning to build a supply route. What a joke. Isn't Li Sun going to participate in the war? Good, count him in. We really can't send any troops. Then don't disturb me. It's very difficult, especially when we don't have any data to support it. I don't even have any information on the enemy's generals and our own generals, let alone understand their personalities. Wang Wan took a map and hid in a corner to get busy. She also knew that she didn't have many soldiers in her family. There were only 56 people that she could bring out. The rest of the guards had not seen blood yet. They were far inferior compared to Li Sun's guards. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy, the three old men couldn't sleep. They were already old, so they didn't sleep well. Coupled with the fact that they had something on their minds, they tossed and turned in bed. Do you think the Zhang family will succeed? Old Man Chang wasn't as knowledgeable as Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. He also couldn't compare to them in terms of political knowledge. However, he was also anxious. As long as one wasn't stupid, they would know how big of a problem the Zhang family was going to face. They didn't give them any time to prepare and immediately mobilized. This was because they really couldn't keep it a secret. Otherwise, they would have only told them when they were about to reach Izhou. In fact, it was useless now. There wasn't enough time. The transportation of military equipment couldn't be delayed. They could only see the situation along the way. If it were him, even if he was forced to die, he wouldn't be able to organize the logistics without solving the local problems. Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao were also uncertain. It was too risky. Perhaps the Zhang family's organizational skills had reached a frightening level, or perhaps the Zhang family had never compromised in the face of difficulties time and time again. That was why they had made such a plan. Old Man Pai pulled up the thin quilt covering his body and exposed his arms. He looked at the dark cabin ceiling and said, "I don't know if it will succeed. That will depend on whether the Zhang family has an undeserved reputation. If it succeeds, it will probably be difficult to arrange an official position for Zhang Zhong. Should he be placed in the Ministry of Revenue, which is in charge of local governance, or the Ministry of War? One person can't be divided into two halves. If he doesn't have an official position, the expert behind him won't do anything. Oh, it seems like it's also possible to put him in the Ministry of Works. Then let's use Cuckoo's father as well. Why do you insist on giving him an official position? Give him an actual position. Anyway, there's someone behind him helping. I don't believe that he can't do it well. I think it won't be too big of a problem. Otherwise, Xiao Bao wouldn't have agreed so easily when he went to ask. I'm looking forward to his family's actions and see how capable they are. In the past, they always ran to the local areas to build. This time, they will be in charge of logistics. It's different from building. It's not as simple as taking out the family's money to give the people a job and then starting business. There's not much time for them to do this. Old Man Yao simply sat up and turned on the lights in the cabin. As he spoke, he picked up the thermos and made himself a cup of tea. He also took out a handful of sunflower seeds and started munching on them. Old Man Pai looked envious. He also came over and helped Old Man Chang make a cup of tea. He held the teacup in his hand and said, "It's a loss. If I knew this would happen, I would have discussed with the Zhang family in advance. Now, there are even more conditions in exchange. After giving out all the benefits, when the children of the Zhang family and Wang family grow up, with the marriage alliance between the two families, it won't be difficult for the 6 of them to support the 2 families. Moreover, there are still 2 adults. It's not good to tell them in advance. If they know the news and go to Chengdu in advance to make preparations, there will always be flaws. Zhang Zhong hasn't become an official yet, but there are already people buying grain in the area. Plus, with the incident in Shuzhou, as long as the people of Tubo aren't fools, they will be able to see through it. I don't know much about other things, but I also know that usually, wars are fought after the autumn harvest. If we go now, it will be the hottest time of summer. It won't be the autumn harvest yet. After the war with Tubo, even if they want to counterattack, they will have to wait for some time. It's enough for Tang to make arrangements. What we rely on is to catch them off guard. Who would have thought that they would send troops at this time? However, the burden will be on the Zhang family. Let's see if they can bear it. Once they do, it will be impossible for them to become local officials in the future. Who can rest assured that such people will be released? Old Man Chang didn't drink tea as gently as Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. While it was hot, he drank it in one gulp. He exhaled hot air and expressed his thoughts. Early the next morning, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan rushed to eat breakfast and ran to the deck to sleep in the sun. It had rained yesterday, so now the weather was good. It wasn't cold, but it wasn't hot. The little ones were waiting for their older brother and sister to come and play with them. However, after waiting for more than an hour, they still didn't see anyone. They angrily threw away the toys in their hands and went out to look for them. When they found the two people lying there sleeping, they became interested and tried hard to express their thoughts. They asked someone to wake them up and let them sleep next to their older brother and sister. The three old men woke up early in the morning and began to observe the people in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family. When they found that nothing had changed, they were relieved. After breakfast, they called Li Sun over. "Your Highness, you know why we went there this time. Don't think about going to war. Your guards, Yuanji's, and my guards will be responsible for protecting the people in the Zhang family and Wang family. Don't look at the distance. It's 100 li away. If something happens to them, this old man won't have the face to live." Old Man Pai heard Zhang Xiaobao mention yesterday that Li Sun wanted to be a star. Today, he had to tell him in advance in case something happened and disturbed the Zhang family's arrangements. Li Sun was still not convinced. I have a special force." "Stop. What kind of force must be left behind to protect? Otherwise, this old man will tie you up and send you back to the capital. Let the emperor see your special force." Chapter 597. After leaving Jiangxia, the speed of the fleet became faster. They didn't stop to resupply when they passed by Dongting Lake. After half a month, they finally arrived at a dangerous place, Xiling Gorge. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood at the bow of the ship and used their thousand-li eyes to observe the scene in front of them. They looked at each other and were both shocked. They had never seen such a place before. Before, it was very stable, but now, it was terrifying. In just a short while, the two of them saw a fairly good ship hit the rocks due to the rapid current. Fortunately, it had just hit the rocks and was still going against the current. The ship immediately broke free and reached the shore before it sank. The people on the ship jumped off one after another, leaving only the mast of the ship above the water. "I think it's good to build a dam. Although it will put pressure on the Earth's crust, it's like an earthquake. No one can say that it really has a big impact on other aspects. At least it will be easier to sail. It's not that scary." Right now, Zhang Xiaobao only wanted his fleet to pass through smoothly, so he put everything else aside. Wang Wan was also shocked by the current and the danger below. Looking at the waves that hit the mountains on both sides, she said, "How can we go? Our ships are deep in the water. It's impossible to send people to check the situation below. If one person goes in, there will be no one left. Do you want to rely on luck? Let the ship go up and insert the iron pole diagonally. Explore the way. I don't want to walk for 3 days and 3 nights only to see Yellow Ox Rock when I turn back." Zhang Xiaobao didn't have time to waste. The earlier they arrived, the earlier they could prepare. He didn't know how the ship in front of them passed, so he immediately ordered the ship to go first. At least the ship would be more stable. At this time, the people on the ship pointed to the mountains on both sides and said, "Young master, look, there is a sign on the mountain. There are words on it." Zhang Xiaobao looked. Sure enough, there was a sign. The words were too small to see clearly, so he used the binoculars to look. Ship, explore the way. At this sign, go forward 121 meters. 45 meters to the left. The reef is 7 meters above the water. Go around 5 meters. You can avoid it. Well done. This is the advance team. Look at the sign. Tell the people behind to follow closely. Don't worry if you hit the reef. Zhang Xiaobao saw the words on the sign, waved his fist, and said happily. This was the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family. They had long considered this matter, preparing for the fleet behind them. As for what he said afterwards, it was to warn those who were unconvinced. So what if it was military transport? How dare they compete with the fleet of the Zhang family and Wang family? This made it easy for the various ships following behind. Seeing the large ships in front of them moving forward smoothly, they also followed suit. The three old men sat together with Li Sun. Originally, they planned to wait patiently, but they didn't expect the fleet to rush forward. Especially the ships of the Zhang family, Wang family, and Li Sun. Relying on their flexibility, they weren't afraid of being swept away by the current at all. They stood at the front and opened a path for the ships behind. Old Man Pai took the clairvoyant eye and looked at the signs on both sides of the river. He could understand the measurements on the signs, so there was no problem in converting them into feet and feet. He then took another clairvoyant eye and gave it to Old Man Yao. This is the capability of the Zhang family. The people who are scouting ahead are from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family. They have long anticipated that the boats behind them would be difficult to pass through and provided the data on both sides of the river. With the performance of the Zhang family's boats, there is no need to worry about wasting time. This is the true inner courtyard of an aristocratic family. When I was in Sanshui County, I didn't realize that their inner courtyard was so powerful. Old Yao went to Shuzhou later. He only heard about the Zhang family from others, especially the shipping fleet. He only knew that it was extraordinary, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. Today was an eye-opener. When other ships took this route, they had to be extremely careful. Some even seemed to stop on the surface of the water for fear of being washed away by the turbulence. The Zhang family's fleet had never taken this route before. It was the first time they could do it so smoothly, so they couldn't help but be convinced. Why do you have to write such a number? Wouldn't it be better to just write Zhang? Old Man Yao asked in confusion. It's not accurate enough. The Zhang family's current measurement tools are accurate to the millimeter. It's too troublesome to calculate according to the measurements of the current Great Tang. For example, when the Ministry of Works is making weapons, they sometimes use the term half an inch. How much is half an inch? Moreover, every place has a different appearance. It's a mess. Unlike the Qin dynasty, their weapons can be replaced when they are damaged. It seems like we need to unify them. Old Man Pai explained to Old Man Yao. Li Sun, who was at the side, said smugly, "What's this little bit of danger? How can it be more dangerous than the sea? There's no chance to explore there at all. It's all based on experience. That's the real danger." He had reason to be proud. His fleet was the same as the Zhang family and the Wang families. They were all good ships. If he didn't go to dangerous places, how could he show that he was better than others? Old Man Yao had never seen what the sea at Lu Zhou's place looked like. Now was not the time to talk about the sea. He looked at the signs that were specially hung on the mountains on both sides of the river and said, "When we get there, I'll arrange for people to replace the big signs and words with the sizes of Zhang and Zhang that everyone can understand. It's convenient for the ships to come and go. It's useless. The river rises and falls. We might be able to hide for a while, but when we really go on this route, we'll have to rely on the experience of the boatmen. Unfortunately, they can't read at all. If they could write down their experiences and organize it. Perhaps it would be useful." Old Man Pai said with emotion. He was thinking about the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and the Wang family and the villagers. When he was in Sanshui County, he found out that all of them had to be literate. At that time, he did not understand why the villagers were literate. Now that he thought about it, if the villagers of the Zhang family and the Wang family encountered the same situation, the result would be different. Li Sun's mansion also imitated the literacy of the Zhang family and the Wang family. At this time, he said, in the future, let everyone be literate, just like Sanshui County, Huayuan County, and Lu Zhou's place. As long as there are children in the family, regardless of whether they are boys or girls, they will have to go to school for free. When they grow up and have children, they can teach themselves what the school can teach. Where will the money come from? Old Man Yao also hoped that the entire Tang dynasty would be literate. Unless it was a critical moment, they would not realize the benefits of literacy. Li Sun was worried about other things, but he was not afraid of money. According to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he was so poor that he only had money left. Lord Yao, you don't have to worry about the money for education. I will contribute part of it, and the Zhang family and the Wang family will contribute part of it. They like to do this kind of thing the most, not only in education, but also in treatment. Since I met Xiaobao and Cuckoo, they have been investing a lot of money in education every year. Lord Bai, you should know. I know. But the money for Sanshui County's Jinjia Academy doesn't seem to come directly from his family. The academy organizes 1 or 2 competitions every year, and the money comes out. Also, they can make money by writing poems and copying books for the students they contact. Old Man Pai was full of anger at the mention of this matter. Zhang family and the Wang family gained a good reputation, and the students remembered them. Other people paid for them, and there were advertisements for other shops on the walls of the academy. Even the clothes they wore had small words embroidered on the corners. Only these 2 families could do such a thing. What was originally an elegant academy was actually filled with the stench of money, but the results were very good. Even if the students were poor, as long as they were willing to learn, they would have good food every day. There were 2 competitions in a year, and they did not have to worry about anything else. Their food, clothing, and accommodation were all taken care of by others, and the people who took care of them felt that they were taking advantage of them. What kind of world was this? Other people would not be able to finish the journey in a few days, but the fleet of Zhang family and the Wang family only took half a day to pass through. The weather was getting hotter. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could not find anything to do, so they wrote a proposal every day and sent it to their father. After their father approved it, they changed it and sent it to Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. After Old Man Bai and Old Man Yao gave their comments, the 2 of them would write another copy and send it over. When the 3 of them were satisfied, it would be considered complete. After that, they would tidy up what they had written before and after, write down their comments, and prepare to wait for the book to be printed and sold. It could be said that they could learn and earn money at the same time. If they still had time, they would look for Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao to practice martial arts. Old Man Chang basically used fighting techniques and had a lot of experience. Old Man Yao was well versed in all kinds of weapons. He could be said to be an all-rounder. If they did not take advantage of him, they would be letting themselves down. The 3 old men were also willing to teach, especially Old Man Yao. He came later, unlike Old Man Pai, who had already experienced the carefreeness of teaching Xiaobao and Cuckoo. The days passed in such a fulfilling way. On this day, the fleet finally could not rely on their own strength to move forward. Zhang family and the Wang family might be able to barely swim, but the military definitely could not. They had already reached Tsutong Gorge. With the strength of the impact, no matter how good a swimmer was, if they jumped in, it was guaranteed that they would disappear. The fleet could not move on their own, so they had to rely on a tracker. Seeing that the tracker only had a piece of cloth to cover his face and did not even have shoes, Wang Wan closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and exhaled deeply. Just as she was about to ask someone to bring them clothes and shoes, Zhang Xiaobao spoke. Someone, bring them some good cotton rope and canvas. Tell them not to rush. Let them have a meal first and rest before moving. Tell the ships behind to wait. Wang Wan did not say anything after hearing Zhang Xiaobao's instructions. She only realized that the tracker had given them clothes and shoes, but they could not wear them when they were pulling the rope. The clothes would tear after a short period of time, and the shoes could not be worn. They had to be steady at every step. If they wore shoes, they would feel uncomfortable. To them, what they needed the most was good rope and canvas. However, Wang Wan was unwilling to give up. She tugged at Zhang Xiaobao and said, think of something for them. Take out 5,000 strings of cash and make good iron poles and handles for them on this route. That way, they won't have to hold on to rocks to move forward. Generations of trackers will be able to use them. Zhang Xiaobao agreed without hesitation. Chapter 598. The river winds, the river flows, the river tides, the mountains and rivers swirl in the heart of the river. The river bank is steep and the mountains are slanted along the wall. Beside the river, the naked rocks sing ancient songs. Tens of thousands of waves, tens of thousands of ripples, hundreds of big boats, hundreds of small boats. One man, one rope, one shoulder pad, one step, one stop, one sentence mark. The trackers gladly accepted the rope and canvas that Zhang Xiaobao asked his men to deliver to them. They decided to use the rope and canvas to replace the cost of pulling the rope, especially the huge canvas. When the leader of the trackers held the rope and canvas in his hand, a childish smile appeared on his face that was so old that it was hard to tell his age from the wind and frost. With such a good cloth to cushion your shoulders, you won't have to worry about chafing your shoulders. Where did this canvas come from? I've never seen it before. It's a good thing. I'll definitely pull the boat through this gorge safely. Wang Wan felt like she was just like her little brothers and sisters. She would be satisfied as long as they were given something fun to play with. The calluses on her hands, feet, and shoulders were cracked. She really wanted to do something for the trackers. Is 5,000 piercings really enough? Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao. She knew that when Zhang Xiaobao spoke, under normal circumstances, it was hard to guess which sentence was true and which was false. Perhaps what Zhang Xiaobao said with a serious expression was so fake that it couldn't be any more fake. Or perhaps what he said casually was the truth. However, this wasn't a problem for Wang Wan. She knew that as long as she forced Zhang Xiaobao, the lies would become the truth. Now, she was going to do this. Zhang Xiaobao did not seem to notice the tracker's hard work. His expression was as calm as ever, and his words were as light as a feather. That depends on whether or not someone came over and secretly removed the steel fixed with cement when no one was paying attention. If someone steals, not to mention 5,000 strings of coins, even 50 million strings of coins won't be enough to fill it up. If no one steals, a one-time investment of about 3,000 strings of coins will be enough to open up a path that can be used. In the future, the annual maintenance cost of a few hundred strings of coins will be enough. Be serious. I want to know what you think. Wang Wan glared at Zhang Xiaobao in dissatisfaction. His life was already so difficult, and he still acted as if nothing had happened? Alright, that's serious. I'll be serious now. It doesn't matter what I think. What's important is whether or not the trackers can protect the things that were made for them. We are just passers-by. That's how the rules have been for thousands of years. Give them a chance, and it's up to them to see how far they can go. Zhang Xiaobao's words were serious, but his expression was still the same. There was even a hint of a smile on his face. Wang Wan was so angry that she reached out and pinched Zhang Xiaobao's cheeks. She stared into Zhang Xiaobao's eyes and said, "My Xiaobao is the Xiaobao who can jump from a height of 15 meters and climb a 9-meter-tall wall with his bare hands. My Xiaobao is the Xiaobao who can deceive the world and take the lives of the politicians of other countries. My Xiaobao is the Xiaobao who can use the money he scams to give the children of his country a better future. He is the Xiaobao who is willing to trade his life for the children of criminals. The only rule that can bind him is his conscience. When everyone is helpless, he can turn the tide. Do you understand, Zhang Xiaobao? Did you develop too quickly and get too much nutrition? Did you reach the sunflower stage early? I didn't say that I wouldn't help. What does your expression have to do with it? My cuckoo, don't you believe me?" Zhang Xiaobao spent a lot of effort to force those words out of his deformed mouth. Wang Wan let go of her hand. "Who's your cuckoo?" "You're the one who's at the sunflower stage. We'll sleep in separate beds tonight. I'll go see how they pull the cable. I'll leave this to you. If you can't do it well, we'll sleep in separate rooms." Wang Wan was satisfied and left happily. Zhang Xiaobao was left standing where he was. He rubbed his cheeks and mumbled, "Scared of you? Sleep in separate beds? Little brat, what else can I do? Just wait for me to grow up." "Hey, someone, why are you standing so far away?" When Zhang Xiaobao felt that his face still belonged to him, he shouted at the person who was standing 5 feet away and was about to fall off the boat. The person immediately came over and whispered, "Young master, please tell me. I didn't see anything just now." "If you didn't see anything, then don't stay in the inner courtyard. Didn't you see the hardship of being a tracker? Didn't you see the hardship of being a tracker? Since you didn't see anything, I'll give you a chance to take a good look. You stay here and find someone to organize the local trackers. Monopolize them. Each person can only earn a few copper coins for pulling a boat. You don't know how many people and goods are on the boat. When the goods are sold over there, you can earn several times or even more than 10 times the profit. Once you've organized them, raise the price. If they don't want to spend money, let them figure out a way to climb. Use cement and steel to fix the climbing area. If the local boss tries to stop you, use money. If you can't, kill him. Don't worry about not being able to beat him. I'll find something useful for you later. You can ask the local authorities for help. Remember, the person who stays with you is a man. If it's a woman, sleep in separate beds." After talking to the servants in the inner courtyard, Zhang Xiaobao was in a good mood. He happily went to find Old Man Pai and the other two. The servants in the inner courtyard were stunned for a while before they slapped themselves. "Serves you right. You can't control your mouth. Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Yao, and Grandpa Zhang, have the 3 of you eaten?" Zhang Xiaobao jogged all the way to the cabin where the 3 old men were. He asked them sweetly as they enjoyed the scenery outside through the window. Old Man Pai suddenly shivered. If it was in Sanshui County, he would feel gratified when he heard Xiaobao and Cuckoo talk like this. Now, he understood the 2 more. A few days ago, they were angry with him. They didn't even give him a good face when he asked about knowledge. Now, they became cute in the blink of an eye. No matter how he looked at it, it was strange that they became so cute. Old Man Yao didn't know. He thought that the little kid didn't hold a grudge. He thought that the little kid didn't hold a grudge against his family a few days ago. Now that he saw the scenery of the Yangtze River, he forgot about it. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao's question, he laughed and said, "It's not time to eat yet. Xiaobao, aren't you going to play with Xiaobei and the others? You haven't eaten yet? That's good. In a while, Cuckoo and I will personally cook for the 3 grandpas. It's been hard on the boat for many days. You should eat something good." What do the three grandpas want to eat? Cuckoo and I will definitely make it. Usually, Cuckoo and I treat the three grandpas as our own grandpas. Zhang Xiaobao blinked his big innocent eyes and continued speaking. Old man Chang also felt cold. Maybe it was because the window was open too wide. The wind was blowing. It was cold on the Yangtze River. Old Man Pai didn't see the nervous look that Old Man Pai gave him. He followed Zhang Xiaobao's words and said, as long as it's made by Xiaobao and Cuckoo, the grandpas love to eat it. The grandpas also treat Xiaobao and Cuckoo as their own grandson and granddaughter. Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Zhang, is what Grandpa Yao said true? Zhang Xiaobao turned his head to look at Old Man Pai and Old Man Chang, and asked a little uncertainly. The two old men nodded very tacitly. At the same time, they said in their hearts, it's over, it's over. We don't even know what's waiting for us. Retribution has come, right? I knew the three grandpas were the best. Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Yao, where are your famous tattoos? Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic and started to get to the point. What? Old Man Pai asked with a trembling voice. Your grandson and granddaughter wanted to borrow it. If you don't want to give it to us, then forget it. You're even talking about your own grandpa. Zhang Xiaobao lowered his voice towards the end, but the three old men still heard it clearly. Just as Old Man Pai was wondering why the two little ancestors wanted the tattoos, Old Man Yao happily said, Xiaobao and Cuckoo want to use it, then give it to them. It's just a name tattoo. Wait, Grandpa Xiaobao will get it for you. Old Man Yao turned around to look for a name assassin. Old Man Bai met Zhang Xiaobao's expectant gaze and was defeated within 2 seconds. He also turned around to look for one. Old Man Zhang did not have a name assassin, so he could only watch from the side. After Zhang Xiaobao got the two old men's tattoos, he happily waved them. He ran out while saying, "Three grandpas, thank you. In a while, Cuckoo and I will make wontons for the three of you. The kind with big stuffing. Don't get me into trouble." Old Man Pai shouted at the empty cabin. He sighed and said to Old Man Yao, Xiaobao and Cuckoo's wontons aren't delicious. With the name tattoo in their hands, they can do anything. Then why did you give them the gilded name tattoo? Old Man Yao asked. What they want is the gilded name tattoo. I just offended them a few days ago. How can I not give it? Don't talk about the name tattoo. If they want my life, I will fight with them. In a while, let's eat wontons. The wontons made by the two children are really delicious. Drink tea, drink tea. Empty your stomach and eat a few to make up for your loss. Old Man Pai helplessly said. This time, Xiaobao also learned to keep it a secret. Zhang Xiaobao handed the two name tattoo to the servants who stayed behind. Then, he turned around and went to find Wang Wan to discuss the wontons. When he found Wang Wan was watching the boatman pull the rope. She clenched her little fists tightly, as if she was helping him. The river is flowing downwards, yo. Hey yo he. Bend your waist and climb the mountain, yo. Hey yo he. Straighten your back and walk, yo. Hey yo he. There's a whirlpool ahead, grab the lifesaver, yo. Hey yo he. Bend your waist to the right, lean down. Hey. Hey. Hey yo he. The boatman who commanded the boatmen shouted with every step. Following the sound of the boatman's voice, all the boatmen moved in unison and brushed past the whirlpool. It was unknown how they were able to exert their strength. The boatman's voice was sharp, hoarse, and high-pitched. The boatman's voice was deep and resounding. It echoed back and forth on both sides of the Yangtze River, making people hear the legendary song of this waterway. I was wondering why the boatman's voice in the past was different from now. The boatman's voice was modified. The real boatman's voice was used to command, not to express emotions. Wang Wan exclaimed as she listened to the boatman's voice echoing on both sides of the river and the mountains. Which one is better? Zhang Xiaobao did not expect the real boatman's voice to be so shocking. Chapter 599. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could not possibly treat the trackers as civilians living at the bottom of society when they saw the trackers climbing and wading through the water. They were real heroes when they used their rich experience and strength to ensure the safety of the boats. If only we had a camera, we could record this moment. When Xiao Bei and the others are older and more mature, we'll show them that there are people like them in the world. Wang Wan said regretfully. Everyone lives the same life, the only difference is the quality of life. It's fine as long as the trackers know that they're tired. There's no need to put them in a high position. It'll be fine in the future. These people are giving us too little money. Let's stick together. If they don't want to spend more money, we'll cross the river ourselves. Zhang Xiaobao told Wang Wan as he watched the trackers moving forward. You've arranged everything? Aren't you afraid that someone else will take over if the trackers don't pull the boats? Wang Wan was very confident in Zhang Xiaobao's ability. She was just worried that someone else would take over the position if the price was too high. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. Pulling a cable isn't just about physical strength. Let's not even talk about newbies. Even if we ask the trackers from the other two valleys to try, we'll see if any of the boats dare to be pulled by them. They'll break every single one of the boats. Just listen to the tune. They've turned pulling a cable into an art. It's the experience accumulated from generations of trackers. What if they find someone to beat them up? Wang Wan asked. Don't worry, we have our dear Grandpa Bai and Grandpa Yao to help us. We can just ask the local authorities to arrest them, Zhang Xiaobao replied with a smile. What did they use in exchange? Wontons. We'll go make them later. You only know how to bully people. What do you mean bully? We have nothing to do anyway. We'll just take advantage of them and suffer some losses. We understand that it's not a big deal. We'll just treat it as a game. Our mentality has always been to transcend the rules. We're just willing to live within the rules. Huh. Little Zhu, Little Bei, and the others are out. Oh my god, isn't this bullshit? As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he turned his head and saw his younger brother and sister dragging a model boat. He didn't know where they found ribbons, but they used them as ropes and hung them on the model boat. Together, they pulled in different directions. Even when the boat was pulled down, they continued to drag it. As they walked, they made yo-yo sounds, chanting. Rushing over, Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be angry and said to the little guys, "Who told you to pull me like this?" As she spoke, she glanced at the maidservants and male handymen who were taking care of her. The few of them were frightened. A courageous maidservant explained, "Little young master, didn't you say that we should let little young master and little young mistress play whatever they want? That's not the way to play. You have to tell them that the purpose of playing is to learn, not to exhaust their strength. At this time, you have to tell them the rules of carrying the log. If 8 people can't carry a log, then 6 people can change. If 6 people can't carry it, then 4 people can change. Let them gradually understand the importance of unity during the process of playing." Zhang Xiaobao finally said the reason why he was angry. Only then did the maidservants feel relieved. It wasn't that they were not allowed to play, but that they were missing a step. At this time, the little guys also stopped. Their eyes looked at the most powerful brother in their hearts. Wang Wan's younger sister, Little Zhu, pulled the rope on her shoulders twice and sang, "Hey yo hey yo." "Okay, I'll let you guys pull at the swimming pool on the boat in a while." Zhang Xiaobao was very satisfied with the little guy's way of doing things. If he directly told them to be united, they wouldn't understand. They would understand after a while. Xiao Bei tried hard to take off the rope on her body and give it to her brother. She cried out anxiously. When Zhang Xiaobao took the rope in his hand and pulled the boat up by himself, the little guys looked at their brother with eyes full of worship. Zhang Xiaobao enjoyed this kind of worship very much. He said to the maidservants, "Cooperate with them and let them know how to use their strength." The maidservants took the other ropes one by one and each found a direction and began to pull. Sure enough, they couldn't pull. Wang Wan cooperated and came in front of Zhang Xiaobao. She pulled with all her strength and said, "Please do this with me. I'll do this with you." If the maidservants still didn't know what to do, they would have been kicked out of the inner courtyard. In order to let the little guys understand, the group talked and walked at the same time. This time, the little ones understood. After their brother and sister walked one round, they all took over and shouted, "Please do the same with me," and pulled the boat up together. However, after pulling a few steps, they thought of something even more interesting. Zhang Xiaobao's younger brother asked the others to stop first. He pulled by himself and sang, pull the radish, io io, pull the radish, remember, take them to play like this in the future." Zhang Xiaobao looked at the little guys' serious faces and said to the maidservants with a smile. This scene happened to be seen by the three old men who came out of the cabin. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy making wontons and left, Old Man Pai said to Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao, "See? This is the real education. Don't look at how good the schools and academies of the Zhang family and Wang family are. They don't show their real ability at all. When the children grow up and start learning, as long as they learn something, they can understand it according to their previous experience." Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao had to admit that the education of the Zhang family and Wang family was indeed different from others, but it was the best. Now that you mention it, I also remember that the children of other families are told not to do this and not to do that, but the children of the Zhang family and Wang family have never been told that. They are always told what to do or demonstrated when they can't do it well. This won't do, I have to write this down. In the future, when I educate my descendants, I'll write a copy and send it to the palace. I've decided to keep an eye on the children. The Zhang and Wang families always give the children the best things. The best place to sleep, the best food, the best toys, and the best education. As long as the children aren't stupid to death, then they'll all be talents. Old Man Yao also agreed and was ready to shift his attention from Xiao Bao and Wang Wan to the children. This decision was not wrong. After lunch, in the afternoon, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao gave each of the children a set of drawing tools. It was the kind of drawing tools with big circles and small circles. Different small circles were placed in different big circles. No matter how they scribbled inside, they could draw all kinds of beautiful circles or ovals. There were also crayons of different colors. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao also accompanied them. Wang Wan took a drawing clip and sketched with charcoal strips. Zhang Xiaobao used a brush to draw mountains and rivers. Even the servant girls who served them had changed into simple and elegant clothes. They were either writing or grinding. All of a sudden, a unique atmosphere appeared. The children, who had slept for an hour, wanted to play. When they saw their older brother, sister, and the people who usually played with them there doing almost the same thing, they changed their original thoughts and picked up their toys to draw. As they drew, Wang Wan's younger sister did not use tools. She only held a crayon and copied her older sister, drawing whatever she saw. No one made a sound. They were all quietly doing their own things. The three old men who had eaten a lot of wontons walked out of the cabin and saw a scene with a special charm in the mountains and rivers. This kind of scene was not something they could bear to destroy. Just by looking, they felt a sense of tranquility in their hearts. Why do I feel a little scared when I look at them? Old Man Chang whispered. He found that what he saw was not a group of children, but a silent battlefield. On the battlefield, tens of thousands of horses stood with spears in their hands. What a powerful aura! This is what Xiaobao and Cuckoo meant when they said that the environment affects people. Remember, children are often affected by the environment. Old Man Pai said with emotion. The three people quietly walked closer. Old Man Pai had long known about Wang Wan's special drawing method. The people or things she drew were as real as they could be. However, he did not like it, because he felt that it lacked the abstract charm that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had described. However, Wang Wan did not only draw like this. She drew well, and the other drawing method he taught her was also good. Zhang Xiaobao was worse. This was compared to Wang Wan. Compared to other children of the same age, he was still better. The maidservants' drawing and writing were average. After all, they were usually busy with other things and did not have much energy to devote to it. Being able to draw and write was not a skill that ordinary maidservants could possess. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's maidservants could do it. The little ones' drawing toys were not bad. He did not know what they were thinking, but no matter how hard they tried, they would always be able to draw a beautiful picture. The most interesting one was Xiao Zhu. She actually did not use that toy to draw. Could it be that she wanted to draw something like a cuckoo? This was drawn by Xiao Zhu. Old Man Bai quietly moved closer and began to be evaluated by the people around him. As he watched, he arrived behind Wang Wan's sister, little Zhu. When he saw that she wasn't using any tools and was only holding a specially made crayon in her hand, he thought that she was just randomly drawing. In the end, when he saw little Zhu lying down and drawing, he was finally moved. If this drawing was placed in the academy, anyone who drew it would give the lowest rating. It was really too bad. There was only a rough outline, and the water and trees in the drawing only looked like water and trees. Especially that water, the ups and downs were too bad. The trees were not bad, and one could see the branches. However, this drawing was drawn by a child who was more than 1 year old and less than 2 years old. Furthermore, she used a thick crayon and matched the drawing with similar colors. This was not a simple matter. At this time, Xiao Zhu was worrying about the color of a stone. The stone was yellow, but it was not yellow, and it was not green. The yellow stone had light green moss on it. How could this color match? The crayon did not have a light green color. Old Man Zhang and Old Man Yao also came over. When the three old men saw that Xiao Zhu had to match the color, they were all worried. Xiao Zhu first used a dark cyan crayon to paint the approximate position, then used a yellow crayon to paint another layer, turning it into a light cyan with a hint of green. Chapter 600. Old Man Pai was excited to see this, so he moved forward and carefully looked at Xiao Zhu's drawing. Suddenly, he couldn't help but say, "Xiao Zhu, this place should be lightly brushed all the way to the end, not brushed over one stroke after another." Xiao Zhu was shocked. She turned around and saw the Old Man Pai behind her. She knew him, so she calmed down with a puzzled expression. She didn't even understand what Old Man Pai was saying. "It should be like this. Look, I'll draw it for you." Old Man Pai grabbed Xiao Zhu's crayon and brushed it according to his idea. There was a sound that couldn't be heard, and the crayon broke. That stroke was actually half a foot long. Old Man Pai looked at the half-broken crayon in his hand and the drawing in a daze. Xiao Zhu, on the other hand, stared blankly for a moment before bursting into tears. The crayon was broken, and so was the drawing. Only then did Old Man Pai remember that the other party had used a crayon and not a writing brush. In a fluster, he began to comfort Xiao Zhu. Old Man Zhang and Old Man Yao also knew that Old Man Bai had gotten himself into trouble. It was fine if this stroke was done well, but it ended up like this. How old was Xiao Zhu? She didn't know how to endure and compromise. Her drawing was ruined, and her crayon was also broken. She was usually very careful when she used it, as it was given to her by her brother and sister. So she took up her weapon and wept. At this moment, the special atmosphere was broken. The surrounding people all stopped and turned their eyes to Xiao Zhu. Old Man Pai looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and explained, "I just wanted to teach Xiao Zhu how to draw, but the crayon broke, and there was also a mark on the drawing. This matter, sigh." Wang Wan smiled and came over to look at her sister's drawing. Not bad. She had improved from last time. She hugged her sister and comforted her. Broken, pen, Wu. He's bad, Xiao Zhu cried as she saw her family. She pointed at Old Man Pai and complained. Zhang Xiaobao took a small knife and came over as well. Old Man Pai began to say to him, "I saw that Xiao Zhu's drawing was not bad, so I wanted to take her in as a student. I never thought that things would turn out like this. Why didn't you pay more attention to her? If you knew that she was so good at drawing, you should have found her a good teacher." Grandpa Bai, last month, Cuckoo and I found out that Xiao Zhu is still young, so it's not suitable to find a teacher to teach her. We'll let her slowly draw by herself. When she's older, if she still has this interest, then we'll talk about it again. Sometimes, Cuckoo will let her watch her draw, and she's learned a lot. Grandpa Bai, don't think that it's just crayons. If you really practice it well, your drawing won't be worse than drawing with charcoal or a brush. When you draw, as long as you have a soul, it doesn't matter what kind of brush you use. Grandpa Bai, take your time and leave the rest to me. Zhang Xiaobao was raising his younger siblings according to his own education philosophy. He had to wait until they were at least 3.5 years old before he could teach them specifically. At this age, a child's interest was very unstable. If he really forced them to teach, it would easily cause the child to have reverse psychology and escape emotions. Good intentions would spoil things. Holding a small knife, he went over and gently scraped off the long part of the drawing. He also took a clean towel and rubbed it. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. The maidservant had already brought over a new box of crayons and placed it in Xiao Zhu's hands. Xiao Zhu, who had just been crying so hard that it could shake the heavens, sobbed twice before immediately changing into a smiling face. Choosing the color she wanted to use, she waved her small hands at her brother and sister in a beautiful manner. The disaster could be considered over. The after effect was that Xiao Zhu always looked at Old Man Pai with a vigilant gaze, as if Old Man Pai was a heinous villain. The atmosphere just now was broken, and it was gone forever. The little ones became lively, chattering in words that only they could understand. Each of them showed their own drawing to their brother and sister. After hearing a word of praise, they would be happy for a long time. Old Man Pai retreated with an awkward expression. He said to Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao, who were trying hard to hold back their laughter, "See? This is the education of the Zhang family and Wang family. They are not even 2 years old and they can draw such a drawing. What will they do when they are a year old?" But even so, the Zhang family and Wang family are still not satisfied. They want to see it again. Old Man Chang nodded and said, "I saw it, but this kind of education method is not something an ordinary family can use. Especially that kind of aura just now, there is no need to deliberately do it. Just find a few servants and they can create it. Let alone a rich family, can the palace maids in the imperial palace do it? This is only the part that has been revealed. There are still methods that have not been revealed. If you want to learn, you don't know how long it will take. What if they teach the children until they are 15 years old? Do you want to learn for 15 years? Even if Old Man Chang did not have a prominent identity like Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao, he knew that from the education of the Zhang family and Wang family's children, he could see how powerful they were. Li Sun, who was also full, came over at this time and interrupted, "So, if you want to understand, you have to ask clearly. You can't just look. Otherwise, even if you learn, you may not be able to understand the meaning." The Zhang family and Wang family are the kind of people that have always been imitated, but never surpassed. When I have children in the future, I will find Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to teach. Whatever they know, I will learn. Then, other than Xiao Bei and the others, no one can compare. After leaving the land, the people brought by Old Man Yao began to feel uncomfortable again. They were not like Old Man Pai's people, who had experienced many things. When they went to Shuzhou, they were already uncomfortable for a long time. Fortunately, they were able to reach the shore in the capital at that time. Now, they were in a hurry. As long as the ship supplies were enough, they would move forward without stopping. The ones who were least affected were the little ones. Usually, their range of activities was not large. They were always in the yard. Occasionally, they would be carried out for a walk. They also brought their houses, which were specially set aside for them on the ship. There was a small swimming pool, a sand pile, and any toy they got could be played for a long time. Moreover, they were provided with a lot of toys and games. The most important thing was that they could play with their brothers and sisters for a while every day. When the fleet was less than a month away from the destination, the fastest ship in the vanguard had already arrived at Chengdu. The people on the ship immediately got busy as soon as they came ashore. This time, the person in charge was Su Si, the person from the Gu family who bought the firecrackers in Sanshui County. Once he came ashore with a heavy responsibility, he found 2 people to protect him and rode quickly in the direction of Shuangliu County. Su Si rode on the horse with a determined expression. The young master and young lady of the main family had given a death order. This time, they could only succeed and could not fail. Since the main family directly handed the money to him at the market by the small bridge in Sanshui County, he was determined to serve the main family to the death. People said that an army was trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. He had been raised for a few years, so it was time to use it. The small things he did before were all training. This time, he heard from the members of the Zero team that this was a matter of life and death. No matter what, he had to do it well. The 3 riders only took 2 hours to arrive at the county yamen of Shuangliu County. Shuangliu County was also a middle county. There were yamen runners standing at the entrance. As soon as the 3 riders arrived, the yamen runners' eyes fell on the 3 people who jumped off the horse. "Who are you?" One of the 4 yamen runners who were guarding the door stood out and asked loudly with his eyes wide open. Su Si took out something from his arms and handed it over. "Give this to your county magistrate Tian and registrar Wang. I want to see them immediately." "You little fool. You want to see them? Tell me your name." The yamen runner didn't take the thing in Su Si's hand at all. It was a piece of cloth with a very awkward-looking rice seedling embroidered on it. The rice seedling actually had arms and was holding a sign with the word G written on it. Su Si didn't have time to waste with the yamen runner. He directly replied, "My name is Su Si. I'm from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family. I'm a 5-star deacon." "What inner courtyard deacon?" "The master is busy. Wait at the gatehouse. Look at the broken thing you're holding. Even if you're anxious, you can't write the wrong words." The yamen runner curled his lips and straightforwardly refused. "This isn't about being anxious. It's about being anxious. Quickly report it. Otherwise, if something happens, you can't bear the responsibility." "Humph." Su Si's face became serious and threatened. The yamen runner still wanted to say something, but another yamen runner behind him pulled him back. This yamen runner was afraid of delaying things. The county magistrate was different from the previous ones. He did things neatly and efficiently. If there was really an urgent matter that delayed things, then he would be guilty. It was fine to report it. If he didn't know who the county magistrate was, then it wouldn't be too late to deal with him. The yamen runner held back his anger and said, "Wait." Then he hurried in. When he arrived at the study, the county magistrate Tian was discussing something with the registrar Wang. Hearing the knock on the door, Tian frowned and said, "Come in." "Sir, there's a person outside who wants to see you and the registrar Wang. This is what he brought. His tone is harsh. It seems that he doesn't take you seriously at all." The yamen runner took his revenge and presented the thing in his hand as he spoke. When the county magistrate Tian and the registrar Wang saw the cloth embroidered with the rice seedling, they were stunned. This thing was very familiar to them. It was a rice seedling. But the words on it made them blush. What happened to the head of the Zhang family? Why did he take out a rice seedling to test them? It was obvious that he didn't trust the two of them. "Sir, don't be angry. I can see that they are not good people. I'll go and deal with them now." The yamen runner who was observing the two thought that they were angry and immediately added, "Bullshit. Open the main door for me. The yamen runners are waiting on both sides to welcome me. Am I, Tian, an ungrateful person? Someone, bring me the clothes I wore when I was studying. I'm the strong grass." County Magistrate Tian scolded the yamen runner and immediately started to prepare. Wang was stunned and said, "Brother Tian, can you lend me some extra clothes? There's no time." Half an hour later, Su Si and the other two people who were waiting outside the yamen saw the door creak open. Two people walked out. They were wearing civilian clothes embroidered with the words Jianjia. Chapter 601. "The Zhang family has orders," Su Si shouted as soon as he saw the two of them. Tian, Wang, receives the orders. County Magistrate Tian and Registrar Wang responded loudly. Su Si spoke naturally, and so did the two of them. However, this made the others feel uneasy. What kind of Zhang family was this? How could they be more powerful than the officials from the imperial court? Not only did the two old masters open the main door to welcome them, but they were also so respectful? Could it be that the people who came were more powerful than the imperial court? Who didn't know what the two old masters had been doing recently? They made the lives of the common people better and gave the people in the yamen more money. With such ability, even Shengguan had to accompany them with a smile the last time he came. Now that he met three people, he became so obedient. Not only the yamen runners, but the common people who passed by also saw their old masters dressed like this and were so sincere. They all gathered around curiously, wanting to see what was going on. Could it be that they were coerced by someone? Then they had to help. Tian and Wang didn't care what others thought of them. They knew who gave them a good life when they were studying, who gave them the status they had today, and who helped them solve their problems. What they did this time wasn't just to respect the Zhang family, but also to respect themselves. People couldn't be without conscience. At the very least, they had to let the Zhang family know that next time they were asked to do something, they didn't have to take out the rice seedlings and just write the word order. The two of them thought this and did this. Together, they brought the cloth over. Tian said, "If the head of the Zhang family orders us, we don't dare to disobey. Please take it back." When Su Si took the cloth, Wang immediately said, "Please come in. Let's talk inside." Su Si and the other two were welcomed in by the two people in the crowd. After an hour of discussion, the three of them came out again. They mounted their horses and hurried to the next place, Guangdu County, where there were still two officials. After the three of them left, a notice was posted in Shuangliu County. The content was very simple. It said that if they wanted to brew better wine, they would buy grain from the county and the surrounding counties. They also invited grain stores and grain merchants to cooperate. After the good wine was brewed, they would share the profits together. Previously, the matter of purchasing raw lacquer and caring for the people's livelihood had already made the people recognize the two lords of Shuangliu County. Now that there was a new business, all the merchants with grain came over one after another. A day later, there was news that Guangdu County had gathered a large number of mules to form a large caravan for the convenience of merchants. They were preparing to travel on the tea and horse road after the autumn harvest. The two consecutive announcements, which were good news for the commoners and merchants, attracted a lot of people. People who had mules and food sent them to the two counties. On the second day after Su Si arrived in Chengdu, he once again rushed to Yizhou. Along the way, he sent out deposits and ordered a large amount of charcoal and leather from the relevant shops. No one knew what the people who took flying money were doing, but if there was money, they had to earn it. If there wasn't enough charcoal, they would burn it. If there wasn't enough leather, they would raise the price to encourage hunters to hunt. When the large fleet of Zhang family and Wang family arrived in Yizhou, the advance team had already begun to pacify the people in Yizhou. There was nothing else on the mountain, but there was a lot of bamboo and all kinds of wild animals. Apart from the high mountains that couldn't be climbed due to ice and snow, the lower mountains had already been occupied by the locals. Su Si, in the name of a merchant, used the salt and cloth he brought this time to trade for bamboo with the locals. The price he set was very high. In addition to bamboo, there were also various kinds of wood that had to be cut down according to the requirements. They had to be cut down at the designated places. No matter where the locals cut down the wood, as long as they could exchange it for necessities, they were willing to do it. After cutting down the wood for 2 days, they found that after cutting down the places the merchant had asked them to cut down, there were actually roads. When the fleet of Zhang family and Wang family arrived in Yizhou, it was already the end of summer. After traveling for more than 2 months, everyone was already tired of sitting on the boat. Only Xiaobei and the others were still as happy as ever. Zhang Zhong's arrival was very low-key. He tried his best not to let others know. However, it was impossible for such a large fleet to not let others know. Those who heard some information about Zhang Zhong all guessed what was going on. When Zhang Zhong, who was preparing to continue upward, stood on the deck and looked toward the shore, the people also gathered and pointed at him. Before others knew the situation, news spread from Shuangliu County and Guangdu County that Zhang Zhong had been demoted. He was demoted from the provincial governor of the upper province to the provincial governor of the lower province. It was said that the Zhang family had made too much money and had offended someone they shouldn't have. Furthermore, they also told the local people that if Zhang Zhong's fleet wanted to sell anything, they must ask for more money. This was because the Zhang family was rich. It would be unreasonable if they didn't take advantage of this opportunity to earn more money from the Zhang family. If this news was said by ordinary people, perhaps not many people would believe it. However, it wasn't said by ordinary people. It was said by the county magistrate and the registrar of the two counties. This time, everyone was prepared to make a lot of money. Zhang Zhong didn't disappoint the local people. He really began to buy a lot of supplies along the way, especially vegetable oil. He bought as much as he could, and the price was raised again and again. By the time the fleet was about to reach Yingzhou, the price of vegetable oil had tripled. This made the seller of vegetable oil feel embarrassed. It was really too much of a bully. Zhang Zhong also pretended to be wronged, making people feel that he was unlucky to be demoted to a poor place like Yingzhou. Moreover, it was a situation where the local people wouldn't cooperate. Old Man Pai and the other 2 old men were also anxious. They originally thought that the Zhang family would buy a lot of food when they arrived here so that they could use it for logistics. They didn't expect that they would collect vegetable oil. How could they not be hungry after eating this? Even if they weren't hungry, they would have diarrhea if they ate too much. If it weren't for the fear of the two experts of the Zhang family to a certain extent, the three old men would have really gone crazy from anxiety. It was completely different from what they had originally imagined. What does the Zhang family mean? Are they still not satisfied? The people of the Ministry of Works have agreed to let them open the salt pans. They have also exempted a lot of taxes. Once the matter is settled, the elders of the Zhang family will also have corresponding official positions. Why don't they organize logistics? Old Man Yao had only been in contact with the Zhang family and the Wang family for a short time, so he didn't know the style of the two families. He also didn't know that the Zhang family and the Wang family could ignore other things, but they would definitely take care of logistics. He hadn't eaten well for 2 days in a row. He wanted to know what the Zhang family and the Wang family were thinking. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Since the Zhang family has agreed, they won't let us down. If the Zhang family can't do it, no one in the Tang Empire can. Otherwise, why would the emperor send the Zhang family to Yingzhou? They are like the 56 members of the Zero team of the Zhang family. They are the most elite. The Zhang family is also the Tang Empire, or rather, the emperor's elite. If it weren't for the fact that there was no concrete evidence this time and that he didn't want to provoke a bigger war, the emperor would never send the Zhang family here. It's so good to build a place. They can raise the rent and taxes everywhere and let the people live a good life. The emperor has no other choice. Even if there was another person who could reach half of the logistical organization of the Zhang family, the emperor wouldn't send the Zhang family to this unstable place. Do you think that anyone can and dares to build the Yangtze River Bridge? Old Man Pai comforted Old Man Yao, but he was not sure. If he didn't know that the Zhang family had always been bold and unconstrained, he would also go crazy. Why would they collect vegetables, oil, and grain? Grain was the most important thing. They had asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan several times, but the two of them were at a loss. Seeing that they had arrived in Yizhou, Wang Wan played with her brother and sister for a while. Then she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, I think it's a loss for the country that you didn't go to military school for a few years and serve the army. Your plan reminds me of Operation Ghost Shadow in Calais during World War II. Without Operation Ghost Shadow in Calais, there wouldn't have been Operation Sea King in Normandy. If this operation had succeeded, it would have been written in the annals of Chinese war." Of course, Li Longji's evaluation of his life had also added one more thing to it, and that was to know how to make good use of people. "Xiaobao, what I want to know the most right now is, why are you collecting so much vegetable oil? I don't think you'll spend a lot of ammunition and electrons to paralyze the enemy like Operation Ghost Shadow in World War II. That's not you, Zhang Xiaobao. You're better at scheming than Eisenhower and Montgomery, and the enemy isn't as capable as Rommel. Tell me, or we'll sleep in separate beds." "Thank you. Can you keep it a secret?" Zhang Xiaobao was a little embarrassed by the praise. He lowered his head and asked with a slightly red face. "Yes," Wang Wan said with certainty. I can do it too." Zhang Xiaobao became more and more shy. "Separate. I want to live separately from you. You can live in the mountains." When Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family's teams really arrived in Yizhou, the three old men suddenly realized that the things they saw were different from what they had imagined. The people in this place, who had always been difficult to deal with, actually came to greet them. Could this be the charisma that Xiaobao and Cuckoo talked about? Why did the people come out and greet them with a smile? No, that's not right. Wang Wan also sighed at Zhang Xiaobao's arrangements in advance. After her eyes swept around, she selectively forgot about other people and only focused on the two animals in the cage. "Xiaobao, Panda, Panda, look, they're so fun. They're looking at me. Let them out and let Xiaobei and the others play with them," Wang Wan said excitedly to Zhang Xiaobao. "Forget it. Do you think pandas only eat bamboo? Pandas are omnivores, okay? You want Xiaobei and the others to feed pandas? There were a lot of reports before that people thought pandas were cute and ate bamboo. In the end, they foolishly went over and got bitten. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think that the cage contained domesticated pandas and quickly dispelled Wang Wan's idea. Who said that? I also heard that wild pandas often go to the farmer's house to eat and play with their children. Unfortunately, the farmer poisoned the pandas for money and sentenced them to death. If pandas come to our house to eat, I'll definitely make the best food for them. Wang Wan really didn't dare to let pandas play with Xiaobei and the others. She wasn't without common sense. Pandas like to eat bamboo with little fiber, not other people's food. Unless there's not enough bamboo and there's no other way, they'll eat other things. Let's go. We still need to use the local people for our later plans. Let's go and greet them. Zhang Xiaobao said as he walked forward. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.